Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there, Enyendeba from the southeast. So there it is, from the southeast. Whatever that means, you take your own, I take my own. That's the explanation I've been giving. Unless you know any better, I'm going with that explanation. So Enyendeba. So there it is, Enyendeba from the southeast. Enyendeba, as guys, I bring you this. So this one now is an opinion piece by a Yoruba senior speaking to what just transpired in this now recent election. What a cause is the title. What a cause. But I will implore you to hang around to hear this piece, because it is quite a thoughtful and a thought-provoking one. It's just it speaks to what just happened within that obedience space and how some people may or may not have been swept along. What a cause. So we look at that and then we see what we're making of it. So the silly season has now begun post the elections, and of course, as ever, after the elections, always silly. So silly season, Peter Obi will soon be arrested. Watch out. Kanayo O Akanayo, or whatever his name. Kanayo O Akanayo. So one of those Southeastern actors, I'm assuming, Kanayo O Akanayo. He's the one making. So now, what information does he have? It will obviously be your first go-to question. Peter Obi will be arrested. Watch out, Kanayo O Akanayo. So Kanayo O Akanayo, we find out exactly what is propelling his thought. So what is propelling his thought? INEC declare Adamawa governorship election inconclusive. So we were celebrating prematurely this Adamawa space, and not because anybody has any real stake in it. We thought we had made a quantum leap as a nation, electing a female governor, because the candidate, of course, that was looking like winning that election from all of the permutations coming in was a lady called whatever her name is. I'm looking for her name in this space. Binani, her name is. She's called Binani. So we thought this Binani woman had won that space, and we were prematurely celebrating only to be cut short in that celebration to tell us that because we were then to find out that there were some queries around the results coming through. So we held our celebration in abeyance, but it looks as though that narrative of 2019 has now raised its ugly head again. There was one word that subsisted throughout that 2019 election, and it was inconclusive. We thought we could escape this cycle without encountering that word again, but alas, we hope in vain. INEC conclusive. So what does that mean? Hopefully we'll find out shortly. We'll find that out shortly. And then we go to this place as well. So Sanwo-Olu's victory through reflection of people's mandate. So these are the election observers now giving their verdict on what they saw, contrary, of course, to what Gbadebo Viva will have you believe. Sanwo-Olu's victory through reflection of people's mandate, election observers. So we find out what's going on there. And then we come to this space as well. You were selected, not elected. Files, tackles, Sanwo-Olu. So I'm going to actually read this files piece right next to that what a cause, because they sort of tally, they go in tandem. So I'll read the what a cause first, and then I'll read this files piece next, and then you see how they marry together. So stay tuned and look out for that. And then, of course, we'll be spending some time as well with Rotimi Amaechi. He granted an explosive interview with No Surprises Arise TV when he made all manners of claims and allegations. So he, of course, I've not seen an election quite like this. Tinubu has been fighting pretty much since mid last year, and is still fighting. And it looks as though he will fight all the way to when he takes his oath of office, and he will fight for the next 8 years, because there's just so many enemies for him everywhere. They are grieved, the slighted, the cheated, the jealous, all of them wrapped into one entity, all launching at this guy. I wonder if he has the shoulders to carry it. But then, of course, we'll spend some time with Rotimi Amaechi's interview with Arise TV, and then we'll see exactly what he has to say there. So plenty to go through, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your open invitation. So just click on that, and then you join us on the screen. If you want to buy your host cups of coffee, the invitation is ready to hand on the screen. So do all of those. As you said about that, let me take another micro musical intermission, and then when we get back, we'll delve straight into the throes of it. But first, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, may the cockroach of the heavens not crow yet. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, àmì. So Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, as guys, I bring you this. What a cause. So cause, C-A-U-S-E. What a cause. So this is an opinion piece, just somebody sharing a thought. But listen to these thoughts. I watched a few Yoruba youths last Saturday at the voting arena, and they were discussing the Labour Party candidate. There were about half a dozen, and all but one were obedient. A young lady was batified, and she tried to show the folks that the Labour Party man instrumentalized the church to rally the young. The others denied. She held her own with facts and logic. One of them said he did not see him attend any churches. I engaged them for a few minutes and said, do you know that this same man invested the state funds in the family business? They said there was nothing wrong with that. He explained that his role, sorry, let me take that entirely all over again. I'm not quite sure. It's the way it's written. That's why. Let me just take it from the top again. I watched a few Yoruba youths last Saturday at the voting arena, and they were discussing the Labour Party candidate. There were about half a dozen, and all but one were obedient. A young lady was batified, and she tried to show the folks that the Labour Party man instrumentalized the church to rally the young. The others denied. She held her own with facts and logic. One of them said he did not see him attend churches. I engaged them for a few minutes and said, do you know that this same man invested the state funds in the family business? They said there was nothing wrong with that. He has explained his role in public. I gave up on them. In this area, I knew I was sure my generation was better. We lashed out at Bakinzuwo, then Kano governor, who kept government money in government house and so had license to spend it. This is a new Bakinzuwo and the youths were applauding. Omasheo, I reflected that the Yoruba youths were not clever. The Igbo youth see the Labour Party's man's project as their own and make the Yoruba youth believe it is for everyone. And the Yoruba youth fell for the cause. That is a cause. Oh, so that is it. It's almost stilted the way it's written, and I of course read it in a stilted fashion, but you get the gist of where it's going. So that is the precursor then to now Faust the bad boy, who seems to now fall into the category that's the man. Who wrote that piece? Let me see who wrote that piece. Who wrote that piece? Let's see. Is there a name attached to this? I'll find out in a moment. I actually have who wrote it, so let me just establish who did write it. Just 1 second. Hold on. It's Twitter space, so let's see. Yes, Sam Omosheye. Sam Omosheye, that's the name of the person. So Omosheye is spelled O-M-A-T S-E-Y-E. So that's the character that wrote that piece. So let's go on to then the Faust piece then, which then a natural follow-on from there. You were selected, not elected. Faust tackles Sanwo-Olu. Popular Nigerian musician Folarin Faust Falana has tackled the Lagos State governor and winner of the just concluded governorship election in the state, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, after he was announced returned for a second term as governor by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Correspondence reports that Sanwo-Olu was declared winner of the governorship poll by INEC in the early hours of Monday by the returning officer of the governorship and state assembly elections, Professor Adenike Oladeji, after winning 19 of the 20 local government areas in the state. The governor, at 9 a.m. on Monday morning, took to Twitter to thank Lagosians for the chance to govern for a second term. Sanwo-Olu wrote, "Thank you, Lagosians. I am deeply humbled and grateful for the overwhelming support and trust of the good people of Lagos State. I am honored to be re-elected as your governor and pledge to continue to work tirelessly to deliver a better Lagos for all. Thank you for believing in me. These elections have deeply tested us as a people. This victory is not just mine. It belongs to every Lagosian. I have worked hard to live up to this responsibility of governing the most important sub-national economy in Africa. We certainly could not have done this by ourselves. Thank you to the Almighty God and all of Lagos. Immense gratitude goes to our great party, APC, and our president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. During the course of the campaign, we sadly saw a lot of divisive rhetorics used. Elections should be about capacity, competence, and experience, not ethnicity or religion. I salute those who refused to be divided by hateful and hurtful ethnic profiling. Addressing violence that occurred in some parts of the state during the election, Sanwo-Olu said, recent skirmishes in some local government areas resulting in injuries are reprehensible and not reflective of who we are. Law enforcement and security agencies have been directed to ensure those found culpable face the fullest wrath of the law. All right. Do I want to read all of it? Okay, let me just carry on. Very importantly, and this cannot be overemphasized, what unites us as Lagosians is far more important and substantial than whatever differences exist amongst us. As your governor, I will do everything in my power to ensure that genuine healing takes place. And by the way, if he's saying he will do everything in his power to ensure that if he's saying he will do everything within his power to ensure that genuine healing takes place, he has that capacity because we saw how he handled the ENSA space which was quite masterful. So he has the capacity to do that. As your governor, I will do everything in my power to ensure genuine healing takes place. We will continue to run an inclusive government that delivers for all people of Lagos, wherever in the state they may be living. Responding to the governor's thank you message to Lagosians following his victory at the polls, Fowles said, "You were not re-elected, you selected yourself. Everybody saw it unfold. You are only deceiving yourselves." When a tweep asked the rapper if he was pained over Sanwo-Olu's victory, he said, yes, it is pain. Actually, the pain of knowing that brothers and sisters are being turned against each other in a bid to win an election. Also, the pain of seeing our democratic process rubbished before our very eyes. Sanwo-Olu told, this is very important for us to, I'm glad that they put this as the last paragraph because I was going to go search for it. And by the way, he won 19 out of the 20 local government areas. So I'm not quite sure where they're going with this. It was a comprehensive victory and it represented the will of the people. That's just it. Sanwo-Olu polled a total of 762,134 votes, defeating his rival in the Labour Party, Gbadebo Rotimi, and People's Democratic Party, PDP, Abdulaziz Adediran, who polled 312,229 votes. So that's for the Labour Party. So Rotimi, he polled 312,000 312,329 votes. 312,329 votes. That's what he polled. Sanwo-Olu scored 762,134 votes. So he scored nearly 3 times, at least 2.5 times as many votes. Even if you combine Ajando's votes, 62,449. It's just unbelievable. I don't quite know. Well, sometimes you just have to hold your hands up and say, okay, the winner won, good luck to him. Sometimes you just have to do that. You don't necessarily have to do all this needless. It's just painful sometimes when you read these things. It just wants to be a part of it, of course. It wants to be amongst the WhatsApp people and all of this sort of... I mean, it's just ridiculous. But then, of course, we know it's a ridiculous person. But people that are not ridiculous, they tell us differently. Sanwo-Olu's victory, true reflection of people's mandate. These are the election observers. So this is what they think. Election observers under the aegis of National Observer Group, ONOG, have described the just concluded governorship and state assembly elections in Lagos State as credible, transparent, free, fair, and gender-friendly. The group said the outcome of last Saturday's gubernatorial poll, won by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and the victories of the House of Assembly candidates at constituency levels should be widely accepted by all political parties and candidates as a true reflection of the people's mandate. National Observer Group, a coalition of civil society groups that monitored the last elections in Lagos State, made the remark on Monday during a media conference addressed by the group's coordinator and national coordinator, Grassroots Mobilizer for Better Nigeria Initiative, Safiya Ogo, founder of Aishat Gbajabiamila Foundation. Oh, now that puts a color on it already. So if Gbajabiamila is telling us it's a free and fair election, then we can throw that in the bin. So let's just throw that in the bin immediately and right now. If it's Gbajabiamila that is telling us that the election he rigged was free and fair, then let's throw that in the bin straight away. So we throw that in the bin only to read this and probably throw it in the bin as well. Peter Obi may, maybe Peter Obi not may, but will. Peter Obi will soon be arrested. Watch out. Kanayo or Kanayo. So Kanayo or Kanayo. Nollywood actor Kanayo or Kanayo has raised concerns over the safety of the Labour Party LP presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Kanayo or Kanayo disclosed that Nigerians should watch out because Obi will soon be arrested. He alleged that some people are conspiring against the Labour Party flag bearer, adding that he feels like something fishy is about to happen. So, all right, so it's his feeling that we're talking about now. So it's oh, goodness me. So I thought if I knew you see, I don't pre-read these things sometimes. Maybe I should. If it was his feeling that we were talking about, then we would not have bothered. He alleged that some people were conspiring against the Labour Party flag bearer, adding that he feels like something fishy is about to happen. In an Instagram post, the veteran actor said, Peter Gregory Obi will soon be I can't even read anymore. I was about to say it will soon be arrested, like a Gregory. Maybe because I was reading Peter Gregory Obi and I was thinking Peter Gregory Obi because that is what Shetima calls him. So I went into the Clarus Ogene mode. So in an Instagram post, the veteran actor said Peter Gregory Obi will soon be arrested. Watch out. The conspiracy is brewing. You want to bet? The All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council had called for the arrest of Obi for allegedly inciting violence. Tinubu spokesman Bayo Ononuga accused Obi of making inflammatory statements following his loss at the presidential election. So yes, Peter Obi cannot set the country aflame, you know. So if he needs to be arrested, then he might well have to be arrested, but he cannot certainly set the country aflame. INEC declare governorship. INEC declare Adamawa governorship election inconclusive. The Electoral Commission INEC has declared the governorship election in Adamawa State inconclusive. Although final results tallied by INEC showed that Governor Ahmedu Fintiri of PDP scored the highest votes, INEC said the council votes were more than the margin of victory between Mr. Fintiri and the runner-up Aisha Adahiru of the APC. I thought her name was Binani. A new date will be fixed for rerun elections in areas where elections could not hold in the state. At the end of the official tally of results, Mr. Fintiri defeated Mrs. Dahiru, popularly known as Binani, with a margin of over 30,000 votes. The incumbent governor scored 421,524 votes, whilst Mrs. Dahiru won 390,275 votes. Mr. Fintiri also won the election in 13 of Adamawa's 21 local government areas, whilst Binani won in the remaining 8. The race to Adamawa Government House was closely contested between the two candidates. Binani, a serving senator, is popular in the state mainly for her philanthropy. So there it is. I am hopeful that this lady goes on to take that ticket. I am so hopeful that she does. We need to break through that glass ceiling in Nigeria, and we need a female governor. Do we not need a female governor? Sorry, I'm sure you think we need a female governor. Baba Akure. Ola certainly needs a female governor. Fash is just looking for a female governor or not. And Adale Koko, he has enough women to himself. So that's your panel for now. And as I often say, if you want to come in, just come in quickly now. The space fills up, and then you are telling me in the comment section that you do want to come in. So if you would like to come in, now will be that moment. So now will be that moment as Baba Akure shows readiness, and I know this space has missed his voice, so we go straight to him. Baba Akure, good to see you. Baba Bomboy, how's the nappy changing and all that?
Well, everything is going on well. Thank you very much, one man, and thank everybody. It has been a while anyway.
Well,
so,
but you're not losing weight now. You should be losing weight from sleepless nights. What's going on here? Are you abandoning?
Actually, my baby is sleeping well anyway. He's good. He's a good boy.
That's good. That's very good. Just like his daddy. That's good. Yeah.
Right,
No. Well, we'll find out at the end. I know you are going to give us a flogging soon. So, Baba Akure, we've not seen you for a while. So, the winners and losers have emerged. I think we've seen you since the presidential phase, but now the governorship phase. So, we just as early as yesterday, we were discussing that Tinubu has gotten everything that he desired. He wanted to be president. He got the presidency. He held on to the pearl in his crown, Lagos State. Winner takes all. What says you?
Well, thank you very much for having me today. Anyway, actually, I listened to some discussion at the backstage, or watch the premiere of the recording when I have time. We might say that Tinubu has everything he wants, but having a presidency and then also hold on to Lagos State. But the question is that how many Nigerians are really happy about that, or really not that really happy, not that really happy, or they have problem, but many people want the election to be transparent. Like me, I'm one of those people, and I know some people may say, "Oh, this is a bastard Yoruba." I'm not a bastard. I'm born right in Akure. My forefathers are from Akure, and my parents are from Akure, so I'm a Yoruba man to be called. So I'm not a bastard. Now, I think we really need to take a look at something. I am very unhappy about the election. It's not about the person who won the election, but about how it's being conducted and how citizens of the so-called Nigeria pitch against one another. Particularly, I will say particularly against Igbo, because when we're talking about Labour Party, a lot of people believe that, particularly Yorubas, believe that, oh, Labour Party is Igbo party. It is not Igbo party. Also, they believe that, okay, Peter Obi being defeated Tinubu in Lagos, they believe that it was Igbo caused the upset. So if we want to do that, we have to look at the population of Igbo. If we really have true population anyway, we have to look at the population of Igbo in Lagos State and look at the population of Yoruba. I am very unhappy about the way we Yoruba, like I said, whoever called me bastard is a bastard of Yoruba. I'm a bona fide Yoruba. But the point is that we cannot continue like this. Like, we are fighting one another. So Yoruba now think that Igbo is their enemy, right? Because that is how I see it. Because I sat down, I just look at the whole scenario, and I said, seriously? So this is how degenerated we have been in Nigeria. The citizen that's supposed to be united against the corrupt politician that siphon their money, no good road, no health care, no food.
Baba, can I interject you for a moment? Because I'm not sure that what you just said was a universal something. There was an ethnic undercurrent in the election, yes, and a lot of people, they went with their ethnic stock. That is not to say they resent the other; they just preferred their own. The Yorubas, they prefer it's a natural instinct, because when you see, is it not a natural instinct, Baba Akure? When no, you can disagree. I see you are laughing already, so which is to tell me that you already disagree. But Baba Akure, it is a natural instinct that you naturally trust what is most familiar to you, and I think that is the instinct. It wasn't so much a resentment of Igbo people, but a preference for their own kind. Yeah,
I totally disagree with you.
Right.
The only point where I do not disagree with you, I open my that's why I open my camera, because this is a very serious discussion.
Yes.
With what you said, when they're talking about Nigerians abroad, because I'm going to answer your question. When they talk about Nigerians in abroad, about they will shove away the good things that Nigerians are doing in abroad, but they will be talking about bad things that Nigeria are doing in abroad, right? Now, but when you put it to yourself, you will be having that feelings that, oh, they are talking bad about my country. So with what you said, that okay, somebody we have feelings. That is why I just use that as a case study. Now, when somebody when we have preference to our own son.
You have a natural instinct for something that is most familiar to you.
Which is true anyway.
Let me give you an example. If you go to a party, for instance, and there are a whole different type of groups of races, you will see that they will naturally there will be odd people from other races in a mix, but they will naturally gravitate along. The whites will gather maybe with one or two black people. The blacks will gather maybe, and then so it's just the natural instinct of man.
I still understand. I understand what you are saying. That is why I use the example of Nigeria, the way they talk about Nigeria, because you have that connection with Nigeria. We are not talking about, let's just put Igbo aside for now.
Right.
When they're talking about Nigeria and abroad, right? When they're talking about Nigeria and abroad, you will feel that connection will be there, that, oh, they are talking bad about Nigerians. My daughter that was born in Antigua, when they're talking about Antigua, she has that feeling. So that attachment is there. Now, coming to issue of your region, your kingsmen and things like that, yes, it's true. But not the way that we be talking about Igbo every single time. Is it the first time that people say Eko is not no man's land? Yoruba people also say that. I'm not going to be. I just tell people. I'm saying what I've experienced, the way things supposed to be. This is not the first time we'll be hearing the issue of Lagos is no man's land. Who doesn't know that Lagos belongs to Yoruba? Who will say that the Lagos does not belong to Yoruba? It is common phrase. Now we just use, oh, this one is Chinedu. So now you are telling me now, though I know where I'm from now, because I was talking to my wife this morning that I'm from Akure, I'm not from Lagos. So technically, when that time comes, they will tell me that I cannot stay in Lagos too. If we continue like this, there will be a time that they will say, oh, no, you are not from Lagos. Where I know where I'm from Akure.
Can we target?
Yeah, but make it brief, because Baba Akure has not been with us for a long time, so we want to document him. But interject.
Are we allowed to interject?
Yeah, no, carry on. But a brief interjection. Yeah, carry on. Are you there?
Baba Akure, nice to see you again.
I'm hearing you. Thank you very much, sir.
How come I come here, Baba Akure? Baba Akure, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you. Okay. So, Baba Akure, I got your point very well, but let's look at it from this angle.
Ola, Ola, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Can we let Baba Akure give full expression to that thought? Because I don't want him to, I think he's in the flow of something. So if with your permission, I want him to let it out, because I think it's been, I've seen him in the comment section over a couple of days that he's been trying to say these things, that this narrative, this anti-Igbo something is going too far. So I think he's now come out to express it. So Baba Akure, carry on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now, most of us living abroad, right? How will you feel if they say, okay, somebody just come today and say, well, you are not from here. You build. I have my house here. Then somebody just come after I've already paid my tax, make my connection, build everything that I have in my life. And somebody say, oh, because I say, oh, Miramichi is for everybody. Then they will take it as a big deal. So you want to tell me now that a Lagos state election is free and fair? Well, that's their own problem. That is Nigerian problem. Those who collided with one another, rather than see how government can do better things for them, and they think that Igbo is their problem, rather than how can we fix the road. I see somebody who's saying hypocrisy here. That is not my business, but I'm just saying what is in my mind. You can call me Shinedu, you can call me Okafo. That is not my business. I know my name. But the fact is that this issue of anti-Igbo, I think it is high time we put that to aside and face how Nigeria can move forward. Right? Okay, now, if you don't want Igbo, they said they want Biafra. Why don't you let them go then? If that is the case, if you think they are not good in Nigeria, they are not good because they cannot live in Lagos, they cannot live in this, they cannot live in that, then let them go. Let them go. Because I hate people being treated like animal. That is my problem here. People built themselves in Lagos. The common phrase that we're talking about is no man's land. It is across Nigeria. It's not even alone saying that. I don't know what transpired in the last few months anyway. That they say, oh, Igbo said Igbo said the coast is no man's land. As Igbo alone saying the coast is no man's land, then they turn against them, stabbing people just because they want to vote. And then you want us to justify that where the Yoruba is Lagos is doing things. I don't care whoever win. If it's someone who win, that is fine. But the point is that this issue of Igbo, I think it is time we're done with that. Am I going to say that Igbo have never offended me? I have Igbo friend here that almost cost me $20,000. Then I also have Igbo in Nigeria that doesn't even know me from Adams, and pay about 5 million naira in my account that we never saw before. Pay 5 million into my account that, okay, I should do something for him here that we never saw eye to eye. Will I use because of one Igbo want to scam me of $20,000 that we still have the case in the court right now? Will I say that and use that to generalize all Igbo? Will I say because of that I want Igbo to be killed? Will I say because of that I want Igbo to
was that the abiding memory of that? Because the election was more than just anti-Igbo sentiment. And by the way, I think both sides gave as good as the other. I don't think the Igbos were lying back and taking it. They were throwing as much punches as were being thrown in their direction.
Can you repeat that, please? Sorry.
No, I was saying that I don't think the Igbos were the victims that you are painting, because they were throwing as much punches as was being thrown at them. So and that's the language of Nigerian politics, by the way. It's ethnic and religion. We all know that.
No. One man. This one is out of touch. I even across to Lagos to Ekiti State, because I know that my friend, my linear friend there, this guy I want to interview the other time.
Ola, yes.
Ola. In fact, they sing a song, hypocritical song from Ekiti State, that was some people want to take Lagos from them. And I said to them, who is these people that want to take Lagos from you? Did I know that Lagos State belongs to Yoruba?
But can we interject now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
See, Baba Akure, let's make this thing categorical. Let's state it clearly. Yorubas are not demonizing Igbo people. Let's get that in clear. See, when you trace the history, the first person that said Lagos is no man's land is an Igbo man, the first indigenous speaker. He made that statement in 1947 without any provocation. That is where the Wahala started.
So 1947 to now. So 1947 to now.
No, I'm driving at something. Between 1960 and 1966, when that coup took place, it was always alliance between the northern part of the country and Igbo people. Up to 1979, they were even ganging against Awolowo. Nothing happened. What the position Yoruba was just June 12, 1993. And who went to get injunction to stop that announcement of that June 12? It was an Igbo man. Because we have to put this thing straight. Now, without any provocation, who were the people chanting Lagos is no man's land? Why are they not pointing accusing fingers to Fulani, Hausa, and all those people? How come that we focus on one ethnic group? And this ethnic group and Yoruba and Igbo were supposed to be best of pally, but we are just like, we don't want to see eye to eye the way people play. When it comes to politics anyway, when it is business and other things, There's no Igbo, there's no Yoruba. But when it's come to politics, this is when this problem used to come. So don't let us make it sound like Yorubas, they don't want Igbo. No, they were both playing games. That is exactly what played out. Then we are talking of survivor here. You understand? You went to Lagos and you are saying to Lagosian that this is no man's land. You understand? Okay, if Lagosian don't have land, where is the land? And you know, Yoruba and everybody that you find on their own land today, they want those lands by true war, through intertribal war, whatever. So even tribalism we are talking about, it exists between Ondo and Ekiti within the same ethnic group. So what are we talking about?
Ola, I think Baba Akure is just documenting his thoughts, because I think the politics has all the elections have been they've all been done now. So all this is just academic now. So I think where we are now is the healing phase. So it is the language of bringing us back together that we need to be evolving now. But Baba Akure has not been here for a while, so he wants to document his thoughts from when we last saw him. So I think this is just Baba Akure documenting his thoughts.
So,
Baba Akure, back to you.
So to make my point, I think the best thing, the common problem we have, it doesn't really matter either Igbo or Hausa or Fulani or Shekiri or Edo. The common problem we have is the corrupt politicians. To hold them accountable. All right, to make Nigeria better. Because it is very shameful when they talk bad about Nigeria. In fact, what is going on right, it is already broadcast all around the world. So how will you feel when they talking bad about your country, that it is in Lagos, they do this, it is in Delta State? In fact, I was watching one video today and one
is it making news in Canada? Is what is going on in Nigeria being spoken about in Canada?
No. Does Canada really care about Nigeria?
No, they don't care. Do they even know there's a country called Nigeria?
You know, they don't really involve. They just sit at the back and watch US and UK and let them do what they want to do in France. They don't really make any enemy with anybody. They just cool and watch things. So to me, I think the best thing is let's just forget about this issue of Igbo narrative or Yoruba narrative or Hausa narrative. The best thing is to unite and see how the country can move forward, rather than singing song of Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, and this and that.
Baba Akure, now that the elections are over, how do we bring the Igbos back home, back into the warm embrace of their cousins from the southwest? How do we bring them back?
To where? To the southern part of Nigeria, or where?
No, to come and give us a hug. How do we get them to come and give us a hug?
Well, the point is that I think the election is done right now, because this is what we should be thinking about. That election will come and election will go. And these people, these politicians, they don't really care. Even those who are singing song, like I said, they recorded one song in Ekiti State. And I was saying to myself, I said, is this really Nigeria that we're talking about, that we think?
Oh yeah, what's the song? Give us how does it go?
It is in Yoruba language anyway.
Don't worry, a lot of us understand Yoruba.
Yeah. Anyway, Ola we really understand, because he is from Ekiti. So this is how they sing the song. They said, Imo moji kobo kobo ba ekoloria.
Kobo kobo.
I think Ola will understand that anyway. So and I said to myself, what is the meaning of this? Because you know if you understand that dialect, you will really understand the tone and the meaning of that song. And I now said to myself, I said, what is the meaning of all this nonsense? So even those young girls that sing that song, right? They must have even been maybe in secondary school, or maybe in level 2 or whatever. You don't even know how you are going to get. Anyway, they will pay them anyway. They pay them to sing that kind of song. It was very melodious anyway, but the wordings. And I now say to myself, We all know that Lagos belongs to Yoruba. Even Igbo self, they can say whatever they want to say. They know that Lagos belongs to Yoruba. There's no way you can fly all the way from Anambra and come and claim a Lagos state. It's not possible. In the heart of Baland. So it is not possible. So this is what people supposed to know, rather than singing song of war, singing song of hatred.
But do you think for the healing
hold on one man.
All right, carry on.
Do you know what made me more angry about this whole scenario is that even you see educated individual that went to
like people like Ola and Vatai.
I don't know anyway. Even those who went to university, elderly people still supporting this type of behaviors too. I said, yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. They cannot come. And I said to myself, seriously, this is how we degenerated.
Baba Akure, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me a question.
As Yoruba people, do you think they would have done all this if nobody did anything to them? Generally speaking, if nobody taunted them or attacked them, do you think they would be making this kind of songs?
Attack them how?
By taunting them.
Like somebody from Igbo attack Yoruba, or is that what you are saying?
All this taunting, all this saying Lagos is no man's land, you're going saying you're a coward, you are this one, you are selling your ancestors' property, and then you are crying, all this kind of verbal taunting. Would an average Yoruba person be
all right, respond to that, Baba Akure, and then I want to move you from that space, but respond to that. I think we spent too much time
on that. Can I ask Baba Akure one question?
Go on now, Kulata.
Baba Akure, do you believe that all animals are territorial in nature? Do you know that for a fact that all animals, not even human beings, all animals are territorial in nature?
Well, that is true anyway.
Do you know that? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Baba Akure, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Long time. This is what please. Understand what you were trying to say, and what people are not getting is that you're looking, just look at what you are saying. You're not trying to listen that what you are saying is the aftermath of what the action that just took place. What will come of that action in the nearest future? All this Lagos no man's land started since 1940. Before my good brother Ola said that. Azik made that pronouncement. Was the resentment Azik saw in the West then that made him make that statement? And we knew what that statement cost then. Jakode used it as his own speech too when he won Lagos State. But he didn't use it as a bad word. He used it as a Lagos is a place of opportunity. But anytime there's an election, it's like a written note down. Anytime there's an election, they have to remove the title and put a different title, but the script is already there. Since 40, Lagos is no man's land. They will say that hatred, they will win, but they will not come back to fix that hatred. That hatred remains. It's not only Igbos. People just think it's only Igbos that use that word for. They have used it against other people in Lagos in time memorial thing now, and they still continue using it, and that will continue bringing distrust. And you want a united Nigeria. For the fact you are using it is not a problem, but sometimes they take it too far. That when it comes to time of healing,
hold on, War Peace. Did you hear what Kulata said?
I understand what Kulata said.
Tell me your understanding of what he said.
He
said.
Hold on. He said territorial. Every animal.
No, he said all animals are territorial.
I heard it. Right. Yeah. The really reason I felt they have to push that mantra at the end of the day is after they lost the presidency in Lagos. So they felt threatened. So they needed to take it all in any way, shape, or course. Not really Sanwo-Olu lose. A lot of people lost like Sanwo-Olu. Even before the Sanwo-Olu election, a lot of people knew that not Igbos would come out to come and vote vote for Gbadebo. People knew that Saluru would still win, but why going that far? Too far?
No. Now
Coming back again.
no. Hold on. Now, what are you saying? It's a political tactic. Is it not a political tactic?
I'm not saying it's not political.
One man.
I'm not saying it's not political tactics.
I know it was a political tactic anyway, but this one gone beyond the boundary.
And a fair means of foul now. Fair means of foul.
Honestly, I never.
Please, you didn't answer my question.
Because somebody talk over your question.
What was the question?
My question is, the average Yoruba person, would they be spilling this kind of things if they were not instigated?
Okay, now for your question, if it is Lagos, I will little bit understand. But going back to Ondo, going back to Ekiti, and sung the same. So what do you know? Somebody who's living in Ekiti, what do you know about what is going on in Lagos?
But Lagos is the jewel in the Yoruba land crown.
It is just what politicians tell them to do. That is what resonates all the way from Lagos to Ekiti State. It's not that we will be hearing this issue of no man's land.
Okay, leave the if it's not answering it, then yeah. All right, back to you, Babakure.
Does that answer your question?
Not really. It was like yes or no.
Okay. Well,
sorry. If you want to take Babakure somewhere, take him there. Don't do it question and answer. Sorry,
that is how I can answer your question.
Sorry. Let's solely put something to you, but put it to him directly rather than a drip something.
I'm not saying what happened is good, but you can't demonize people for reacting. Even if you have the kindest dog on the planet and you corner that dog, even a goat, even a rat, if you corner that rat is going to naturally be forced to attack you back or retaliate. Any species of any animal.
So now you know I have a question for you too, right? Sorry that I'm going to ask you. Use a question to answer your. Question to answer your question. Can you give me one instance that because the issue of narrative of Igbo come to play now? Can you tell me one time that, because I may not have low memory anyway, let me put that way. Can you remind me one instance when Igbo was fighting against Yoruba that brings about all what we see in the last 3 weeks?
Fighting.
Whatever they have done, not really fight. I just use that term. Can you remind me?
He's asking you what underpins the resentment that Babakure feels that Yorubas have against Igbo. What do you think underpins the resentment?
Because see, when the Fulanis were in power, right? There was all this narrative, and when you try to logically speak on it, it's not allowed. When you try to explain what is going on, what is bothering you, it's not allowed. You are giving back with. I don't even want to talk about my experiences right here in Holland. I don't just want to talk about. I've never spoken about it before. Because
give us a flavor, because we want to know what underpins your position too.
Okay. I never even knew I was a Yoruba person till somebody told me that I was a Yoruba person. When I came to Holland, there are some people from a certain region that watched this show. They saw me there. They cornered me and started telling me.
They cornered you because of one man went to Mo?
Yes, wow. They did. Yes, they did. And this is somebody that cuts my hair. You know, I had to not go there anymore because these people they shave my this thing with knife. The way they cornered me so aggressive just because of words. So you can't voice your concerns. You can't voice. So I just want to. I have to move my seat. I have to move from one city to another city. It is worse
Really?
in Germany.
Oh no,
Yes.
no. Why did you? Oh, sorry. Why did? Hold on, Baba Kure. Why? But let me. You still have the floor, but I think Solim is saying something here. You moved from one city to another. Why?
Because they started meeting me and telling me that, why am I saying this about this Nigeria? Why am I saying this one? That if I start saying the truth about Nigeria, all these white people, just some reasons that did not make sense. They basically just telling me that I should mute my voice and I should stop talking about issues. Then always wanting to corner me to talk about Benin people, to talk about Edo people, to talk about these people, and insulting them. And when I don't want to join them, they now start insulting me. So
you were bullied. You were bullied out of the city you lived in.
One man, I don't like Wahala, and I like my freedom of speech. So I left. I left that city.
So, Soli, I have a question for you because you. So now, are you generalizing everybody, or you are just because I set an example of what happened to me, right? I have a business of a vehicle with some guys who happens to be from the east. There is no doubt about that. I will have to mention the region. We have the case. It is this what we are talking about is over $20,000, right? We have the case in the court in Nigeria right now, right? I mean, we have the case going on in Nigeria right now. After we've already done with this one, we cannot even find him here. But I'm telling you now, I also have another person from the east that don't even know me from Adams, just because of what he heard from his colleagues, and pay about 3 million into my account that I should do something for him here.
Baba Kure, it was 5 million 10 minutes ago. Is it?
No. I rephrased that. I rephrased that at that time. It is just a mistake, right? Actually, it is the money that person's paying to my account was 2.9 something into my account, or about 3 million, to do something for him. I never knew this person. So now remember, somebody want to scam me with $20,000, over $20,000, right? And another person from the same place now that doesn't even know me from anywhere, but just because he heard from somebody, then deposit that money into my account. And trust me that, okay, we didn't believe that I would abscond with his money. So how can you compare that? And I think we have to deal with individually. I mean, we have to deal with individual person, not generalize everybody. Are we going to say that we don't have Nigeria Yoruba that does that too? Are we going to say that? Absolutely not. I have a colleague here that came here. They say, oh, well, when she came and she said, oh, they've already told me that not to mingle with any Yorubas. I said, if you don't mingle with this person that is talking to you, you made a very big mistake. That it was even me put them through of what they need to do and to achieve whatever they need to achieve. So we cannot say because you have somebody who cut your hair somewhere that then you have to generalize.
That's not what I said, Baba Kure. I said the question I asked was that if they were not instigated in the first place, do you think they would make that song?
All right.
Then I said to you that give me one instance where Igbo attack Yoruba or in another way that underpin what transpired in the last 3 years.
You know what I really think, Baba Kure, just to and then you can have the final word on that Igbo space. I think what we have with the Igbos and the Yorubas are sibling rivalries. I don't know if you have a brother or a sister, but then you know what sibling rivalry is. The Igbos and the Yorubas are so similar in so many ways. The Yorubas used to be the alpha in whichever situation they find themselves, number one. The Igbos used to be in the alpha in whichever situation they have themselves, also number one. So is that battle for supremacy? It's a battle for supremacy between the Igbos and the Yorubas. I think that is what I think that's a side dish fight that has been going on. It's been a friendly rivalry, but sometimes it spills over to an ugliness. But there's always been that thing there of who is better than whom. And it's always like that narrative within the Nigerian space. So yeah.
One man, you could be right. I mean, I would say you are right. The same thing happened between Nigeria and Ghana. When we're talking about Nigeria and Ghana, we always that rivalry will always be, but not issue of going to like extreme, like no. What happened in the last 3 weeks against these people? I think.
Yeah, no, it was an ugliness. An ugliness took place during that election, They are human beings and they are Nigerians, so then they need to be treated very well. I'm not saying those who want to be bad though, but you cannot generalize everybody. That is my point here. But you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised that the Southeasterners have a generalized narrative about the Yorubas too. You know, people, they smell. You know, it's just the way we are now. You think they say nice words about us? No, of course they don't. You know that.
If you say so, but
you know that now. We all know that. It's sibling rivalry.
I think we need to get away with this thing and hit Nigeria and see how Nigeria can move forward. That is what we should be thinking.
If the Yorubas and the Igbos, if they can ever come together, which is I don't think they ever can, but if they can ever come together, they will conquer the world. Not Nigeria, they will conquer. If they can work together, they will conquer the world. But I don't think I think we're just fixated with being alpha. And nobody will yield. So I don't know. Maybe it will work. But Baba Akure, there's a particular video, there's a particular clip, there's a particular thing that has been going viral over the last 24 hours. So I'll play you 2 instances of it and I want you to react to it. This is now going on around the world.
This is my Nigerian passport. And it doesn't even matter whether I am Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa. The bottom line is I am Nigerian, and that comes first. Nigeria has failed us. We have hoped for a better country. My wife is Yoruba, and I never intended for Peter Obi to be the leader of Nigeria because he is Igbo. But I wanted him to be the president because of what he has to offer, what it brings to the table for Nigerians. And for that reason, because of what has transpired in this last election, from today, I refuse to be associated with anything regarding Nigeria. This is my passport. Nigeria is a failed state. Nigeria is a failed nation. Telling Igbos to go back to where they come from. Are you people stupid? Are you all mad? Are you all crazy? Nigeria is a failed state.
And Baba Akure is, like I said, is viral around the world, so everybody is doing it.
As you can see. So I deny to be a Nigerian. I hope you can see. I can't be in a country that has no constitution, that has no regard to human life, that has no regard to humanity. Nigeria has failed. Nigeria has failed. I cannot be in a country that has no law of humanity. Nigeria has failed its own people. The law also has failed. The law also has failed.
That's an act against the state, by the way, and it's an arrestable offense. But like I could show you 3-4 more. Is everybody seems to be doing it.
Are you really serious, one man?
Yes, it's a criminal act. Yes, I'm sure you know that.
No. The way people are.
It's expired passport.
You cannot really say that. You cannot really say that.
Sorry, Bakure. Even there's a expired passport. What those people are doing is wrong. You too wrong cannot make it right. That's the other part I always have problem with these people. They take everything to the extreme. You don't have right to destroy Nigerian passport. You don't have right to set this kind of narrative on air because you lost an election. That's the part they don't know how to play politics. They don't know how to calm down, when to calm down. Let people take your cause for you, not you be on the forefront shouting your cause. Like they say that when the king starts saying he's a king, there's no longer a king, he's no longer honorable anymore. If you want to push an honorable idea, or people want to have sympathy with you, let people push it, not you. You understand? So it's very wrong for these Igbo people to start infusing this kind of stuff. When people start coming around using it against you, you start saying they don't like Igbo, but you give them the room to use it against you. That is my submission.
I'm not sure if the first guy was Igbo, because his accent.
That guy was.
It doesn't see one man. It doesn't matter when you start this kind of thing. People will attribute to one certain people because they're always fond of doing it. So people will not think anymore. Just say yes, it's them, and they will still join. They will not still like backtrack or like stand aside. They'll still join it, and people yourself, you said it. They are the one doing it. You know. I know so many people have been doing it, and I think they are very, very, very stupid to take your passport. Of course, it's an arrestable offense. It's not your property. They don't even know. You can't take Nigerian passport.
They would think that, oh, I pay my money, but that is too far anyway. I know that a lot of people went through a lot of things. Even I made to understand that some people even died because of Peter Obi laws, or some people cannot eat because of Peter Obi laws. I don't really care. I eat my food that very day. I even eat more than 2 times or 3 times safe. So anytime I'm feeling hungry, I just have to eat something. Doesn't really matter to me. That's Nigerian problem. If Nigerians say, oh, we don't want this person, there's nothing I can do about it. I cannot help. That is their choice. Like me, I cannot do that. Even the old one, I still have it in my file. That is my identity. That is my identity. It doesn't really matter any flag you see. That is my identity. And nobody can take it away from me. So, and one day, I plan to go back there. Either we pray that it get better, but that is my last place. So I'm not God spare my life. Nigeria is where I was born, and that is my identity. So I'm not going to go to that extreme and destroy my passport. Like I said, you see the one laminated one, the first, the second to the first one.
The one with the hardback, Abi.
Yeah, exactly. I still have it I still have it here. So because that is my history, so I keep them. So I don't think it doesn't make any sense anyway, because that's not a way of doing things. I don't support that anyway, and I cannot do that.
But Baba Kure, because there is no sign that any of these things are going to abate anytime soon. Do you think it's only Peter Obi that can calm the tension in the country? Do you think he has to concede sometime this week just for the country to move on?
Honestly, you see, this is why Kanayo, even though you cannot even pronounce his name very well, because you didn't really want.
Yeah, Kanayo, yes. I like the way he dresses, but I don't know his movies. It reminds me of an old school gentleman, but yeah.
I think that is why he's saying that, because the way you put this question now, some people will believe that, oh, it's Peter Obi causing this. I don't see him.
No, it's not Peter Obi causing it, but it's the narrative around his storyline that is causing it.
That is not accept defeat. Where?
Yeah, he should accept defeat and move on.
Well, it is a man. If it is just because of him, if it is you are not good. You want to see to the last point anyway. But to me,
Baba Akure, I think he's waiting for a payout. He's negotiating a payout. That's why. This situation is a $2 billion situation. I think he's negotiating a payout.
I cannot really tell, because Nigeria is a very funny place. Nigeria is a very funny place, because you see somebody today now, you say, oh, this man, oh, he's not going to do this, and you just see them fall flat. I was listening to somebody, one of these comedian who championed the Yoruba nation and was talking against Tinubu. Against Tinubu, talking against the same Sanwo-Olu. October 2020, right? Is it 2020 or 2021?
Yeah, thereabouts.
That very time, this guy released his album that, let Kisho get Sawolu did this, Tinubu did this, and all kind of things. Tinubu didn't go to Igangan and visit some people there. The same guy today now is the person that is even championing the same Sawolu. So one that I never heard in Nigeria. So I don't know. I would just have to be in the middle. I don't know. Maybe it is 2 million. Maybe if they give him 2 million, it will just come. But I don't know. I don't know, because anything. Nigeria is a very funny place. But no matter what, that is my identity, that is my country. So there is nothing I can do than to be talking and see if we can unite and get the place better.
All right. There's a video clip that I want to play, but it's long and involved. It's about Rotimi Amaechi, but I'll save it for later. But before I go on to Kolata, so Baba Akure, the elections have now come and gone. So just give us in a couple of minutes your verdict on it. So tell us your take on what happened.
Well, looking at it generally, I don't see it to be free and fair election. Some say it is free and fair election. Well, that is their own opinion. But in my own opinion, looking at what I've seen so far, because this election, the election we had right now, it is not different from what we had in 1983. I posted something on my YouTube, on my WhatsApp page, and I know that Mr. Alexander Gomez saw that message, and I said we should be very careful the way our position is going on, so that we don't turn to what happened in old Ondo State. When Ondo State, we understand what I'm talking about. When Ondo State and Ekiti State, they were still one state at that time. We understand what happened in 1983. I can talk about that very well, and I posted it on my WhatsApp page. So I don't see it to be free and fair election. To me, I think that is my own opinion anyway.
Okay, hold on. You can say it's not a free and fair election, but this question is separate from free and fair. Do you think the results broadly represent the will of the people? And hold on, when I say the people, I'm talking about from Sokoto to Lagos, not just from Anambra or to Abeokuta, from Sokoto to Lagos. Does the result broadly, and that's going to be a question that I'm going to start everybody with as well. Does the result broadly represent the will of the people right across the board?
Well, one man, if I will tell you, right, I'm going to be in the middle. Why? The reason why is that some of northern states, particularly this governorship election, I see that there's some transparency in their voting pattern and the way everything went well. Particularly, I will say Kano State. Why? Because the election, I think election there is no issue of APC win or NNP won the election there. Meanwhile, it's APC state. I want to believe that one is moderately okay. But when you're talking about other states, I will not say that, particularly from southeast to southwest, I'm not going to say that it represented the will of God, because there's a lot of violence and things like that. So
but the violence is still the back. No, the violence is a backdrop. Because what I'm asking you is to discount, or even considering, even with the regain, with the violence, with everything. Does Sheyi Makinde, for instance, who won Oyo State, does that broadly represent what the Oyo State people wanted?
Yes.
Does Sanwo-Olu winning Lagos State, does it broadly represent what the Lagos people want?
No.
It doesn't. The Lagos people did not want Sanwo-Olu.
No. You know the reason why. You know the reason why I say that. You know the reason why. This is not issue of. I'm going to put issue of Igbo or whatever, or issue of Labour Party, or issue of PDP, or issue of I don't like APC. I'm going to put that away. My problem with Lagos is that there is over violence. If Sanwo-Olu win, I don't have any problem with that. But
without the violence, will Sanwo-Olu have won? In your opinion, yeah.
So. I don't think so. That is my own take. I don't think so. It could have been maybe PDP win the election or Labour Party, but I don't think it will have won. Because in as much that you can come out. No. What is condemnable is condemnable, woman. This election, we cannot say free and fair election. I'm very sorry to say it.
But the observers have scored it a pass mark, and the Nigerian Bar Association gave it 80.
Well, because all those people work with governments, they pay ticket, they buy tickets for those observers come to Nigeria. Why would why wouldn't they say that? Because they are benefiting from the rotting of Nigeria. Why wouldn't they say that? When citizens, a lot of things that is going on, even issue of no money in the circulation, no good road, nothing, and some group of people can even come out. I even making announcement that if you are not going to vote for these people, don't come out. It's not in Lagos State alone, woman. I'm not talking of Lagos State alone. It's almost from western, southwest and southeast of Nigeria, south. There's some violence in northern part of Nigeria, but not as much as that of southern part of Nigeria. That is a fact. When some group of people would come out and tell you, I see governor of Delta State, even on camera saying that, oh, if you're not voting for so parties, don't come out too. So the governor turned to talk too. Then you want to tell me that I should say free and fair election? You know, one man, honestly, I think the problem we are having here itself is this issue of Beaver or IRF or whatever. Because we don't have this violence before. People snatch ballot.
Baba Kure, how much of a role do you think smartphone and social media played in this election? Is it more violent, or are we evidencing it more?
It is more violence, and there's a lot of evidence go along with that. So, there is no justification for the election we just had. No justification that it's free and fair election. I think
can I make 1 second clarification?
Carry on.
No, hold on, son.
Yeah.
Beavers. We don't have beavers. Maybe we wouldn't have even experienced what we are experiencing right now. Maybe we might not have so much disappointment that people come on live making video tearing Nigerian passport. Maybe we wouldn't even have that. And then we just go to the polling booth, they give us our paper, and we turn print and we go on our business. But this issue of beavers already give a lot of hope, raise hope of many Nigerians, millions of Nigerians. That is why you are seeing people being tearing their passport and this and that. And I think that is why we have this so much violence. And people can come out. In 2015, did you see anybody came out and ringing bell that if you do not want to vote for this party, don't come out? Did you hear that? We did not. But this issue of beavers now, that is what brought all these problems, because people are desperate because they know that okay, there's no way they can rig election like before. So to me, to cap it,
Baba, correct, cap it with this. At the presidential election, do you think it broadly represents the will of the people? And again, when I say the will of the people, I have to remind you that I'm talking about the people from Borno to Sokoto, all the way down to Lagos and Ogun. So the entirety of the country, not the southwest or the southeast, where the noise is coming from, but the totality. is that representative of the voting pattern of the people in this election, the presidential election?
No, sir. Is that answer? Does that answer your question?
No, expand on that. No, expand on it.
The point is that if there's a lot of irregularity, that is why I'm saying that. And this issue, like I will still go back to the issue of beavers. At they upload the results at once, like they promised, because you see everybody is trying to justify now that, oh, where INEC has tried to, then you shouldn't have even said that in this first instance. You should have said that, oh, we from local from polling booth, you send it to. So that is why that I do not believe that, because I know that there's a lot of rigging. It's not issue of Peter Obi or Labour Party or whatever. I'm just being in the middle here. I saw a Labour Party agent, and was right at the back of. I saw it in the video, and was at the back of one presiding officer when that one was shading things, and he didn't do anything. So I don't think it really represents people. It doesn't really matter either Tinubu win or Labour Party or Atiku. My point is that it should have been give everybody free chance and follow through with your promises. That okay, we are going to send it from polling booth all the way to the INEC server.
All right. Final question. Do you think Tinubu is going to make a good president?
Well, one man, I've been saying this for a very long time, right? If there was a time that I said, well, if Tinubu win, you never can tell him I even be the best president that we ever had. If eventually, if he becomes, if they declare him, if they go up to Supreme Court and they still affirm him to be the president-elect, good luck. The point is that I am not going to say that it's not going to be a good
Do you wish him well?
Of course, I wish him well. And you know the reason why I said that why I want to believe that it might even better. Do you know the reason? 2 reasons. Number one, because they now see that people are against them, particularly youth, most of the youth. Because if you look at what happened, they couldn't even believe that. Remember,
by saying most of the youths, do you mean most of the southeastern youths and some of the southwestern youths?
One man.
Are the youths in Sokoto against him in Yobe?
So what happened to those youth that voted for Peter Obi in
Plateau?
Is it?
I am not aware. I'm not aware that any of them did. I have the numbers. I'm not aware.
One man. You know what you are doing anyway, but I can tell you.
No. So sorry. Sorry, Baba Kure. You know what I'm challenging is the universality of that word youth, because when they say youth, then that youth it speaks to the youth. I was listening to Prince Adebayo, the SDP candidate, who was breaking down the Nigerian youth for us in one platform that I was listening to. And he was telling us that if you take the 25-year-old man in Yoruba land, in Igbo land, he's just finished uni, completing his master's, is a single guy out in town. If you take that 25-year-old young man, if you take him in Sokoto in Kebbi, is a father of 4 and a head of an household with 3 wives. So this is what the youth is not a universal youth, and the youth experience is not national as we imagine. Youths are different, and that father of a household with 6, 7 children, his thinking is like an adult. But that 25-year-old in Igbo land, Yoruba land, he's still some funky guy that's getting an allowance from daddy, almost certainly, still thinking that he's some hip-hop kid and whatever. They're still idealistic and still out there. But the youth, 25-year-old in Sokoto, is a full-grown man.
So,
one man, some of them, even up to the age of 40, they are still calling themselves youth.
Well, one man, you might be right with that, but I know for a fact that a lot of at least middle-aged person, let me put that way, voted for Peter Obi and PDP at that time anyway. So now I'm going to go back to the issue of Tinubu as a president of Nigeria. If eventually everything wind down and eventually carry on with his duty, I think I want to believe that he might be at least a little bit maybe better anyway. You never can tell, because number one, you see the issue of a lot of criticism against him might make him want to really perform right very well. That is my own opinion anyway. It might be different from other people. Then secondly, being the fact that he didn't really have support of many Nigerians, particularly youth, middle age, youth to middle age. I would say to that. And I think he's a man that is ruthless. I want to believe that. You know, if you remember what I said the other time, that I don't think he is going to be the person that European can be pushing around. Because during campaign, you see that he said he was talking about the issue of climate change, that he said something that I was just like, this man is crazy, man. Saying that he said something that, okay, it is not me going to, like, if they want to do something, they can just carry their climate change, they can carry it to themselves, and we do our own thing from here. So somebody who is saying that, I think he is not the person that is going to really bow to pressure of European Union and Americans. I don't really want to believe that anyway. It might change down the line. And I also cite an example of Obasanjo, because at that time, I, as an individual, I didn't even support Obasanjo at that time when in 2009, right? 1999. I supported Olufalaye. Anyway, Olufalaye is my kinsman. Like you said that you have attachment with your own. So I think I had an attachment with my own at that time. I supported Olufalaye anyway. But eventually, a lot of Yoruba didn't even support Obasanjo. But eventually, it turned out to be, it might be a corrupt, as we say, that is a corrupt man. You should have done this, you should have done that when he was there. Fine. But we cannot take away from him all those things that we achieved at that time, like issue of GSM. I know that some people saying that, oh, well, even it doesn't really matter either. In whichever way, GSM will still come to Nigeria, but it was done. He did it when he was there, so we cannot take it away from him. Anytime we're talking about it, will have to be on his name, and we have to talk about the issue of minimum wage and things like that. So, and pay our debts that we had with World Bank at that time, and clear our debt. So all these things you cannot take it away from him. We didn't support him, so it might turn out like the same Tinubu now might even be better than that of what Obasanjo did during his time. So we just wait and see what is going to do anyway.
Right, brilliant.
What I know for sure is that I don't see him to be bowed down to any pressure from either from inside or from outside. That is one thing that I think I can say about him.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Stay with us, Baba. But I want to quickly go to Kulata, who may well have to
clarification.
Yeah, all right, but yeah, make the clarification, because I want to get Kulata because he has an important meeting to go to. But just to get go on.
Just quickly, just because Baba is still here, because I think I understand it's in a joking format, a form like you reference Ola and Fatai. So I just want to say, look, I got into all this conversation. I don't care about tribal conversations, right? I consider my contribution, my talking as a contribution to national discourse, right? And I felt like that at the junction where the country is about to turn from, I felt that at least that from anywhere below face, I felt Tinubu is a great candidate to get in there, and that's essentially sums up my contribution, and I consider it a contribution to national discourse. The other part of the tribe or whatever of this one that later came in is, caught up in the wind, really. And I never expressed any tribal anything, right? I just expressing logical things with whatever knowledge I know and with logical estimation. And this is my opinion. I don't say there should be anything, but I know for sure humans are territorial animals, and that's what I try to express. A lot of words are broken out from territory and everything I try to say. And with regard to collateral, it's not that all animals are territorial. All animals are not territorial. I mean, that will lose the meaning of territoriality. Few animals are territorial, and humans are highly territorial. You know, it's and that's the point I was expressing. I'm not in Nigeria. I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to do anything. So I just know that for sure humans are highly territorial, and we all need to respect boundaries.
All right, Fatai, that was a throwaway comment by me, by the way. I remember when you first used to come, when the conversation got a bit too ethnic, you used to leave. So nobody can accuse you of being tribal. But thank you for that clarification, Fatai. Baba Kure, let's go on to collateral. And as I said, I'm going to kick the space off with the question that I asked you, because I think it's important to ask others. So collateral, I'll kick it off. Given all that has happened, the violence, the this and that, the made up stories and the facts and all of it, would you concede or would you disagree that the election that just went on, it broadly represents, the outcomes of it broadly represents the will of the people? Let's start it off from there.
To a large extent, yes, it did. To a large extent. I mean, which result are we really questioning? I mean, let's get to that. Are we trying to say someone that came third came first, or someone that came second came first? Which one are we on? And are we thinking that Gbadebo will have beaten Sanwo-Olu? I mean, assuming there was no shenanigans, there was no way Gbadebo could have beaten Sanwo-Olu. Gbadebo is not experienced. It is not experienced, and people know that. So what exactly are we? Well, why exactly are people? I mean, people get upset after you lose an election. It's normal. It's normal. You go through the 5 stages of grief, like. But I don't see any anomaly in this election. Because if I've seen any anomaly in this election, my projection with the election will not be as close as it is, because that was the general feeling of what was going to happen. It was only if you buried your head in the sand of emotions that you would not have seen it. It was clear. The handwriting was clear. If PDP was united, PDP will have won the election. PDP divided into 3. How do you expect one of the PDPs to win the election? It was not possible. So it was fractured, it was fragmented, and the least fractured part won. It's very obvious. So it represented the will of the people. The only problem is the guy that won has one of the least votes for any winning candidate that I have seen in Nigeria. So he has a lot of work to do, because 8 million or whatever voted for him. The rest did not vote for him. So it could have been a vote against him. But the vote against him got divided. But does it represent the will of the people that voted for him? Yeah, of course it does. And if you run it many, many more times, it's going to be the exact same result, unless PDP unites. So the election, it is what it is, and grieving people they'll get used to it, and at the end of the day, they'll give up. We all do it if our candidate doesn't win. When Trump won, I was upset. I was upset for 4 years. But that me being upset, I learned a lot of lessons in politics. I think that was what got me out of emotional politics, that 2016 election. It was brutal, because I thought people knew better. I thought people stood up for something. And then when I now saw so-called born-again Christians fanning over him, I mean, that really cleared my head. Like, what the hell am I experiencing? So since that time, I've kind of wiped out emotions from all this stuff. It's all politics. So it does represent the will of the people. So nobody tells you
the totality from state, from federal to state, because in a man in lost his seat to a Labour Party candidate. Peter Obi won Lagos State.
Peter Obi won Lagos.
Atiku won Osun State.
Kwakwanzo won Kano. Atiku won Osun. They lost Katsina. They lost Kaduna. They lost Yobe. Can you imagine Yobe? They lost Gombe. And look at those elections now. APC won them. So that means there were more votes against Tinubu versus this. So the tribal thing played out during the general election everywhere. The religious thing played out. And I mean, what are we talking about? Peter Obi won Delta State by wide margin, even with Okowa there, Okowa bribing in his own state. Peter Obi tear that state apart. Peter Obi won Edo State better than what we expected. We weren't expecting he would win. He won it big time. As in, he won in Plateau State, for crying out loud. He came second in Benue State. He did well in Taraba State. He won Nasarawa. I did not see that coming. So what is everybody talking about? Like it did not represent the will of people. You lost. You lost. Keep moving. You don't have to, I mean, be moping all over the place.
Kolata, you said you lost, keep moving, but there is still a high tension in the land. You've just seen clips of people tearing up their passport, and Kanayo is even more fuel in the scene that Peter Obi is about to be arrested. So how do you see the coming together of the country? What pathway does Obi have to come out publicly to concede the election because it is his space now that is really holding the country to hostage? Does he have to come up and do the gentleman thing and then just let the country move on?
It won't do it. Peter Obi will not do it. He will go to court. He will go to court because he cannot concede now. Look at his fans. Look at their behavior. If he concedes, he's lost them. So he has to fight and keep fighting. He has to fight until the court tells him, hey, guy, time out. So he's not going to quit now. He can't quit. And in terms of healing, a part of this country will not heal. So let's get that straight. Because the Southeast won't heal from this. Because
is this going to be the new Biafra space narrative?
Yeah, but I was going to go to that. When Jonathan lost, the South recovered from it. The Southeast still never recovered from it. Because it was after that Jonathan's election 2015 that Nnamdi Kanu started making noise around 2016. And you know, it is never, since that noise started, it's never reversed. So, but when we say the path, we need to be very, very careful. There are many, many from the Southeast that are not like that. That are not like that. But a lot are like that they can't recover from this. A lot of people from the Southeast don't really care. They just want to do their business and move on. But the people that are political there will never, ever, ever stop crying. And look at what happened to Jonathan. They didn't recover from it. Now look at Peter Obi that comes from Anambra. How do you think they're going to recover from it? And it's also painful on behalf of the Southeast because this is actually devastating. Because this Tinubu of a guy, if the guy leaves, if he's alive, there's no way you're going to beat him. You'll win the second election. And it's not just winning the second election. If he still has enough health, he will make sure his party wins the election and the next election after that. So we're talking about another 16 years before the Southeast has another realistic shot. And that is if they don't get played by the South or the Southwest. So it's an emotional thing. It's an emotional thing. If you care about politics, is an emotional thing because you're talking about 16 years for people that act that way, and I need to differentiate. Not everybody from the Southeast are like this. So please, let's not stereotype. For the people that are that really want power, I find out that a lot of people that really want power are the people attracted to the Biafra ideology somehow, because I think that cry for it is a cry for wanting to be heard, wanting to have representation at the very top. And it's fair. It's a fair cry. We need someone that will be of Southeastern origin, that will be president of Nigeria. That will be an amazing day. But it takes a lot of work to get there. And I'm not seeing people wanting to put that amount of work.
Have we identified that person? Because there's
No, I don't think so.
Because the Nigerians, when I'm saying the Nigerian state, of course it includes the southeast as well. But there's the Nigerian space. They recoil from the southeast when it comes to the presidency, because there's a sense of unease. But I cannot think of a name in the southeast that that has that crossover.
There is now. We've said it many times. Okorocha has crossover appeal, but the southeast. The unfortunate thing is, a lot of politicians that have crossover appeal in the southeast are not liked by the people from the southeast. So Okorocha can campaign in Yoruba, he will blend in. He can campaign in the north. He can speak outside. His business was in not Jos or Plateau or somewhere. He lived a ton of his life up north. So someone like that can blend with the core northerners. He will blend in. But is one of the derisory examples that is used. Who is going to vote for Okorocha? So you have someone like that I feel has cross appeal. It may not be the greatest guy or the greatest candidate, but he has crossover appeal. But the people that they will love will not have crossover appeal, like someone like Abaribe. Nobody will want to vote for someone like Abaribe if he wants to go for presidency now. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, it's too ethnic.
It's too one kind. It's too
ethnic. You can say it now. It's too ethnic.
No, it's too sentimental. I'll say sentimental. I don't like dealing with.
I know. Carry on.
It's too sentimental but that is the guy they will love. But other people will not love that kind of guy. Peter Obi that came out, if there was no NSAS opportunity lane for him to pick up, and if there was no Muslim ticket, I think it would have been a disaster. If there was no Muslim ticket, this Christian campaign that he did would not have gotten him anywhere if there was another Christian on the ticket. And if there was no NSAS, he wouldn't have had this NSAS move. So he was just a lucky guy at the right time. But what's the best that came out of it? Third. He came third with a 2.7 million difference between him and the person that came first. That's not a trivial number. So it's an unfortunate thing. They have 16 years to get it right. 16 years is a long time. It's a long time.
But Tinubu has been permutating since 2007. So that's sort of like the broad areas of it. But Kulata, let me take you to the space. The final dregs of the elections are still being swept up, and they are now being swept up. Let me bring you this. The PDP flag. Let me bring you this. The People's Democratic Party governorship candidate Fubara has been declared the winner of Saturday's governorship election in the state. We're talking about Rivers State. The PDP flag bearer won in 23 local government areas of the state. The INEC returning officer, Professor Rim Ruke, said the PDP candidate scored 302,614 to defeat his closest rival, Tonye Cole of the APC, who scored 95,274. So there it is. Look at that. So there it is. And just to add on to that, the one that we were all hopeful for, the lady in Adamawa State, it looks as though that word that we thought eluded us in this particular cycle, inconclusive, they've declared that the space inconclusive, but the lead that the incumbent has 421,524, and she has 390,275. So it looks as though that hope for a female, they are going to be run some local government areas, but it looks as though that hope for a female governor is still something we have to look forward to in the future.
Well, they called it inconclusive because the number of cancelled votes is higher than the difference in votes between both of them, right?
Yes.
So in that case, where would they do reruns? Is it a general rerun or is it a general rerun or just specific areas?
No, I think it's about 10 local government areas. They're doing reruns in 10 local government areas.
Yeah, so she has no. It's difficult for her then.
Hmm.
Because she won the initial tally, and I think the guy rigged it. That's what the APC guys are saying, sure. So that's a one-sided narrative. I don't know how true that is. But it would be nice to have an elected female governor. It would be very nice. That would be the first elected female governor in Nigeria. So, and I mean, it will be something to look up forward to. I hope she wins. But I mean, there's not been too many surprises in this election. I think, the biggest surprise in this governorship circle is Zamfara. I did not believe what happened. PDP won Zamfara big time. So Zamfara is supposed to be like an APC strong state. They even delivered for Tinubu, but PDP won it.
But in this cycle, APC took 16 states, PDP took 9, and then they are projecting. Oh God, did this happen? Did Kwakwanso take Taraba?
Kwakwanso, okay, Taraba.
Yeah. Yes.
How? NMPP.
Let me just double. Sorry, I have to share this screen because I'm not sure what I'm saying, but let me share this screen. This is from Reuters. Yeah, this is from Reuters, I think. But is it? Yeah, it's from. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's from Reuters or not, but it's saying APC leading in 16 states, PDP in 9, NMPP in 2. But then the second one that they're showing,
NMPP has taken Taraba. You're right. I'm looking at it.
Yes.
No, 10 out of 16 local governments reporting, but based on this trajectory, they're going to take it. Wow.
I didn't say that. I didn't see that coming.
I didn't see that coming either. Wow.
You would have thought go on, because it's nowhere near his sphere of influence.
No, Taraba is a Christian state. All politics is local, man. All politics is local. Maybe they just have a great candidate and people love the candidate. I did not see that coming. Taraba.
No, I think this may be incomplete because somebody is saying that PDP took it. So.
Oh, PDP. Oh, because it's showing 10 out of 16 local government areas in the one you're looking at. If you click on it, it's not a full result.
All right.
Wow. That would be shocking, though. So, I mean, the elections generally represent the will of people. Or the unfortunate part of it is the violence. Like, the violence that was the sad part of it, especially this governorship one. But that is exactly what happens when you have technology that prevents a lot of the cheating that they used to cheat before. The only thing you can resort to, or one of the things you can resort to, is voter suppression. And voter suppression still happens even in the United States, in America. Voter suppression happens. We cry about it every 4 years. They try and suppress the black votes, if you guys pay attention to American news. So, unfortunately, as technology gets better in our elections, voter suppression will be the tool that will be used. And it's going to continue to happen, unfortunately.
Do you think the electoral violence in let's say Lagos State, do you think it was over amplified? Because I heard of skirmishes, but I didn't hear that there was violence everywhere. Was it over amplified? Did they blow it up too much?
Because everybody was focusing on Lagos, and the method used in Lagos was very, very tribal. Let's be honest with ourselves. You can't be going around and asking if someone is Igbo, or if you're not going to vote APC, don't come out. Come on now. Let's be honest. That's not cool. That's not nice. That's very, very ethnic. So Lagos deserves the attention because of the ethnic turn that it took. If it was just political party versus political party violence, like it happens in Rivers State, I mean, there are more violence in states like Rivers In even Benue, people died in. I mean, a guy died in Benue. There are different places people died, but Lagos. I only know of one person that died. Maybe there are more. I know that they killed one APC thug in Okota, and some Ijoma lady said she beat up a policewoman or something. I was just hearing something along those lines. But the noise about Lagos, the attention, I mean, it's deserved attention because of the ethnic undertone that it took. So that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I think Sowolu will have won even without all that, because Gbadebo is a crap candidate now. So anyway, what is done is done. I do hope that the state heals up quickly. I mean, we don't need to create this kind of divide. I know the situation. I know there are a few. I mean, let's point out the people that are doing the bad things. It's not Yoruba that attacked Igbo. It's APC thugs that have attacked Igbos. So don't blame Yoruba. It's not all Igbos that said there's no man's land. It's a few braggarts that was shouting Lagos is a no man's land. So if we take negative aspect of each group and amplify it, then we're not showing our education. We know people that did these things. We know the specific, I mean, they're thugs that did it on behalf of a political party. Call those thugs out. And then there's some braggadocious people that were blasting Lagos with no man's land. Call those people out. Don't make it feel like, oh, every Igbo is this, every Yoruba is this. I mean, come on now. We don't want another Rwanda. I mean, we don't need that. Let's like we can do better than that. Let's call the culprits out. We need to call the culprits out. What was done was not fair. It wasn't fair. You can't have thugs harassing people around. Even some Yorubas that have light skin. I mean, you know the turn that can take if it gets more serious. That's. I mean, I don't want anything that will turn into some sort of ethnic genocide. I mean, anything that even smells like that is wrong. They shouldn't do it anymore. It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
Zulum wins Borno State by 85%. If there was one election that is not contendable, that's probably that. I think that's pretty much what people expected. Zulum wins by 85%.
Zulum is a performing governor now, so that's the will of the people. The governor that performs. And when you look at the governor that doesn't perform, that still struggle to win, like Ogun State, I was expecting that they'll beat Dapo Abiodun. I'm disappointed that they even won. He still won, but he struggled to win. But look at Oyo State. He won comfortably now because the people like him. So I mean, this election is. You may not like the election if your candidate did not win, but the election is is roughly accurate, in my opinion.
But if you look at the election, Kulata, the establishment won all the way through. They took Lagos State and held it. Seyi Makinde had an establishment figure. He held the state. What's it called? El Rufai. He's installed Ubasani as the governor of Kaduna State. But he won. So, but he couldn't deliver at the federal level, but he won. Yemsin Wike, he won River State. So the only space that you say they established is just Kano State, but largely the establishment won this election. The establishment.
But some people are now saying that it looks like Kwakwanso and Tinubu had a deal. I don't know how far that is true. That Kwakwanso and Tinubu had a deal.
All right, take Kano, but stop Atiku Abi. Take Kano, but stop Atiku.
Take Kano, because look at the number of votes Atiku got in Kano. Nothing. Did he get even over 100,000? He gets something like, I think, got 100 and something thousand. That's a northern guy in Kano getting like 100 and something thousand. So Tinubu already lapped him by close to 400,000 in Kano alone. So if Kwakwanso was not there, who knows what will have happened? Who knows what will have happened? So people are saying, Who is that?
Baba Akure.
There's background noise.
Baba Akure wants to come in.
Yeah, please come in.
Okay. With what you said, I want to compare what happened or your state, right? With what you are saying, because I see that during presidential election, APC won Oyo State, right?
Yes.
Look at what happened. So it is. I think there is a bargain. In fact, when I saw that result yesterday, I said, "No, there is a bargain here. There was a bargain here." I think they will compensate that APC guy anyway. I know. I said no. So how could a president win? APC win Oyo State?
Oyo State.
And PDP win. So something is going on there anyway. It's very funny. Very funny place. Anyway.
The same thing repeat in Rivers anyway, but Ikolata, yes.
Yeah, you know, the G5 negotiation, I think it panned out correctly in Oyo State and Rivers State. The southeastern governors, forget about that. That was impossible, mission impossible. Obi trounced all of them. So yeah, I think they struck a deal. I think they struck a deal. But the Kwakwanso one, if you look at the result, I can believe it. But when the thing was happening, I actually thought Kwakwanso initially. I thought Kwakwanso was going to drop out. But when the thing kept on going, okay, I knew like it wasn't going to drop out. But I never suspected that maybe they brokered the deal. But like I said, that's a rumor going on. It's not validated. Nobody knows. But knowing what I know now, it doesn't look that far-fetched. Because, they decimated Atiku in Kano. They decimated him in Kano. Decimated him in Lagos. Decimated him in Rivers. Like, what else was left for him to win? So the election has been one of our best elections so far. We're not going to get rid of voter suppression. Voter suppression is actually going to increase as the technology for the election gets better. The opportunities to rig gets lower. They will resort to voter suppression. America, as matured of a democracy as America is, they still resort to voter suppression. So we will have to find a way to deal with it. And another thing, voter suppression, you cannot prove anything in court. What can you take to court and say, so they didn't allow me to go and vote? So that means, what am I supposed to judge on? Am I supposed to take X amount of votes away or add X amount of votes? You can't do that. So that's why voter suppression is now going to get more attractive. And I just pray they just don't continue this ethnic divide. Is not cool. I wish that stops.
It's not looking likely to stop. Let me because Atiku is promoting somewhat of that space still remaining agitated. It says what APC government did to Igbo's. Actually, let me share this. Let me share this because some of the listeners sent this in because they wanted you to react to it. So it says what APC government did to Igbos in Lagos shows Tinubu will rule Nigeria like Germany's Adolf Hitler. So this is it. So it's just the language. The language continues to ratchet up. It's not. This is what I'm saying. Peter Obi has to come out and do something. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Atiku Abubakar, has said that Nigeria under Bola Tinubu's presidency will be reminiscent of Germany under Adolf Hitler, where Jews were targeted and rights to the language, man. Atiku Special Assistant on Public Communication, Mr. Frank Shaibu, said this is actually in a statement on Monday. According to him, the governorship election in Lagos State, where thugs allegedly asked those who were not planning to vote for the All Progressive Congress to return home, was just a tip of what to expect under Tinubu's administration. He added that it was even more disheartening that the thugs working for the APC were profiling voters and beating up those who were of Igbo extraction and asking them to return home. Mr. Shaibu said Tinubu's ultimate plan was to turn Lagos was to turn Nigeria rather into a one-party dictatorship based on the autocratic and totalitarian ideology of Nazism, like Adolf Hitler did in Nazi Germany in the 1930s. So that's the language now. Still, that is something has to be done.
But I think we can all admit here, in all honesty, Tinubu has a thought problem. Tinubu has a thought problem. I repeat, Tinubu has a thought problem. The association is too high. Bayo Nonuga, he did not do him many favors yesterday. Sam Amaechi, or what's his name? That guy that writes columns in what's it called? The Nation, and also speaks in TVC. Even though, I mean, you can't directly tie him with Tinubu, but what he wrote something else today. That, I mean, those are not.
No, speak on that a little bit. What he wrote, because I read it, and let me hear your thoughts first. What did you think of what he said?
I think it was provocative. Like, Tinubu has won. He's talking about the Igbo youths see the Labour Party man's project as their own, but they make the Yoruba youth believe it is for everyone. So Igbo youth see Peter Obi as their own, but for Yorubas, they want to make it like, this is a national project. Yeah, we know, but this is not the time to say that. Because it's like saying Yoruba youths are following Mugu, while Igbo youths are protecting their own.
Sorry, before you, was that a true depiction? What Sam Amaechi, or whatever his name is? It
is a true depiction, because that is why you will have people that support Tinubu. They call those people, you're a tribalist. You support APC, you're a tribalist. And the person telling you you're a tribalist is someone, this literally happened to me. The person calling you a tribalist comes from Anambra, right? Like, it's like, what do Oyinbo call those things? Is like, if you're not aware of yourself, lack of self-awareness, you can't call someone supporting Tinubu as a Yoruba and say that person is a tribalist, while you're Igbo, you're supporting Peter Obi. You don't see yourself as a tribalist. You get what I'm saying? So in the little warped mind, is like, you are the tribalist, meanwhile you are protecting your own. That other person too may be protecting his own. How about that? Or if we take it to where rational people should take it, you don't think that the person maybe supporting Tinubu maybe thinks that, okay, it's past antecedents. This guy is a smart guy. He's a great administrator. That's why I like him. And I like him because I'm more familiar with his work. Maybe because I lived in his space. You may like Peter Obi because you lived in his space. You're more familiar with his work. It may be something as simple as that, right? If we're being rational. But no, they say, no, you are a tribalist because you support Tinubu. But me, I'm not a tribalist, even though I come from the South, it's because I support Obi. But meanwhile, both of us may just have an argument of competence and even familiarity. Let's even call it familiarity. So and a lot of liberal Yorubas that support Obi, they support him due to fairness and equity. Some of them bought the spin and so on and so forth. But the people pushing him from his area, a lot of them are pushing him because this is the first time that it looks like we're going to get this thing. So while Sam Amaechi may be correct, I believe he is tone deaf. You've won, right? Tinubu has won. Don't rub it in. This is not the time to rub it in. This is the time to try and make peace. The two moves that Tinubu's media arm have created, I have to say I've not been impressed. You don't need to send that kind of message right now. I think this is the time for reconciliation. Whatever tactic has been deployed to win the election, it was successful. Now zip it and move on to reconciliation. Those are not reconciliatory talks. Those are more divisive talk. They should move on from it. If you want, you want.
So that's answer. Can you make a clarification? I didn't get it. You said Tinubu has a thug problem. Are you saying the person of Tinubu, or I don't get the divide?
He has a thug. Tinubu has a thug problem, meaning Tinubu's associations, his image, the public perception needs to be fixed, because the public perception has to do with thugs and all these things. He needs to fix that as he's going to start governing Nigeria. He needs to fix it.
You mean in his person or other people? I don't get the divide.
The impression, the public perception. It needs an image maker. They need to vamp it.
Public perception doesn't matter.
It matters. If you're a leader, your public perception matters. You don't want people having the wrong opinion, the wrong views about you. That's why you conduct opinion polls, whether they like you or not. Those are things you can delve into. But he needs to try and shed that image, whether it's his fault or not. He has to actively work to step away from that. Otherwise, it's just going to it may drag him down. And if he wants a successful, successful presidency, he needs to be a bit more popular. Right now, it's not a popular presidential elect. Truth has to be told. Out of the people that voted for him, which was no fault of his, it was just the nature of the election. He needs to work on his popularity. If he has an image maker, they need to get to work.
Kulata, a lot of people are... Yeah.
Woman, did you watch this interview of Eseife on Arise News?
No, I haven't yet.
I sent you the video. The interviewer asked him about Tinubu.
Is it Rotimi Amaechi? Rotimi Amaechi, you mean?
Eseife, the president of Anise. He said if Tinubu were to be sworn in, Nigeria won't exist anymore. And
no. I saw that. I ignored it. It's just is that the guy with the white beard?
That's the guy with the white beard. No.
Those are extreme. Yeah. Nobody listens to people like him. But yes, but I did say it though.
Okay.
No, it doesn't have a constituency. Is why it's people that have because even within that space, the Southeast, I don't think that they take his voice for anything, unless I'm mistaken. But Adamawa, you wanted to come in.
But this kind of word, they will take it serious. They don't care the person. They don't care about the messenger anymore.
Oh, all right, because it echoes to the sentiment of the moment, Abi.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, resend it to me on Instagram, and then we'll play it in the course of the session. Resend it to me. Resend it. It's only because I have a list of so many people saying things. I have to easier for you to resend it. But Adamawa will come in.
Yeah, Kulata is saying Tinubu is not a popular candidate, and I want him to expatiate on why he's not a popular candidate.
Let me expatiate now. Because we didn't have a two-way race this time around, we had a four-way race. So when you think about, you can look about it 8 million people voted for Tinubu. I can't count. Let's just say, I don't know what the number is, so I'm just going to make up some number. I think 6 plus 6 plus another 2. Let's just say 14 million people voted for other candidates. So that's technically 14 million people that Tinubu was not their first preference. If this was a ranked choice election, maybe it would have been better. Then we'll know that, okay, in a ranked choice, Tinubu came first, highest, then he came second. It's almost like a ranked choice, but bottom line is this: with less than half of the number of people that voting.
So sorry, by ranked choice you mean pick your first and second choice
and third? Yeah, pick your first and second and third. Yeah, that's the ranked choice. But we don't have that kind of election here.
I think I want to disagree with you.
It's fine. Let me explain what I'm saying first. If out of everybody that voted, you got less than half of them that voted for other candidates, it means right now you're not the most popular president-elect. So I feel you need to do some popular stuff, some image making, just to boost up your boost up your, what's that thing called? Boost up your opinion polls. You can go ahead.
I think you are wrong, Kulata. And why I say you are wrong is that there's an electoral requirement that every candidate have to meet.
But that's not what I'm saying. It's met the requirement.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about election has been won, so we're not even talking about that now.
Yeah, that's what makes him popular, because being able to meet the electoral.
No. What I'm saying is, he's won by the requirement. He had the highest vote among each candidate, but the number of people that did not vote for him is more than the number of people that voted for him. So when you look at the population in whole, at least the voting population, more people voted against him than voted for him. So what that means is, it's not a lot of people's preference, at least the people that voted. So he needs to do.
You have to put the total vote and divide it down.
That's why he won, Ajani Koko. That's not the point. He won the election. He met the criteria, got the highest vote. That's not the argument.
Okay.
The argument is he has a lot of healing to do, because the total number of people that did not vote for him is more than the people that voted for him. That is not determining who won or lost the election. That is determining the people that are not happy that you won. The people that are happy you won, out of the people that voted, you have the highest number. But the people that are not happy that you won, there's still more than the people that voted for you. That's why you have to reach out. I'm not telling him to do a government of national unity. Don't get me wrong. You shouldn't do any nonsense government of national unity. But you try to appeal to people that did not vote for him.
I agree.
But I think Baba Janle Koko's larger point is the argument is neither here nor there. I mean, if you measure by the opposition, I mean, that's I don't think that's a model to measure popularity. It's not a strong model to measure popularity. I think that's the point Baba Janle Koko is making. If you have
Janle Koko is talking about who had the highest number of votes, and that's not my point. My point is different. My point is very, very different from that.
Is different, but that doesn't measure popularity. As you say, if you have 3 strong candidates, right? It doesn't mean. I mean, it's not so straightforward that everybody that voted for Atiku or everybody that voted for Peter Obi doesn't have some interest in Tinubu. So it's more dynamic than that.
Yeah, what we could speculate to the space you are speaking to, Kulata, is who are people more likely to have voted for if one other candidate was not on the ballot? So
exactly,
if we remove that Atiku from the ballot, who would his vote have gone to? Would it have gone to Tinubu or
no? If it's head to head, Tinubu versus Obi, Tinubu will spank Obi.
Yes, and then if we removed Peter Obi from the ballot, who would his vote have gone to?
I feel Atiku will have spanked Tinubu.
So
one man.
Yeah.
There is not even need for speculation. Alaska practices that model. So if you vote in Alaska, they have something priority. So you choose first, the first ballot you choose. When you vote, you choose my first choice, my second choice, my third choice, or whatever like this. And they call it rank voting. So there is already rank. So my point is that this theory is already understood not to be like the number of votes you get is not totally representative. People are already trying new models to understand actually popularity. So and the answer to that is rank voting. And in Alaska, it is being tested in Alaska.
Alaska, they've been using it. They use rank choice.
Wait, let me just land it and leave it. That is how Sarah Palin lost her House of Rep ticket in this just concluded election. So you can take my first rank, second rank, I think up to third rank. So in that way they calibrate it. So even if you get 30%, it doesn't really mean you are 30% popular. You can get 30% and be 80% popular among the people because of rank voting. That's just the point I want to make. Like the model is not really sustainable. Just to say you get 30, therefore only 30 people love you or will vote for you.
Fatai, let me buy Fatai. You see one thing, Kulata, is this popularity something is a funny thing that I've heard for more than a week now. Look, sometimes we misplace, we misrepresent the way we present data. And we believe that's supposed to be because some people drive agenda and agenda becomes substance within our mind. Now, the Constitution set 2 criteria for popularity. Popularity.
Constitution doesn't set any criteria for popularity now.
Because we are expecting it to say, oh, Constitution say this and this. Let me make what I mean by popularity.
What's the concern for position with popularity?
Now, popularity said for you to become the president of the country, you must win 2/3.
Well, that is not what I'm talking about now. And
Ola, he's not saying he did not meet the constitutional requirements. So
Jesus Christ! What I'm talking about is
I don't like the language that
see. Let me change the language because you guys are getting lost in what I'm saying. This is a very divisive election that just happened. The guy that came out on top is not exactly like is not coming out exactly like, hey, half of the country wants you, or hey, 3/4 of the people don't mind you. He won fair and square.
Representing the situation. No, I understand what you're saying.
Baba Ekiti, calm down. Calm down. Ice water. What the logical thing to do when you win this kind of election is you need to do an outreach to people are bruised. You can't deny that. People are bruised. You need some outreach. It makes you more favorable. It makes you more popular because if they start conducting opinion polls, I don't know what the number will look like. But I want to believe it's not going to be that high. And as a governor, when you start governing, when you start bringing out policies that may not be unfavorable, for example, if you remove subsidy, for example, you have to carry the people along. And if you're going to be carrying people along, you have to let the people like you. Not everybody's going to like you, don't get me wrong. But you need, at this point in time, this is when you want to mend fences, not when you want to rub it in everybody's faces that Igbo this, that. It's not the right time for that. You've won. Nobody's taking that away from you. So what we're just saying is make peace. Be more.
Kulata, what you are saying is post-election thing. Let's talk. I'm talking about this winning.
But this is post-election already, Ola. We're already past the election.
Let's not get this thing right once and for all. The propaganda. Let's drop this propaganda.
Yes,
it's not propaganda to try and reach out. He's won the election.
No, Ola, let me just say one sentence. Let me just say
this is post-election.
One voice. Yeah.
Ola, let me just make this sentence and leave it. Even if you win 60%, 70%, you still have to do what you're talking about. So it doesn't have to do with it's general.
To the extent the outreach may not be as high as what Tinubu needs to do right now.
Don't use eloquence to mismatch.
What is eloquence? No.
Let's face this thing. Let's face it. There are 2 measures you can derive from the Constitution to measure popularity.
Ola, don't make it technical. It's not necessary.
Ola always goes technical. Don't go technical.
It's not necessary. It's just not necessary.
No. One man, you are the moderator. Don't take side. Let me just.
But don't go technical because we'll lose the audience if you do. Yeah.
I'm not going technical. The idea that Tinubu is not popular is a way to make you to water down the achievement. There's a way you want to kill your opponent and you say it's a rubbish. And people said that propaganda, and unfortunately, people are buying it. How is this man
propaganda?
Supposed to win 70% among 3 major candidates?
Nobody said you should win 70%. I don't even get your point anymore.
I don't know where we are.
I know that one man will take side as usual. That's not.
No, I don't know. I don't know where we are now. No, land your point. You're confusing. I'm confused.
No, I think you guys are not listening to Ola.
Oh no, hold on. But put it to him. Then put it to him in a everyday language.
Success way.
Yeah. No, see, the thing is this. Say what Tinubu should do after the election is a different thing. But saying he won the thing that it's not a popular candidate is what I do not agree with.
Yeah, but what am I not saying that if you do this, election is over, do this to become more popular? Isn't that exactly what I'm talking about?
No, Kulata, what you said earlier is that, okay, Tinubu is not a popular candidate. And that is why you have to make...
It's not a popular victor. Let me change it again.
It is. It is, in fact. If you really want to define it well, in the clearly contested election among 3 strong candidates, and this guy was still able to meet the electoral...
You are still referring to winning the election.
Hold
I'm past that.
Hold on. We have to refer to it. Why do you want to say we should not refer to it?
Because it's already won.
Hold on. Forget about it. Already won. It's your word. We are taking you up on your statement that is not popular.
My statement is it needs to mend fences.
Oh, why are you just trying to change from one?
Okay. If those were not the exact words, those were the sentiments.
Yeah, but what started this conversation? Yeah. We're talking about Sam Amaechi and what's the other guy, Bayo Onuga, what they wrote. And I said, this is not the time to be writing things like that. This is the time to heal. Isn't that exactly where I started from?
We agree with you. But your
statement but that's where I started from now.
Because, hold on. You said that.
Hold on.
And you said...
Hold on, man.
We agree with you on that. Okay, it should be mending fences. But when you say because, you added because he's not a popular candidate.
I still insist it's not that. It's not one of our most popular president-elects right now.
It's very, very popular. And that is what
I don't agree.
Is contesting against you. That is a propaganda.
I don't agree.
It's a propaganda that being carried out against him after winning the election.
Ola and Janli Koko is 12 million greater than 8 million.
Oh no, forget about that. It's a killing. Okay, 12 million. Okay, hold on. 12 million that did not meet electoral.
Ajanle Koko. Kulata is not the first person or the only voice to open up that space, because I've been hearing it all over the space. That even on Rudolph, he put it to me even in one of the conversations that Tinubu, that he doesn't have the popular will. Because 60 something, it said 64%. He actually said they voted against him, which is a false narrative.
No, they didn't know. I won't say vote against him. I'll say
that was how he put it to me. Then
I'll say not vote for him. I won't say voted against him, because if it's a ranked choice, it could have been number 2. But I'll say they did not vote for him. So in that case, potentially 12 million people are not happy. So that's why I said you should reach out. Don't let Bayo Onuga and Sam Amaechi be attacking Igbo people. That's what I'm saying.
12 million were not happy and voted for failure. So hold on.
You have to govern those 12 million people, won't you?
Hold on. They voted for failure. All their vote did not meet that electoral requirement to declare where they voted as a winner. So that vote, that 12 million vote we are referring to, is a vote, is a wish away vote that achieved nothing. So that 8 million vote.
But you have to govern them. You have to govern them.
Hold on. That 8 million vote was the most credible vote. A vote of winner's vote. That really matter.
Are you going to govern 8 million people, or you're going to govern the electorate?
No, forget about that.
All right.
One man. The only thing that I would say. The only thing that.
Hold on. One voice.
Can I just?
Have that. Hold on, everybody. Have your say, Fatai, and then let's bring Zeta's voice in because she came in specifically for this space. Fatai. Yeah.
One man, the only thing that I would say is what Ola said, because everybody is saying it, is exactly Ola's point. It is a propaganda. Tinubu is a popular candidate. He won everything. He should do this, he should do that. Even if you won 90%, you have to do that to the 10%. It doesn't matter. He's a popular candidate, and also plus the fact that if you take away all the shenanigans in the election, you never can know. This is not even as a matter of fact, you cannot really say that all he wants is the 8 million. It could be less, it could be more. It's not something conclusive that is. But even if we assume that is really what happened, that is a general statement and it's a propaganda. Everybody talking about it does not make it so. Everybody's talking, everybody's saying it. So what? They are all talking from propaganda, and that's the point Ola is making. It's a propaganda.
All right, Zeta, come in.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I just woke up and then I heard Kulata making that comment. I've actually been looking for an opportunity where one man will bring up that topic. I have heard a lot of people say that in this platform, and I believe that every day we learn. I've been wrapping my head around why they say that. I have not really gotten an answer. I mean, electorally or otherwise, why they are saying that. Now, Kulata has brought that word up. I respect Kulata a lot. Smart guy, good analysis, but I was shocked this morning to hear him say that. I would like to assume that was a slip of tongue. Now, back to what...
No, it wasn't. No.
You don't enter one chance, Kulata.
No, be today.
Back to the topic.
It's playing no be magic. I don't
yes.
get magic.
Back to the topic.
Magic in one play for us.
Back to the topic. Normally, in an election, when it is a 4-horse race, 90% of the time it goes to a rerun. Why? Because if it is 100 votes that is coming out, in some countries, they use what they call anything less than 50%. If any of them cannot get up to 50%, it will automatically go to a rerun, even if he's the one that has the highest number of votes. Now, to Nigeria, they made it a little bit tighter. If it is 100 votes that is coming out, it's going to be shared among the 4 of them. Normally, 90% of the time, it will go to a rerun. Because none of them will be able to get this spread. That was why when this 2023 election was going on, people that listen to political analysts, they were assuming that there will be a rerun. But when one man said that on this platform, I said no. Because one of them is still holding his base. His base still love him. They are still gunning for him. He's still holding on. The others are divided. They are scattered. Looking at it technically from the eyes, if you look at it from the eyes of a political analyst, you will know that it will never go on to rerun. So 4 people went to an election and 25,000 people voted. And the man is winning the next person, not a rerun. Clear winner, the next person with more than 1 million votes. 1 million. And you say he's not popular. The 3rd person, he's winning him with 2-point-something million. You said he's not popular. The 4th person, he's winning him with almost 7 million votes. No, I really need to get this point straight. Forget about political affiliation, love, hate, angry Nigerians, angry, scatter, poverty, people suffering and everything. Let's face it from the political angle. When I hear people say this on this platform, because this platform is a global platform, I begin to wonder, what are we teaching? Just like somebody just said, it is a propaganda. Even if it is a propaganda, we should come onto the platform and correct it. I was really, really shocked that Kulata said that, because people have been, I heard it, 3 people said it, but I never knew that somebody like Kulata would make such a comment, that he is not popular. Hold on.
Can Kulata talk now?
Please, let me finish. He's not popular in what sense? It's not popular that the country is angry and 2 million people, more than 2 million people are gunning for him, even with the anger, even with the hate, even with the scatter of the country, even with, do you know what 1 million means in votes? That's a shredding. And you said such a person that is cruising home with more than 1 million, the second person is chasing him with a wide gap of 1 million. Have you seen the crowd of 1 million people before? I mean, I don't understand, but I need people to. Sometimes
just as a mathematical fact, it got less than half of the votes that was cast. So, which is to tell you that it got about 30-something%. So, which is to say that most of the votes that were cast and counted in this election were not for him.
No, that is not how an electoral process is counted. No, you wouldn't say that. That is even the more reason why you should say that he is popular. The remaining votes were shared among who? 3 people. I mean, I'm talking about electoral process. I say, remove everything that is happening. How do you say that a candidate is popular? That's just what I'm saying. I am not saying whether Nigerians are hungry, they're divided, and blah, blah, blah. That is his business. He's the president-elect. When he gets there, he can sort his problem out. That is not what I'm talking about. That is his headache. I'm talking about in electoral process. How do you say that a candidate is popular? That is all I'm saying. So,
Madam,
even
in
the 2
addition,
together does not work. You cannot, because of what is happening in the country, what people are saying, how people are feeling, and then jam it together with the electoral process and say, because this is going on in the country, it makes the electoral process, how many votes the person won, the reason why they say he's popular, it makes it wrong. That's just what I'm saying, one man.
All right, let me step back. I don't have too much time.
All right, yeah, Kulata.
I know. Just 1 second.
The biggest.
Hold on, Fatai. I think Kulata gets the broadness of it. So let him respond.
The biggest mistake everybody is making that I'm hearing is you are still focused on elections. It's not about elections. From an electoral perspective, it got 36.6% of the votes cast.
Talking about elections.
So, Fatai, please. Fatai, I don't have time.
Hold on, Fatai. Let him respond.
It got 36.6%. But elections over. 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 This is now time to govern. And to govern, you need a lot more goodwill. This is the time to build that goodwill. You were not the first choice of literally 64% of the country. You weren't the first choice, at least of the voting public.
You are wrong.
I'm not wrong. It's not the first choice of 64% of the people that voted.
Yeah, but that's too simplistic now.
Excuse me. It's not the first choice of 64%. It's the first choice of 36%. Now, in that case, if I were him to govern, to build up popular goodwill, because he needs a lot of goodwill to make a lot of difficult choices. Mend fences. It's not going to cost him an arm or a leg to mend fences. Stop Bayo Ononuga from saying all that nonsense he said yesterday. Stop Sam Omateye if you have control over him. This is the time to reach out to the country. You're going to govern everybody. You're not going to govern the select people that love you or vote for you. You need a wider coalition to govern. Politics and elections are not politics. Politics is never over. Elections are over. 2023 election done and dusted. Build governing coalition. And he has to reach out.
Kulata, I have to tell you, what you are saying is not the popular consensus. They are really after you in the comment section.
I don't mind. It's not me now, no be today. I don't
because
mind.
it's lecturing. You are lecturing the candidate what to do. You know,
that does not want to accept that he's wrong.
Let me
that is
so
the
that I can go to
I'll be the big guy now.
You are wrong. Just accept it and just take
I won't accept because it's obvious enough to me
we always ask
that it needs to build a coalition
and then move on.
No, I'm not agreeing now. I will never agree.
All right, let's give the final word in that space to Zeta, and then I want to play you a clip before you leave, Kulata.
Kulata, you are mixing two things together.
Okay.
I'm mixing two things. Let me give you a typical example. I must say it on this platform. You are mixing two things together. Building a coalition, talking to people, bringing people together, whether you want massively or not, whether it's two horse race and you want everywhere, you still need to do that. I'll give you an example. Because you made mention of something in this platform while I was in the other room. You said that you
in the other room,
Kulata, we are dangerous.
He said you made mention of having PTS when Donald Trump won.
I did. I was shocked.
I did as well, and I was not invested.
I am very excited that you said that. I'm going to take you on that. In 2008, there was a man in the United States where you reside. He won the popular vote. He won the Electoral College. In fact,
is that Al Gore? Is it Al Gore?
No, it's Obama. I know what she's going to say. I know exactly what she's going to say.
In fact,
and he said elections have consequences.
Ajumi, let me finish so that you will get my point. I don't like when I talk. People will say another thing.
Go on.
He won the electoral vote massively, and assumingly, he was the first of that race to assume that office. Globally celebrated, a species made hundreds of years was turned to prophecies because he won an election. People were celebrating him in the streets of countries that are not America. And when that man was sworn in, you know what he said? He said, hey, election has consequences. So you are, and he made will I use it? He made proof his words. Now that's why I want to tell you, you are trying to confuse two things together. Somebody winning an election, even if it's a two-horse race, and he's winning the next candidate with more than 1 million votes, that's a lot. That person is popular. Million people is not. I don't care how the election was run, whether it is free, it is not free, fair, whatever you want to say. I am talking about being popular, being accepted. And now, they are doing the governorship election. The so-called your unpopular candidate that was not accepted is cruising to the Congress with a lot of members, holding on to states with a lot of members to help him do the job. Kulata, I'm really...
No, Zita, you said, Madam Zita, you said your own. And you are entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine.
To your own opinion.
So here's the thing.
What you're saying is not the facts. Yes,
I'm not. We're sharing opinion. All of us are sharing. All of us are sharing opinion right now.
People were even angry before the elelection. People were angry.
Madam Zita, is this the time? Okay, let me ask you. Let me ask you the question that started all this.
Hold on, Zita. Let Kulata push back. Kulata.
Let me ask you the question that started all this. Is this the time for Bayo Nonuga to keep on dividing the space? Is this the time for Sam Amaechi to keep on ribbing things in? Aren't we done with voting?
No. I condemned that yesterday. But it is ridiculous and unfortunate. Yesterday I said, is the politicians do say this. I used to call them sore winners because people always hear about sore losers. But I come to understand that there are sore winners. You are condemning them. I am condemning them. Did you bother to condemn Barack Obama? Did you?
What he said that time was stupid now.
Really? Did you condemn it?
I mean, I wasn't that political. Obama has never been my hero. What do you mean Obama my hero? Obama that has given us problems now in West Africa. Why would he be my hero? No, he's not my hero. With what he did to Gaddafi. No, he's not my hero.
Please, I made my point. And we need to expatiate on this. On a good night, too.
All right, thank you, Zita. So the public flogging of Kulata by Madam Zita.
No, Kulata still doesn't agree. This is not the time this is not the time for divisive rhetoric to be sent by your media boys. This is not the time to do that. You have won. There's nobody voting for you till 2027. Cut it out.
You better surrender. Dupes is here. Yeah, come in. Oh yeah. The convoking of Kulata continues.
If it's another person that came tonight to come and say all these things Kulata has been saying, I wouldn't have bothered myself. But you said the brainwashing that's been going on. That's what Kulata is echoing right here.
This is not brainwashing.
This is what people. It's not Kulata. It's not fair. This man actually worked for this thing. Don't let us.
We agree.
Please.
We agree on that.
You, my brother, you're such a brilliant person that I respect.
I'm not brilliant though. You guys have not seen my report card before.
No. You are such an intelligent man that I respect so much, and I love to listen to all the time. This is something that they've been echoing amongst themselves. Don't let us come here.
No, I think you guys are mistaking one thing. I'm not Tinubu's presidency. Tinubu's presidency is not illegitimate by any stretch. He's not an illegitimate president. He won the popular vote. He won the spread by wide margins. What I'm saying is this: that is over. We're done with that. This is now the time to bring the country together. And you don't bring the country together by sending your attack dogs to be attacking Igbo people.
Kulata, don't forget what they wrote about this man, what they spread
about. Forget about that. He's won the election. Let's move on from that. That is done.
All right.
All right. But he's done. He's done. He's a big boy.
Dupsy, let's do as Kulata said and just move on from there. I think what Kulata is saying is quite it's clear to out there at least, but perhaps not to most of us. But I'm not sure that I'm with Kulata 100%, but I'm halfway with him, halfway. But Kulata, let me play you this clip. I think it's the clip that Fash was insistent that we react to, and who better to react to it than you? So here it is. The Southeastern man with the white beard.
Of industrialization. In what ways would you want the Southeast represented in a Tinubu administration?
There will be no Tinubu administration. God in heaven knows it. And if there's Tinubu administration, there will be no Nigeria.
That's quite a heavy statement. At present, he is the president-elect, and we have been, sir, as an elder statesman, we have been enjoined to speak, words that wouldn't further heat up the polity. And so, whilst we understand your personal viewpoint, we also recognize the fact that substantially, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and barring any court judgment, he would be sworn in on May 29. So in the event that he does emerge, what would happen?
I don't know. I don't know. I believe in God. And it doesn't appear to be the will of God that Tinubu should rule Nigeria. God does not hate Nigeria. But if it happens, well, we'll be here. So some people were saying things that are very annoying.
Well, all right. So the language gets even more extreme. That wasn't the clip I was going to play you, but I'll respond to that.
That's the problem of Southeast leaders. That guy right there is one of the reasons it may be too difficult to get presidency from the Southeast. The equivalent of this guy in the Southwest is the perennial loser, Bode George. That's the equivalent. This can as well be Bode George. And people like Bode George and people like these guys, they're perpetual losers. You don't talk like that, like carelessly. An 84-year-old man, he went to Harvard. This guy went to Harvard, for those that don't know. An 84-year-old man just talking carelessly like this. You don't. If you're going to talk, you talk make it less emotional, detached. I mean, there's a time to cry, there's a time to move on. This is the time to move on. It needs to strategically, like you can say, okay, maybe I don't like the election, but one thing, but not going to extremes and talking like a child. Like, it's never going to be this. It's not going to be. The guy's going to be sworn in, except he dies. It's going to be sworn in May. Like, come on, it's time to move on. This is the time he should have placed his area. If he wants to represent his region, place them with respectability. Now you're putting them to ridicule because May will come. He will swallow his saliva. All this bluster is just bluster. How can an 84-year-old man be blustering? It's like my own dad be blustering. I mean, come on, man. It's one of the weakness in that space. True emotions. Reduce the emotions. Put some rationality into these things. He could have just talked on a factual basis that, well, I don't support him, but if he becomes president, blah, 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 I respect it. We'll come back in 2027. We'll mend fences. We'll do this. We'll do that. And move on. Not like, no, it will never come. It will never come. Are you a child? He's an 84-year-old man. Stop all this unnecessary emotional pull. You can't be doing all this emotional politics. You just be luling every 4 years if you don't change tactics.
All right, but still within that space somewhat. This is another one from previous clips that I've played. So this space now is something something has to give in Nigeria because I don't know what's going on, but something has to give. This is where people are now, Kolata.
Having critically observed the way and manner the Nigerian election has been conducted so far, I have come to the conclusion that Nigeria can never be redeemed. As a result, I have decided not to be associated with anything called Nigeria. In order to buttress my assertion, I hereby destroy my Nigerian passport.
This thing is going viral. There are countless of it. It's all over.
One man, please, can I?
Maybe it's their old passport. They are tearing.
Yeah. No, Kulata said that already, but the symbolism even is
Yeah, please, can I come in? Can I say something, one man?
Yeah, of course, Rosie. Always a delight. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I think to me, like the first guy that spoke, the white bed man, I think he might be depressed. And sometimes when you are depressed, you are not rational in your reasoning. So I think, and all these people turn their passport too, their hopes have been dashed, and I think they are depressed too. That's why they are doing all these things. So I think we can just excuse them for what they are going through. Eventually, they're going to heal and move on.
They need to heal quickly, though. Kulata is the same.
see, let's walk through. I'm sorry, but
Kulata,
this kind of
Kulata, wait, Kulata, my brother.
I came purposely because of you. I have a question for you so that you can
Mo
wrap it
dáràn
up.
lálẹ́ yìí, mo
Look at
dáràn.
that. Three women came to flog
They
you,
attack me on Dr. Damages in my home platform now. This is my home now. You guys are attacking me.
Yes, I saw that.
That's why they are insulting you in everywhere you go.
No, for me, I'm
Hey.
not really against Colata, because what I'm saying, I think I kind of agree with him, because okay, look at, there are so many people that are sad coming up and showing their signs of being upset, but how many people have come to show how excited they are? So what he's saying is that there are more people unhappy with him than the people that are happy with him. So now that he has more people that are not happy with him, you should try and, mend the fences, try to get them together so you could have more people for him, so his governance will be easier.
Thank you.
No, they are just
my
louder.
question.
They are just louder. It doesn't mean they are more. They are just loud minority. It doesn't mean they are more. It doesn't mean everybody is not popping champagne is not happy.
Thomas.
Colata, my question. You were talking about the voter suppression earlier on. And I wonder, those people going on the streets saying if you don't vote for APC, don't come out. The last time I checked, I think we are doing secret ballots. Nobody know who you are voting for when you go inside that small cubicle. So why can't they come out? Nobody will know that you are voting Peter Obi or you are voting. In my opinion, that's what I'm asking you. Why do you think they stay away? They should have come out and vote.
Thomas, if that is what you are,
Nobody wants to take that risk. What if they go in there to vote and they talk going there with them and saw that they voted for LP or PDP and they
can't go in with them now. They can't
go in with them now. Why would they
go
in with
them?
But
Thomas,
Nigerians
do you want to
into their hands and just do whatever they want to
do? Do you really want to go out of your house to vote? And that is what you have to contend with.
And then you are frightened, you are anxious,
I mean,
scared.
it's like
Colata, let me ask this. Has anybody go into that small cubicle with you to know who you vote for?
You are pushing it to the logical conclusion. But what I'm saying is, if you have to get out of your house to vote and you have to be dealing with those thoughts in your head, like what will this person do? What will that person do? Am I safe? Am I not safe? Whether they attack you or not, at the end of the day, that's at the end of the day. But will you literally get out of your house and you have to have all those thoughts in your head? You have to be extremely determined to vote before you go and do that.
Vote for Labour Party. Some people
because
vote for Labour Party.
But that's the last thing I said. I said you have to be extremely determined to actually go out and vote. For someone like me, I mean, when I was in college back then, if they say, if I hear Luta, I just stay in my BQ. I don't go out. I just stay. Now, I only have mouth. I've never seen any aluta in my life because I want to avoid any sort of danger, flee from danger and any whatever. I don't want to deal with that. So if it's someone like me and I'm hearing, will I want to go and deal with that because I want to vote for one candidate? I mean, to hell with that candidate. I'll stay in my house and watch Netflix. I'll enjoy myself. That's the thing. So if let's say you want to go and buy, I mean, there are people that threaten that they're going to kill people outside. If you go to Tesco to buy roasted chicken, like they'll kill you. They'll just kill you. You look at yourself, wait, this Tesco, I beg, make the thing rest. I'll stay in my house. I'll drink Gary instead. So that's what the voter suppression is.
It's true now. You're not going to take it that is a do or die.
We don't have Tesco, but I used to eat Tesco chicken a lot in the early 2000s when I was always going to Giant. So that is just the way it is. That is voter suppression. Like it's for black people in America now. There's still voter suppression for black people because in some South, I live in the South. Like in some areas now, they may say some people are carrying guns. It may be true, it may not be true, but they may just say that some people are carrying guns. In America, do you know that they actually move polling booths where they're supposed to vote? They'll just take it to a far away area in town. And for areas where there are minorities, they'll just take the polling booth far away. That's voter suppression. So we're going to continue experiencing voter suppression going forward. It's just inevitable.
They put it in those places so that, especially the poor, some of them are not.
They won't be able to go there. They're not mobile.
Yes.
So it's a form of voter suppression. Now back to those people carrying passport. Let's go to the 5 stages of grief. The first 5 stages of grief is denial.
Please,
I think we've all seen.
Please, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let Kolata carry on.
I'm sorry. Please, just a second. Are you sure those passports are authentic? Maybe they're expired passports.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: 5 stages of grief. You guys tell me where they are now, based on what you saw that guy do. The first stage, denial. Have we seen denial? Let me tell you what denial is. Denial is we're going to. Our mandate. Tinubu did not win. He's not my president. Yes. We have a stolen mandate. That is denial. Yes. The stage after denial is anger.
Yes.
So what did that guy just do? That is stage anger. 2. So that guy has reached stage 2.
Yeah.
The next stage that guy will go is bargaining. He'll start out bargaining. Yeah. Then the 4th stage, I think that Baba Rubo has reached that 4th stage, is depression. That's depression. Then the very, very last stage is acceptance. They will eventually accept that Tinubu is the president. Yeah. So we're just watching that 5 stages of grief, and that guy is on stage 2. Some people have accelerated to stage 4. Niger Watch is still on stage 1. So that's where we are.
No, but Niger Watch is milking the last super chats of that, to the last penny. He's going to bleed them dry. He's going to bleed them to the last penny. There was a time, just to pause on that space for a moment. There was a time that he was doing this narrative. What was it? That it was so disingenuous that even Pansat could not abide it, and he tried to correct him. And because Pansat came in just at the start of the session and he said, no, that's not true. And he kicked him out because that was the bread and butter of that day. And he's just, I don't know, man. He will milk them to the last penny. That's for certain. But that's it. I wonder, yeah, go on.
One man, do you know the reason why I asked you to play that video?
Yeah, go on.
The reason is that what Kurata is saying is true. He might be right in his own opinion, but Tinubu knows who he is dealing with, and he knows his way out. He knows these people. There's nothing you can do to them to satisfy them. There's nothing. That's the way they will be.
Yes.
So he knows what he's doing. Maybe he knows how to handle them.
You have a point. You have a point there. Tinubu may decide to go Machiavellian.
Hold on, Kula. What Fash just said then, thank you, Fash. It reminds me of the question that I wanted to put to you earlier. So a lot in the comment section and a lot in the spaces as well, they are asking why Tinubu has not come out to make a pronouncement about the violence that went on in Lagos and other spaces.
Why would you do that?
No, but I was actually thinking if you were advising him, would you advise him to make a public national broadcast to douse the tension?
No.
Or do you think that will just feed them?
No, he should never, ever talk publicly about anything that will appear to delegitimize his win. His win is valid. His win is very, very valid.
Sorry, 1 second. One man. Though Tinubu is the president-elect, we still have a sitting government, So Tinubu is not a government yet. So whatever happened in Nigeria during the election, Buhari is still in charge. And if there was anybody that is responsible or will come out to make a statement against or for, it should be the sitting government. So Tinubu cannot be acting as a government when there is still a government in charge. So people need to understand the difference.
And he'll be trying to be careful.
National broadcast.
But maybe Tinubu cannot. Maybe he should give Buhari his respect. I get that. You're right. But Tinubu's body language right now, so far that we've seen, not based on his own personal, but he's what's it called? Surrogates. Especially the 2 public ones that we've seen, especially with the sensitivities of what happened in Lagos. Is the message, whether it's attributed to Tinubu or not, but is in a circle, the message is, you guys, you went too far. and we showed you who's the boss, and we'll keep showing who the boss is. Like Fash is saying, that may be a strategy that may actually contain that space. That is possibly true. That may be like, because if you read Machiavelli stuff, that may be his approach. But is it, I mean, I don't know. That may, if that works, fine, all good and dandy, but that doesn't bring the peace. I'm saying, can we now bring the peace now that the electioneering is done? Can we reach out? It may not be successful, fine, but at least you may get a few more people.
Agakulata, sorry, I've been listening to you since. I've been listening to you. Sorry, Progressive, sorry. I've been listening to you since. I get what you were saying, and I've said it before. Let me put it in a simple context. You can win a war from the back of the horse, but you cannot rule from the back of the horse. You have to come down from the horse. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
Yeah, I've said this before. The Hillman, the bringing people together is more tax for Tinubu than the winning. Tinubu must bring the country together so that he can govern the country to the way he wants, or the dreaming he wants to rule Nigeria. If he doesn't do that, it will be difficult. On my own word, I said here, I would love him if the day they swore him, he should acknowledge that the election process was not perfect, but we're on a road.
No. I don't agree. I don't agree to that.
I said my words. I'm not saying you should do that. I said my words. But I can make a reference. When Yada said that thing, people hit fast and join Yaradua. That's why we keep saying Yaradua is one of the best in democracy.
Please,
Just acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Hold on, madam. Sorry. If you acknowledge that the election process was some skirmishes, that he will make sure he will fix it, that will bring some sense of so people have some hope. Okay, it will get better. Most especially, we want. I don't know what some people are thinking. We want a better 10th republic. Forget the differences. We want the country to be governed properly. But when people start feeling disenfranchised or feeling some type of way, it will not be possible. Even to bring the best brain will not go on the local level to make it happen. You could pass bring all the best ideas. If it doesn't manifest in the will of people, it will be nothing. So I understand what you're saying, and people are looking at the political aspect, not the political aspect. Kuta is saying, is talking about the national aspect, how to bring everybody, the one that is angry, the one that wants to bomb Kanu over, bring them together and make them believe they are all included in this government. Thank you.
Please, can I say something? I think in my own opinion, it's too early for Tinubu to come out right now. We still have a sitting president. I think he wants to respect that. And then when he comes in, when he's sworn in, I think he's going to try to bridge the gap. He's going to try to, reach out to people so that people can heal and move on. But right now, for him coming out to talk, I feel it's not the right time.
But do you think somebody should come out, either him or Buhari? Somebody should come out now.
I think Buhari, but the thing is that will Buhari accept all these complaints that people are saying about election violence?
Can he put his attack dogs on a leash at the minimum?
But the thing is that, does Buhari really believe that there is violence? If he's not seeing it, we can.
He's getting security reports now.
Buhari doesn't care anymore. Buhari is gone.
Yeah. So if he's getting security reports and knows all this thing is happening, I think it's high time he needs to come out and say something. But does Buhari care? He's tired. I think he wants to go. So he's just waiting for the 29th to, hand over and just go to his village.
One man, you see this healing process that people are talking about, one man. If it's a healing process that has to do with the elite, I'm not going to be happy with Tinubu. Healing process, he must implement policies that is going to make life better for the people. Whether you are in the east, whether you are in the west, north, or wherever you are in that country, life is difficult for everybody. Overwhelming majority of people are struggling in that country. If he implement policies that will make life easy for people, who cares what people are doing on the internet?
there are people that will never accept Tinubu as president of that country. And those are not the people he needs to appease. They are the people who are hungry, the people who are struggling, the people who cannot afford, who don't even know what tomorrow is going to bring.
God will
Those
bless
are
you, Ola.
his challenges. Those are the people he needs to amend and heal. Not those people who look. A lot of the people who we are talking about healing. These are well-off people. A lot of them live outside Nigeria. They stay on their computer. They are very influential, and they are causing all sorts of that. Look, what Bayo Nanuga did for me was very, very, very bad. You know, in all ways we should condemn it. But I think Tinubu going forward is going to need all this Femi Fani-Kayode and these people to be fighting this cyber attack against him. It needs a counter attack, because if not, they will delegitimize
They'll
his
delegitimize him
government.
and
Yeah,
frame his
they will
government.
delegitimize him online, regardless of what he's doing. They will try to delete. So he needs to fight back as hard as he is getting. So for me, he needs policies to make life better for people, and that will bring healing among everybody. That's all.
All right, Kulata, let's hear from Baby Calm Down, and then you wrap up that space. Baby Calm Down, good to meet you. Are you new to this space?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, so
are you male? Are you male? Are you a man?
I'm a male. Yes, I'm a male.
So what can you explain? Can you explain the name, please?
I want you guys to calm down.
All right. So it's Kulata the baby. Okay. All right. Carry on.
I don't roll that way. I don't roll that way.
It gets really hot in here, and So
all right. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. So my own opinion about this election thing, and one thing I believe is about Tinubu's election, even though he didn't win the election, in my opinion, I believe it's an upgrade from Buhari. He will definitely do better than Buhari. I know that for a fact. I mean, I'm optimistic about his incoming agendas and all of that. But again, the direction that the country is going to, there will be a problem on the road if there's no unity in the country. It needs to find a way to unite the country. I don't see anything big, that he's gonna put out there. Maybe there's no new infrastructure plan. He's not gonna build any new roads or any new airports, and it's just gonna be like the rest that came before him. But maybe a few economic growth, maybe things like that. There will be, maybe the rate of dollar will come down a little bit than during the administration of Buhari and things like that. But I don't see this man, transforming Nigeria into anything, to be honest with you. Some of you are excited about, his presidency, or is the legitimate president, is illegitimate. It doesn't matter. All of these people needs to be ousted. Buhari is not the guy that will fix Nigeria. And he's not Atiku. I don't even think in the obedience people are even going to do any better. Maybe he has potential. I don't really know, but
So what's your solution then? A plague on all their houses, but which house does not have a plague on it? What's your solution?
There needs to be new faces in Nigerian politics. That's what I'm saying. All these guys that dominate.
Yeah, but that's for the future now. We're in this cycle now, so that's for the future, isn't it?
There's a lot of brilliant Nigeria, living overseas that are well qualified, to run the country, but these people are not really seeking power because they don't want to lose their lives. They don't want to put their families in. They know how rough it is, so they don't want to get involved. But these guys who are so desperate, to get to the presidency, the Senate, and all of these federal government positions, they're not. Some of them are not even qualified to be in the position that they occupy.
Please, I have a question.
So, for me or
for you?
Yes.
Are you sure the new breed coming will even be better than the old breed?
Bello is a new breed.
When we put Buhari next to
Yaya
Tinubu,
Bello is even worse than the old breed. So are you sure the new ones coming won't be worse than the old one?
Yaya Bello is worse than Idi Amin. That Yaya Bello is worse than Idi Amin.
Look, if you put Buhari next to Tinubu, Tinubu is the smart guy. He's well educated than Buhari, so
but Buhari too is a smart guy. It's just that I mean, for somebody that is
you
not
can't compare
educated.
Buhari to Tinubu. You put them in the classroom, we know who the smart guy is. We know who's going to dominate in the academic field.
But Buhari is very crooked.
So,
if you are not smart, you can't be crooked.
If you are very smart, you can't be wicked.
No, crooked. He's full of tricks. If you are not smart, you can't play all these tricks he's been playing.
I mean, if you want to be in a position of power, you have to be tough. You can't be soft, and I mean, it depends on the kind of people.
I think Buhari is smart in the sense that he's looking out for his people. Look at the grazing route. He's doing everything for his people. I mean, he's looking out strictly for his people.
His people? You mean the Yoruba people?
No, I mean Buhari, not Tinubu.
Buhari.
Yeah,
Buhari is not. I mean, the guy is inept. He's unqualified to be president. I mean, and he managed to win 2 terms for the president. I mean, the Nigerian populace are very stupid. I mean, when they were campaigning for him in 2016, I told it.
Are you excluding yourself from the Nigerian populace?
I mean, yes. I mean, I'm Nigerian, but I don't live in that country. But I did not vote, so I'm not part of the people put him in power. So the people who voted for me are the stupid ones. I'm not one of them, so I'm excluded because of that. Even though I may have been born in Nigeria, I'm not one of the stupid populace that elected them, and I did not campaign for him.
All right. Bring it home and then let Kulata wrap up the sport, and then we move on.
I'm just saying, but even though Tinubu did not win the election fair and square, is still an upgrade from Buhari. He would do better. 8 years of Buhari was rough for Nigerians. 4 years of Buhari would be better. That's my own opinion of Tinubu. Accept him the way it is and move on. Like Kulata said, you have to move on. Even though if they take it to court, I don't see the Nigerian courts overturning the results. It won't happen. So,
all right, brilliant. Well put. Kulata, back to you.
Tinubu won the election fair.
Hold on. So let Kulata round off. Otherwise, we will never. Okay. Let's. But after this interjection, then let him round off. Go on.
I just want to quickly say, I was going to quickly say something to you that you remember we were talking about this constitutional amendment a couple of sessions ago.
Yes.
When we were talking about states that refuse certain amendment and certain amendment. So I don't know if you have discussed the recent signing into law of those bills that were passed.
The 16.
Yeah, the 16 one said talking about those 16 amendments to the Constitution. I think
we discussed it, but we can revisit it again, of course. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let Kolata go ahead. I just want to bring it to attention because I probably wasn't there when you guys talked about it.
All right. Let Kolata round off, and then we'll bring it in.
Okay. To round off, for the person that said Tinubu did not win fair and square, Tinubu won fair and square. Tinubu is a legitimate president-elect, and let that sink into everybody. But one of my favorite Bible verses, even though I've not gone to church in years now, Ecclesiastes 3. There's a time for everything and a season for every activity. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to uproot. A time to kill and a time to heal. A time to tear down and a time to build. This is Tinubu's time now to build. Is one. Let's build. Cut down Bayo Nonuga. Cut down Samomateye. Curtail FFK. Let them shit the sword. Time to fight will come later, but now is the time to just let the country rest. Let people get through their 5 stages of grief. Let's move on and let's start fixing the country. Tinubu will make very unpopular decisions. He needs an electorate that will be receptive. They're going to take out oil subsidy, whether everybody likes it or not. And it's going to be a painful economic process. It's going to be painful. He needs a receptive country to be able to do that. We don't need a restive country to do things like that. And that's a critical decision that needs to be taken for this country to progress. So I think I'll end it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliantly put by Kulata.
Yes,
of course.
so
Look at that.
Kulata, I would like to say, you nailed the nail in the forehead of the bull center. If the country is not settled and you bring in, you remove all your subsidy in this kind of time, Nigeria will flame up.
Nigeria will blow up.
It will blow up, regardless what, it will blow up. This hardship, no money, we're just trying to come out, you remove all your subsidy. So you have to
they will go after him for the oil subsidy no matter what, because they're circling around him anyway.
Yeah, but if Nigeria is a bit calmer, you remove it, people will see reason. But when Nigeria is not together, people are still looking for excuse to say that they stole your mandate. Of course, we understand no election is fair. Then you remove oil subsidy. It's able to help him to sustain in this administration. These are one of the key things he has to do.
What is for the 8 years of his administration, a significant and note that word, significant minority of the country, they will never accept him. They just will not, and we can say that already. And everything that it does, they will try and rubbish it.
True.
You guys doesn't understand politicians. You think Tinubu will take off that oil subsidy immediately it comes in? He's not going to do it.
Yeah, but Ajandi Koko.
I think it depends.
I think Dangote is going to come up before the
I said it like.
Let me finish this, please.
Okay.
This guy is not going to do it immediately it comes in. He might do it later. He will first of all look for what he is going to use to replace it, or get alternative, source to make that available. Maybe this guy refinery will be on in operation that time, that will be able to sell that petrol and other petroleum products to Nigeria in such a way that we won't have to spend our hard-earned forex for the importation of this thing. So politicians are smarter than you voters. They will promise you heaven and heaven, but we'll let them get to power. You will see them doing a different thing. All these things, I'm going to remove it immediately because that's 6 trillion. I want to inject it into other things. He won't do it because they are smart people. So I believe he will not going to jump into it on that very first day or in July when it ended. He's not going to do it. He will wait to get to see Dangote refinery working so that it can supply those petroleum at ease to Nigerian state. So that is just it. Just don't let us waste too much time.
Okay, can I say something? See,
yes.
Like I said, it depends on what Tinubu is going to do with that subsidy that is going to remove. If it calls the labor union, look, this will be the impact of this subsidy removal, and for the country to have living wage, I'm going to increase your minimum wage, like OBJ did. If he increases it, people will still shout, but some other bosses will douse the tension. You know what Obasanjo did? He started increasing petroleum products, but he increased the worker minimum wage. He increased it again until he got to the level he wanted to get to, and he even put down the toll gate. So saying this guy will remove it, Tinubu is not Jonathan. Because Jonathan, those people that faced Jonathan were this set of this APC that would like to hijack power from him. And forget that the people, one of the most dangerous political party in that country, when you are talking of politics, I'm just using it ironically, is APC. You are talking of APC, that they know how to play that politics. You see them in politics today, and APC cannot, PDP cannot even be a good opposition. So to me, removing that thing is to me is not something so difficult for them to do, because someone did it in the past, and as he was doing that, increasing the pump price, he was giving workers money to shut them up. The next thing we saw that time, that lecturers that could not buy a car before, they started buying cars. Even teachers, they started buying cars. So to me, it depends on how he removes it. Yes, he can remove it in June or July, but the promises he makes to the workforce will determine, because those are the people that will lead and root out.
Okay, the other question I was going to ask: why would you say somebody that it was elected by just like 30%? I'm not too sure, about 30% of the population. Why would he enact a policy that?
No, we've gone past that percentage space. We spent 2 hours on it, Charles.
Okay,
Yeah, please, can I say something?
But don't you think that someone that has a legitimacy issue with a lot of people, of a lot of the population of Nigeria, why will he enact a policy that will further delegitimize or give them a reason to even delegitimize him? I really don't think he's going to.
Please, can I say something?
Let's forget.
Hold on. Let Rosie come in. Rosie, come in.
Please, in my own,
hold on. Are you Rosie? Let Rosie come in, please.
Please, in my own opinion, I'm a Nigerian. I know how rugged we are. Even if he removes this oil subsidy, we will complain. After we'll move on. I mean, look at all the crises we've gone through. Look at the Naira crunch. Look at the economy. Look at the suffering. People are still moving on. They complain, but they still we'll just adjust and move on. I don't think that anything would happen. These days, I don't think people are ready to protest and go and put their lives on the line to be killed and shot. I don't think so. I think they'll just complain. And okay, look at right now. There is no people are using money to buy money. They are not. I mean, it's very tough, but they're still moving on. So we Nigerians, we are very rugged people. I think we're just going to adjust and move on. That's my opinion, though.
Everything in Nigeria is illegitimate.
Shaz, if I may say something to what you just said and I move on. See, even if 30 million over 30 million voted for Tinubu, we have 90 million registered voters. If you want to go on wide WIAD propaganda, is still minority. You understand? Even 90 million out of 200 million Nigeria is still minority. So let's just forget about all those wide arguments. Wide. So to me, propaganda is propaganda, and propaganda is nothing. So don't call Tinubu minority president. It's a misapplication of data. How to use data wrongly, how to lie with our statistics. That's exactly what you are seeing there. And unfortunately, it's playing upon our senses. You know, the thing is catching us, and we start falling for it. Because these people they've started building their agenda for the next point, for what they are going to do. It's not left to us to realize that all these are false narratives and disengage ourselves, and let's see how we take our country back. What every Nigerian wants is food on your table. Food on your table. You want to live, you want shelter, you want security. Once Tinubu can take care of all those stuff, forget about story. That's all I have to say there.
All right, guys. I want to play this clip. It's a Rotimi Amaechi interaction. He also trying to delegitimize Tinubu's win. Watch this.
Former Minister of Transport and former Governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amaechi. He joins us live from Rivers State. Thank you so much. It's good to have you on this special election coverage. First off, let's get your assessment of today's outing by INEC.
I can only account for the things I heard about and the things I saw in my community. In my community today, as usual, my community youth stood their ground that INEC cannot cut away the materials and run away. So when they finished voting and INEC refused to upload, I had to save a situation that would have been very extremely violent. The youth had taken over the football field where INEC was trying to upload because INEC had claimed that they couldn't upload from there because the uploading was not successful. They wanted to go to the council secretariat where PDP usually would rig the election aided by the police. So the youths in my village refused. I was getting a bit violent before I was called to the place. When I got to the place, I saw policemen, I saw INEC staff, and I asked what were they doing here. They said they came to take away the ad hoc staff. And I said, well, you and I will be overpowered by this number of youths that are here. So the best thing you can do is to upload. And believe me, in less than 1 hour, they uploaded more than 25 units, which means that INEC was actually lying that the upload was not successful. Because if the youth did not insist, they would probably have cut away the results sheet and everything and gone to the local government headquarters to write the result to favor PDP as usual. Don't forget that the allegation in Rivers State is that INEC staff are paid extra salaries by the Rivers State government. So they are literally working for Rivers State government. Now, for this election, as usual again, this election, like the presidential election, the policemen were compromised and the police was working with INEC. So you have a situation in Rivers State in which both the police and INEC are partisan. I had said earlier that APC was running an election not against PDP, but against police. As I'm talking to you now, they've arrested the APC coalition agent in Obiabo. He's in police detention. They arrested the House of Assembly candidate in Eche, Charles Anyanwu, on the day of the election. They arrested the Maker Ede, a House of Assembly candidate in Port Harcourt, on the day of the election. The governor declared 27 persons wanted. He has no power. I was once a governor. He has no power, whether constitutional or legal, to declare anybody wanted. He's not the IG. He's not the commissioner of police. He cannot declare anybody wanted. And police goes about implementing, searching, and looking for these people just to distract us from our election. So I wonder what you think that election will be. It's a failure, a complete failure of the system. And nobody's speaking. Nobody's asking the governor, where does he get this power from? Where? Just let the madman loose on the poor people. That caused apathy. And the apathy wasn't only in Port Harcourt and Nubia, but it was everywhere. In Port Harcourt constituency 2, they were flogging voters who voted against PDP. And then if at the close of voting, they opened the ballot boxes by themselves and they were tearing ballot papers of APC and other parties. Is that an election? Can tell the world that is how they organize. In fact, it was so scornful when he said, like every other election, this one is full of imperfection, like every other election. Okay, so it's like a child who tells his father, look, I failed because others have been failing. But what's important is that he acknowledges that he failed.
Let me comment here because, Mr. Amaechi, a good thing that you said no one is acting, but again, you're speaking, which is a good thing. But again, quite frankly, these are weighty allegations, and these are known faces, known institutions like the police and INEC. And if you say they are complicit, do we have enough, or do you have enough evidence that will help the country in pursuing this so that this is arrested and justice is done?
Just because I addressed the press earlier, a lot of people have said, you're a member of APC, you don't need to speak the way you just spoke and all that and all that. I'm trying not to say a lot of things. Don't forget I served in this government and I know quite a lot as somebody who has served in this government. And I'm trying hard not to let the world know everything that's been going on. But if you ask for evidence, I just mentioned names. A member of House of Reps running for a second term, a day to the election. They say others from Abuja. He was arrested, detained. Till today, we have not been able to get bail for him. A day to the election of the House of Reps. What other evidence are you looking for? On the day of election, 3 members of APC who are contesting were arrested. What other evidence are you looking for? No, just say what evidence you're looking for. he said there are weighty allegations. Okay, allegation number one, Charles Anyan was arrested. True or false? He was arrested. Emeka Ede was arrested on the day of election today. True or false? They are candidates of APC for House of Assembly. The coalition agent for the governorship candidate was arrested 1 hour ago at Obiakpo, because that's where they rig election. We personally told him to go and stay there, ensure that only the results that were collected from the is allowed to be taken to the police station at Okoro Nodo police station. So Suleiman, can you tell me what you mean by weighty evidence?
With all of the allegations that you've made now, I mean, what steps are you going to take to ensure that the electoral process is cleaned up? And just like you said, I mean, you've been part of this administration. You are still part of it. You're a chief of the APC. I mean, when you say the police is compromised, and everyone seems to be compromised, the police, for example, should we take the police out of the electoral process? Or what would be your recommendations to clean up the process?
Do I look at the president? There are limits. For Christ's sake, even if I was in the government, I was Minister for Transport. Assess me by what I did as Minister for Transport. I couldn't have been part of the process that would have appointed Mahmoud. I opposed that appointment because of capacity. We had written to INEC. This INEC staff in Rivers State are paid every month. The resident electoral commissioner down salaries every month, and we wrote, and INEC did not deny that. So what else do you want me to do? The laws are there. Those who enforce the laws are the police, and if they are not enforcing the laws, what do you want me to do? Run to the front of the train and die? In fact, people are, and I'm wondering why I actually spoke, because I've actually given up.
Sorry to butt in here.
Because I've given up.
Sorry to butt in here. Nigerians want to know why you opposed. If you say you oppose the appointment of the INEC chair at that point in time, there must be a reason or reasons why you did that.
I said capacity. I've already answered the Suleiman. I said capacity. And I wasn't wrong. Suleiman, was election free and fair? I like to stop talking because I've been advised by someone of my that I should continue to keep the dignified silence after I'm a member of APC.
A dignified silence for a statesman like yourself, I mean, you have earned that. You know, for Nigeria, how would it, pay Nigeria if people like you, decide to keep silent when you have from a vantage point to see the wrongs in the system, and you have the opportunity to help fix those challenges? Why are you shying away from that?
Because you and I have had this conversation before. You and I have had this conversation in private, and you try to persuade me not to keep silence. And my lawyer continues to say I should keep silence, and I've been keeping silence. The reason is simple. Even the Nigerians you want to speak on their behalf, do they care? Do the society care about the fact that these are things you're saying, that things are wrong? When I was a governor, I spoke at the Freedom Park in Lagos, and I say the reason why all of us, I included myself, the reason elite still in Nigeria is because the public, the poor man has refused to stone them or stone us. I said that at the Freedom Park, right? So what do you want me to say? What's new? Do you want me to say that I've not said before? I asked this question when we had this conversation privately. I just came out. I didn't want to speak. My position was go back to school, continue to face your academics and all that. I'm in law school, continue to focus on that and ignore what's going on. But I came out because how can you stay in Port Harcourt and one young man will just sit down, write names of people to be arrested, and the police goes to arrest? No crime. There has to be a crime for you to arrest somebody. The only person who has a power to arrest
is it not because impunity has been allowed to have a free reign since 1999 when this the democratic process started, and now things seem to be getting to a head? I mean, you were two-term campaign DG of President Muhammadu Buhari, or the APC, if you like.
I am not the president. I am not the president. Only the president can call the IG to question. Only the president can say, for Christ's sake, what's going on in Port Harcourt? What's going on all over the country? Why are the police compromised?
Many
Police is not hiding it.
Well, many also thought that what Ngozi is trying to say, you're very close to him, once a speaker, two-time governor, minister, and of course, you also hold a title in his home state. And the title is a trustworthy one, is a weighty one. So people expect you to help the nation.
Up front.
Suleiman, can we cut off this interview? I don't want to continue the interview. I just don't want to continue the interview because there's nothing new to say that I've not said before. Absolutely nothing.
All right.
I was chairman of Governors Forum. I said quite a lot.
Okay. One last question. What do you expect Nigerians to do at this point? In 30 seconds, if you can.
Nothing. Nothing. Nigerians have never done anything. It was the majority of the number of persons who voted for a third party. That's something new. That's something the youths have shown that maybe, but nothing. That's not the first time. My life could be at risk. How many Nigerians will protect me?
Yeah.
Trying to assassinate me, and I refuse to talk to the public.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Rotimi Amaechi, former Minister of Transportation, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right. So that was Rotimi Amaechi handing in his resignation at the APC party. I want Ajanle Koko to pick it up from there if it's available. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes. Say something. It looks as though your thing might be muffled.
Can you hear me better now?
No, a lot better. Yeah. So that was Rotimi Amaechi, as I said, handing in his resignation as an APC functionary. So there he is telling us that Mahmoud Yakubu is compromised. In another interview, he said that Mahmoud Yakubu belongs to Tinubu's camp. That's Mahmoud Yakubu, the INEC chairman. And now he's telling us that the INEC space is under the payroll of Wike. So what was that all about? What was going on there? That's his resignation, of course. But what are you making of it, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Farotimi says, don't die in their war. So this guy, what he's doing is he's just expressing his frustration because he has lost out completely. He has no political base anymore. And the recent deal between Wike and what do you call it? And Tinubu have totally killed his political strength in Rivers State. And he's seriously angry at this. He's been frustrated. I mean, that has frustrated him. And he doesn't know where to go now. And for him to come out and say Mahmoud was, what do you call? Mahmoud is Tinubu's pally, or what did he say actually?
Yeah, is that it was appointed by Tinubu's camp? Those were the words that he used.
Yeah, he said it was.
And he also said it's on Yemson Wike's payroll.
Okay. Now, Mahmoud has been serving as INEC chairman since, before 2019, isn't it? Immediately after 2015, when the other professor left, right? Jega. Why till now? Why did they say anything?
And he was the campaign director twice under this guy for Buhari.
He was campaign director Mahmoud helped them to rig 2019 election. He was part of the jubilation. They won the election, that their president was re-elected. It's been part of the rigging process. But why now is crying? Why is he crying why hue and cry? It is because he has no base again, and you know, is trying to, what he's trying to do is what Yoruba says, adete ole fun wara, but ole da wara no. Meaning that a leper cannot squeeze cheese or milk, rather, but he can kick the bucket of that milk away. So, because he has lost out and he has nowhere to go, he don't know what to do. So that is why he came out with this outburst, so that he can expose what they have been doing in secret, so that people will take all of them, so that he can now be seen as an holy person, and Wike and Tinubu, Mahmoud and APC can be seen. It's trying to to portray a very bad image about APC and those people that he mentioned, Mahmoud particularly, and Wike and all of them, so that people can look at him. He's trying to champion the cause of poor people, or he's not. He's a clean guy who it meant well for the country, who now is exposing them. He is part of the people. So it's just this sakamaje by politicians, particularly in Nigeria, when they lost out. They want the heaven to fall. They want everything to destroy, so that everybody can be the loser. But everybody cannot be the loser. When it comes to political contests, some will win and some will lose. And the best thing for the person that loses is just to go back to drawing board to re-strategize. So this guy, what he should be doing now, or what he needs to go and do, is to go and re-strategize, know where to go. If he still wants to remain in APC, he should go to the president-elect, try to parley with him, and they can take him as part of the team, instead of playing antagonistic posture against APC and the president-elect. He lost out. He couldn't. He worked for Atiku, according to Wike. Wike said this some weeks ago, that he didn't work for but that he worked for Atiku. You work for Atiku for presidential election, but now you are carrying a candidate of APC around, and now you have been outsmarted in the game, and now you are crying that heaven should fall. So, look, he has lost out.
Does it amaze you just how many people are circling around this Tinubu's mandate, looking to undermine it? It's just from Bode George, of course, Peter Obi, Atiku calling him a Hitler, Amaechi telling us that Mahmoud Yakubu is in his pocket, that white bearded man telling us that he will never. Have we ever seen this before? That so many powers circling around just one. Usually, when the elections are won and lost, you have a week or two of people rebel rousing, and then everything settles down. Have we ever known this sort of thing that we're seeing with Tinubu?
One man, it has happened several times. Tinubu too have done it against another person, particularly against Obasanjo when Obasanjo was the president. The opposition against Obasanjo was even from Yoruba people. It was very, very strong. There wasn't anything for Obasanjo. They call him, they tag him with different kind of names and they run a campaign of calumny. They destroy his personality. They shredded everything about him. So Tinubu has done that before against some other. So if they are doing it against him now, I don't. It doesn't. It's just politics. That is the.
So you don't feel sorry for him. A bit of me feels sorry for him.
No.
You know, just on a human level.
No.
It's not had a moment to enjoy his victory. Not one moment.
Look, this is a politician. Tinubu is a Nigerian top politician that have developed his skin over a long period of time, that have been in the game. They understood everything well. So I don't think he's even bothered. He will just be saying, let them be crying. They are just crying because they lost out in this game, which I meet again. There's no problem. So I don't feel for Tinubu that is being called all sort of thing. They call him Hitler. As a matter of fact, I met one of my friends in Ethiopia. We met. He said, "Oh, I learned that a drug dealer is now your new president." Can you believe that? That was a friend of mine in Ethiopia. That's what he told me. I said, "Who told you that?" He said, I read it. He said, that's what I read. So let me tell you this. This is the usual practice of a typical Nigerian politician. When they lost out, they will call the opponent all sort of names. They will say a lot of things against that winner, and those that are in contest against him will not accept that defeat in good faith. They will go to court and go and present some useless whatsoever at the court. And history we have seen it by history. Going by history, they never won at once at every presidential contest since 2019. 1999, always end up in Supreme Court. So this one will end up there too. So typical Nigerian politician doesn't accept his defeat, except Jonathan. Jonathan was the only person that demonstrated that leadership that, look, I am done. Buhari won. He didn't even wait for the election to be announced. It was in that process of collation of the election that Jonathan called Buhari and congratulated him and came on air that, oh yeah, I've congratulated him. A life of one Nigerian does not want to be terminated for his victory or for him to become president. So, look, Atiku is going through. Atiku have totally lost out himself. This election is the last election he can go. This is the last time we will see him contesting presidential election. Is pain, and the others. What do you call it? That a ZFA or what a ZFA, and is the only one that I'm surprised that he could talk the way he talked, but I can see the reason why he talked like that. He has been, as of today, I think is the oldest politician and an ex-veteran that we can see in the North. And, he always championed the interests of the Igbo. And even during these court cases, at every court, date of Nnamdi Kanu, you will see him in Abuja, standing for Nnamdi Kanu, fighting for Nnamdi Kanu release. So I can see the angle that he's speaking from. He is just fighting for one of their sons that have lost out in the election, that have been perceived by majority of the Easterner that they manipulated the process against him and in favor of Tinubu. So I'm not that surprised. But Atiku, for describing Tinubu as Hitler, or how did he describe him? And also, it's just unfortunate for him. Instead of him to, just accept the result in good faith, and if you want to partner with him, if they want to do anything for Nigerian to get better, but rather calling him names. But I don't think that people even bother about them. I think it's working. I believe he is working behind the scene, trying to put his team together, getting them ready for inauguration. After inauguration, we announce the name of his cabinet, and it will kick off his administration from there. So I don't care about what they are saying about him. They can continue to call him what sort of. Obasanjo has faced the worst than that when Obasanjo governed Nigeria, the first 1999 to 2019. So Tinubu part of those that rock Obasanjo very hard. So.
Good evening. Have a good morning. Have a good morning.
Yeah.
You say you never hear say they want throw bomb for where they want do this thing for Tinubu or the 29.
No, it was for Sanwo-Olu that they said though. I saw it. Somebody sent it to me.
Tinubu.
Were you the one that sent it to me?
Yes.
Hey, resend it to me. Resend it to me.
Go ahead. Make the logo bomb that day.
Gideon, may you send that clip again? I know download that. May I download that? Make people hear.
Okay, go ahead.
Atiku is done with politics in Nigeria.
No, it's finished.
He is done. There's no comeback. There's no magic power that can revive his political career. He's done. He will never be president.
But Ajale Koko, baby calm down. They say Atiku is done with Nigerian politics. But is Rotimi Amaechi also done with Nigerian politics? Was that his goodbye letter that we just saw there?
Yes, he is done as well.
No, that was to Ajale Koko. Yeah.
Yeah, Atiku is done.
And Rotimi Amaechi, I said.
Oh, okay. Rotimi Amaechi.
No, I was asking if that was Rotimi Amaechi's goodbye letter that we just heard him deliver there.
I think it's just frustrated and hungry at the moment. Tomorrow, don't be surprised if you see him meeting with Tinubu and trying to mend fence with him and trying to get back to his political family, APC. So I wouldn't say that he is done, but politically in his state, I think his strength has been cut, has been shredded by Wike. And as long as Wike leaves, and as long as Wike surrogate after Wike leaving, the new governor that is promoting, if that one assume office, Amaechi will never have a breathing space in that state. But it could still be useful. It could still parley. Sometimes some people doesn't have a political base, but they occupy a very strong political political appointment position. So what you just need to do is just to go back to Tinubu and see how you can reconcile whatever differences between them, and then move on. I believe.
You see, I don't think that Rotimi Amaechi can subordinate himself to Tinubu. I don't think he can.
Why not? He's not
because he contended against him, and
they've gone past that. He's the president-elect now. What can he do? Man pass man. So man don't pass man now. When one man don't pass the other, the one where a day below. I have to acknowledge the superiority of the other. So he have to acknowledge Tinubu's superiority now above him and get along. That is the best thing he could do. If you want to continue angry, he will just be angry for nothing, and he will be pushed out of politics completely in that state. Because the more he cannot, the best thing he can do for himself to still remain relevant is to go and lobby a way he can get appointment. That is the only thing that can still make him relevant, and relevant in such a way that he can still keep his the little political space he still have, the little support base rather in the River State, those people that are still following him, that still sees him as their leader. That is the only thing that he can do to still keep his relevance to them. Otherwise, if he doesn't keep any political appointment and he doesn't have the money to give them, all those people will fritter away into different other camp. Particularly, Wike will dangle some carrot to them, and they will switch to Wike camp because they won't have any other leader that can spend that money to keep them going. Like Wike, they will say, "Oh, if you can't beat them, let's go and join them." So he have to bury his ego, go and join with the winning team, and secure an appointment, and possibly you could still get appointment from that state. Somehow get an appointment and keep your relevance and keep your follower going. You still keep your follower going. Well, otherwise, it will lose out in the game completely, and it will be irrelevant politically in that state forever. It has happened to so many people that we have known. It happened to a lot of people that we have known. So that is the way. If you just do away with this nonsense outbursts, naming, saying some people are the one that appointed Mahmoud and all those nonsense that is taught. It's just absolute nonsense. We don't care about their nonsense. They are all corrupt. The system is corrupt. The process is corrupt. Everything is based on corruption, and that is the country we have. We like it. I don't like it, but that is every one of them participating in.
People are speculating that he will cross over to Labour Party. Can you see that?
No, that will. What is Labour Party?
Because he will then have to subordinate himself to Peter Obi.
So if he cross to Labour Party, what is Labour Party going to? How will Labour Party make him relevant in his state? Does he have billions that is ready to inject into Labour Party?
I have a quick question. So, switching party, is he trying to run for president in future or what? Because this guy can become anything. He's been Minister of Transportation already. That's the highest position we ever hold in his political career. So, I don't know what switching parties will do for him, going to Labour or PDP or whatever, wherever he is now. I don't really know. What's his own ambition? Does he have plans to run for presidency or what?
Well, it clearly does. It was the second in the APC primaries, and I don't think his ambition ends there.
Look, his political strength is losing value every day, in and out in that state. Is losing value in that state, except maybe you want to run to another state, or I don't know where you want to run to. But in that Wike state, that Wike River state, that guy will not have breathing space politically. He will not have breathing space. So I don't know. I don't know how he wants to do it. But the best thing for him to do is to bury his ego, go and join the Tinubu, go and reconcile, and lobby and see how Tinubu can give you appointment, and then rejoin your party, because he invested he invested in that party, he should be able to reap, return of his investment in that party. But I don't know why it's just crazy. Tinubu was desperate. Tinubu wanted to win that state because he doesn't want to give any chances for him to lose election. And the person in charge of that state is Wike. Wike is the person that can deliver to him. He struck a deal with Wike, and Wike got him the vote he wanted. But you are angry that he entered into agreements with Wike. But you that are angry, you don't have that strength to deliver for Tinubu. So what do you expect Tinubu to do? Tinubu have done the right thing that he's supposed to do, and he got his what he wanted. But you are hungry, you are going to press, so say all sort of nonsense against him, against everybody, against Mahmoud, against Wike. I think it just, it was. You can see him here and there. You can hear what he said, that I don't want to say anything more. I've been advised not to. It's just a hungry, and it cannot allow his maturity to handle his emotion and anger, and that is what he displayed there. And it's just an act of stupidity. What he knew, this is a big secret among you that's been running this corrupt system. Now, because you lost that, you are revealing everything. What kind of leader is that? How can't a leader keep a secret? One of the most, important element of leadership is ability to keep secret. Because at that top level of leadership, there are some secret that will be among you, and you should be able to keep that secret. Come rain and sunshine, that secret you should be able to protect that secret and don't reveal it, whether you are in good time or in bad time with some people in that clique that you within that clip that kept that secret. It should be able to keep it and don't allow situation for you to run your mouth and say what you are not supposed to say. What is said, I think you have destroyed a lot of things, destroyed his personality more than ever before with what you said, with this nonsense talk that he was saying in the press. It's just unfortunate for him, but it's not too late. He can still reconcile. You just have to go and beg and talk, and if Tinubu want to be nice to him, he can accept him back into the folk, and they continue the game together. So,
all right. Ajale Koko, there's a clip that so many people have sent in. So I'll play it now, and then give us just a brief response to it, and then from there I'll go on and acknowledge the super chats. But so many people have sent this in, so let me play it for you. It's I want people. So the language is a bit funky in this one, but here it is.
What wins a battle is the guts and determination. Once it starts tomorrow, we are determined and we must win. And finally, that swearing in day, we are not going to allow it. Yes, even if we need a mystery bomb or plane to sink that swearing in center, so be it. It will not happen. Except if you want to allow, but in my own mind, I've already said it will not happen. And again, these people that call themselves strong men, big men, powerful men, how powerful are they? How many are they in numbers? If you cannot get them, there's other strategies. Target their children, target their relations. By the time we finish them, then they will run away. So it is peaceful, but, my dear, Now once man they die yo. So let us go all out and fight this to the end. Let us correct the country. In the 80s, in the 70s, when I was in this country, it was a very nice place. But few people have just destroyed it overnight. So my dear, let's prepare ourselves. Thank you very much.
So there it is, Ajanle Koko. They want to bomb Sanwo-Olu.
Okay, so one more. Let me just chip in. So let me just chip in. So now this whole thing that is happening now is now beginning to sound like a conspiracy.
Right.
It's now beginning to sound like somebody or some group of
So,
people.
sorry, have you seen that earlier, or is this the first time you're saying it?
No, I've not seen. This is the first time I'm seeing it because.
All right, because it's all over social media. But
okay, so no, it will be a conspiracy depending on how the government reacts to this or how APC reacts to this. Now, if the government reacts to this in the sense of like hate speech or somebody instigating violence in the democratic process and goes to try and arrest the guy directly, only him, fine. I won't even say anything about him. But if they now spin it around and tag it as some ethnic people who don't want Lagos to grow, that kind of narrative, then I'll feel it's conspiracy. Because the appropriate thing would be to target the individual, set him as an example that would deter any other person from making such remarks again. But if they now tag it as a general idea that is a school of thought that is within Igbo people because they lost, then I'll now feel it's a conspiracy and they're only making things worse by dividing us further. That's just my own take, because this is becoming...
Do you think it's some like a fifth columnist sort of thing this was put together? Is that what you're...
I'll be honest about it. I just feel this was, to be honest, this is put together. Because there's nothing, everybody knows, every average Nigerian, what do you want to do? What exactly are you instigating all this for? You're not going to win against the government. We never have. So what exactly are you trying to prove? So I feel it's a fifth column, it's an agenda, honestly speaking. I don't think any Nigerian, nobody will even think this way, safe. Maybe in Igbo... Yeah, go on.
It's as if this man speaking, he doesn't listen to Niger Watch. If you listen to Niger Watch, he won't say he won't say what you're saying. That's what
Mr. Fash.
Yeah.
Sorry. What is your greatest fear? Why you have this so much fear?
Which way?
Like you just said, this guy speaking like you are 20 Charles that is not listening to Nigeria, that there are people doing such promoting such narrative, and it's giving you fear, right?
No, it's not
giving you cause of right, or it's giving cause of it give you concerns, right?
No, because he said it's maybe conspiracy theory, or maybe the government is trying to is creating it for their own agenda. Like maybe he doesn't know what's going on. Me, I just detected Niger Watch, and anytime I want to laugh, I just go there. How many people is bringing this to Nigeria? Let's do this. Where people, when they are frustrated, when someone are depressed, they say all sorts of things. It's not about maybe government knows about it. No, they just want to say what they want to say, but they know what they are saying is not fact, but they just want to say it. That's what I'm just saying.
So one other thing, I really don't know why DSS, especially those guys that instigate violence, why they are letting them get away with it for some reason. It's as if because ordinarily they should arrest these guys. Honestly speaking, forget Igbo or anything, they should arrest them. But it's as if they themselves are...
Do you think they are not that? Do you not think their hands their hands are tied somewhat?
No, their hands are not tied.
Not to come across a partisan.
No. The hands are not tied. I think it's a win-win for them. I think they actually even want things like this to happen.
If they go on and arrest these guys, what do you think the narrative will be?
Okay, so what's the difference? I want to ask you a question. What's the difference?
They would then say, oh, but MC Oluomo was doing this and that.
Okay, no.
And then if they go and arrest MC Oluomo, then they would then say, oh, what about those people in Rivers State? And then
what's the difference between this kind of people and Nnamdi Kanu? because I really don't see I don't see the difference. The same narrations, the same threats against that tampers the unity of Nigeria. Do you understand? And if you can arrest Nnamdi Kanu quickly, this guy should be brought to book now. I don't see any reason why they will let this slide. If not that it's part of the agenda for them to actually let this kind of things fester into the Nigerian political landscape. Because honestly speaking, I think the government itself are the ones promoting these things. That's how I see it now. Anyone can prove otherwise.
And I support it kind of. You know that guy, Magnus Oraka, his speech he made was not up to this during that first election. He went on the hiding. JSS started looking for him. How come JSS can pick the people they want to pick when it comes to the national threat that you see? Obviously, they don't go after them. Both the Igbos, the Yorubas, the Northerners, they do the same thing. They'll do on TV or in the rivers, and the JSS don't seem to go after them. But just let a common man go on there and say something. Immediately they will find him out and arrest him. Why is this so? Is sometimes I've seen so much of these things and just pass and it's just propaganda, whatever, whatnot. But it doesn't really matter. It's not going to, nothing's going to change. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Sorry, my system kicked me out. Sorry.
I was wondering. Yeah. So to me, I just felt all this has been arranged. It doesn't make sense and does not hold any value. People should not have any fear for it because there's no fear about it. If there's fear, you will see the DSS will kick into action and get this person arrested. But the people they want, they always get them. How come they don't get other people that's obvious? We see on TV. Somebody come out in the north and threaten nothing will happen. Somebody come out in rivers and threaten nothing will happen. Somebody come out in the south and threaten nothing will happen. In Benin, during that last election, people were stealing ballot board openly with their face. Till now, they are not be arrested. But make any comment against one person, they will arrest him. So it's same thing everywhere. This is not supposed to be fear or concern. That's how I see it anyway. Thanks.
All right, brilliant. So back to you, Ajale Koko.
One man. We saw the name of that person. Is it the PRO of Gbadebo that made that? Where is that audio?
No, that's coming. There's a space on Twitter called Twitter Space where it's a real where all these extremists where they go and gather to. So it's from one of those spaces. It's just some of the languages that are still coming out of this politics. That was the same space that was telling us that they have to take Lagos. So it's one of those sort of far right sort of obedient followers.
Yeah. So I don't know why some people want to say that it might be that the government that is behind this. Why must we want to conclude like that?
Okay, let's not put it that government is behind it, but we can theorize that government allows this to happen.
How
because
can
nothing? No, see, this same video, if this same group has rolled out a threat before, nothing was done. They are doing it again. It's easy for them to shut down that platform now.
The government cannot shut down Twitter.
But they've done it before now.
Twitter is not owned by Nigeria.
But they have done it before, if we're correct.
Yeah, they have done it. Must they have to be going after this nonsense talk? People that we just talk and people that cannot prevent election rigging.
So Ajale Koko, so you see, they're making a mistake here. These are not people. Because when Nigerians or Lagosians hear this, they will coin this as Igbo people. It's not an individual thing now. It's more or less like a tribal thing. Do you understand? So if you're going to stop this from escalating, it's already escalated. These are not just people just discussing. The way people coin it now in Lagos or everywhere in the world is like Igbo, LP people, Biafra, or whatever. So right now, if they are going to maintain peace and stability in that country, shouldn't they be trying as much as possible to crop this kind of mass hysteria from going out?
Well, Nigerians have security services. We don't know what they are doing behind the scene. But for us to think that when a threat like this is perpetrated by some people against Nigerian state, don't think that Nigerian state will fold their hand and don't do anything. They might be doing something behind the scene that we don't know.
So this is what Amaechi was pointing out to, that it seems as if when it comes to maintaining order, law and order or decorum, they only maintain order when it suits their political objectives. You understand?
Don't even bring Amaechi into this, because we have done it before. When it was going good for them, it was good. They will defend the administration. When things turns around against them, then you will see them blabbering their mouth and saying all sort of nonsense. But look, all these guys that are making this noise, they are doing it for a reason. It's just a psychological warfare. It's just to threaten the authority. They don't have nothing.
But Ajay Koko is not, see, there's threats in that. There are threats that are empty, but there are threats that will be coined ethnic threats. There are threats that will be coined a group of people.
Look,
do you understand? And that's what everything is depicting right now.
Let me tell you this. When you have our ethnic group or groups in the South that their leadership that's supposed to be in the lead to speak against violence, and they don't speak, and they allow their children to run their mouths and threaten the state all the time, and they don't speak up against it, people will say all sort of things against them. You understand what I'm saying? It is just, there's no any other way you can look at it. That is the way every reasonable people will look at it, that when a particular group of people, particularly their youth, are running all sort of threat against the state, and the leaders don't come out to say, it's either by calling them to order or coming out to attack those kids running that threat against the state and giving assurances to the state that we are not part of this. Everybody will perceive that they are part of it. So everybody have responsibility, leadership of all these rascal youth we have in the South. I don't want to mention a particular ethnic group. I'm talking about the youth, all the youth in the South particularly. I'm a Yoruba man. Sometimes we hear some of our youth still running, say all sort of nonsense. It's just that they are not as too toxic as the Igbo youth when they are running all sort of things against the Nigerian state. But the leaders in every part of our side of this country have responsibility to stand up, call these youth to order, and so that everybody, other part of this country, can see them as responsible leaders. They can't just keep quiet and their youth a threat against the state. And no, it is, as we blame the government, let us blame the leadership of the leadership of each part of the country that are irresponsible as well. The same thing happened in the North. It is irresponsible leadership that created the Boko Haram and all those banditry everywhere that are terminating the life of our people everywhere, over there too. So our ethnic group leaders have big role to play to check all these excesses by these rascal youth that we have in the South, that
doesn't know when to talk, doesn't know how to talk. Every time they just want to run to the social media and be talking nonsense. There's nobody they cannot abuse. If you come up with anything contrary, or you just want to say, oh, this is not the way to do it, then we abuse it to heaven. So don't let us look at it that, some people will think, oh, it's coming from one tribe, or they want to tag the entire tribe for what is going on. The leadership in that tribe have responsibility to check the excesses of their kids. They are becoming too rascal. They should be checked and be put to order. That's my take on that. We can't be blaming the government every time when we have our own kids doing the wrong thing. They are not from heaven. This particular audio, we can listen to that accent, and we can easily know where that accent comes from in Nigeria. That guy that is running that nonsense. Say you want to stop Sanwo-Olu, it's not going to be possible. We're not going to make it possible. We have to go on. It's all nonsense. The leaders of every ethnic group in that country have responsibility on their own too, to check the excesses of their youth so that the country can be in peace. That's my take, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant to oppose. Brilliant to oppose. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, news just coming in, but if you can, a very brief response to this. Let me see. Somebody just sent it to me now. It looks as though Peter Obi has now formally filed a petition for the election. So a response to that. So he has now filed his petition. With the Electoral Tribunal.
Well, that's a good development as far as I'm concerned, because there must be in a civilized society, or a society or a country rather, where it is democratically governed. Whenever an election is conducted, it must be free and fair. The process must show that transparency, free and fair, in such a way, and peaceful, free, fair, peaceful election. But when we have a situation after the election and someone or group of them that contested in an election feel not, sees that the election is not free and fair, or manipulated against them in favor of another candidate, they have the right to go to court. So this is what he's doing. It is there's a constitutional, there's electoral law. The electoral law in the country permits this. So it's just exercising, is acting within the electoral law to go to court to challenge the outcome of the result. So the judiciary that is going to meet the judges or justices that is going to be meeting at the court, we ask for the evidences to support his prayer.
So they look at his petition, ask for his evidences, and they will compare it with the other party, and they will come out with, they've come out with the best ruling for the betterment of democracy. So I think it's what it's doing is in order, is allowed by the law, and people should wait and let us see what the outcome is going to be. So, but history tells us that there's never a time that presidential results have been challenged in the past and come out to favor petitioner. So maybe Obi's own is going to be different. We have to wait and see. So congratulations to Obi for now putting up maybe 20 SAN. How many did they call? They said he was putting up 20 SANs to take up this matter for him. However, what we watched Obi said on the TV was that he is not challenging the outcome of the result, but rather the process. So, and what we know about the process is that nobody can challenge the process, because by law, by electoral law, the process is in the hand of INEC. INEC can determine the way, the process to conduct the election in the best interest they feel that is good for free and fair election to be achieved in the country. So if that process that INEC conducted the election is to their own, if it is to the best ability of INEC that it is free and fair, then INEC will tell the court under the law why they conducted the election in the way and manner they conducted it. And the judges will look at the technicality of the law and every law that surrounds it to come out with their own judgment. So let's just wait and see and wait for what is going to come out in the next few months to come. That's my take, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that was Ajan Lekoko. So Ajan Lekoko, for time, let's go on and move the conversation in the direction of, I'm not sure if we still have Fatai. Fatai, do we still have you? No.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, brilliant. How did that happen, Fatai, that you did not interject once?
Yeah, no, because I think I'm more interested in a particular discussion, actually.
Oh, okay, which topic interests you the most?
Okay, I mean, okay, first before I go into it, I would like to say, Babala Koko, thank you for that interpretation. Because INEC has what is called the presumption of regularity, right? So if you go to court, INEC is going to tell the court, right? I mean, the court takes INEC as having conducted itself in the best interest of its job, right? So if you're challenging the process, you're going to have to tell the court that you don't believe INEC did it for the best interest of the job and whatever, but the court is going to take this stand. You have the bar to cross to tell the court you don't believe INEC or whatever it is. But my point is INEC has a presumption with the court, with presumption of regularity with the court. So it will go to court. I did it in the best interest of the job, in the best interest of the country, like blah, 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 and to the best of our ability. Now, you can say, no, that is not the best of your ability. This is the reason, blah, 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 blah. It's always a tough bar, like 99%, you don't win. But if you're questioning the results, or the tabulation or whatever it is, okay, there is the case. And the Peter Obi's team has done the right thing. This is all what we are saying. We don't want people to be going to New York City and be telling America, oh, come and do this to Nigeria, come and do that to Nigeria. No, we are a sovereign country. you all agree to the process, it's almost like a contract. Like, we will go through this process. If we have a problem, we go to court. So go to court. We're not going to be ruled by mob action. No country, no serious country is ruled by mob action. You know. So
there is a mob action sort of a thing. There's a siege mentality somewhat to the texture of the, yes.
It's going to consume the country. The
language is Fatai, the language is getting wilder and wilder, and it looks as though that space is pushing just as far as to see how far they can push until they are brought short. So somebody has to do something the way things are going.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. And that is the point. The conversation earlier today is very important. One of the reasons, like, if you're going to have a peace, I mean, if the divide in that country, one of the angle it's hinged upon, like one of the major pillar, it's popularity. One of the argument, and it's very important. When Ola made that point about propaganda, it's so prescient, right? We have to sieve this argument. We have to take away. Are we really facing the fact? Are we facing the fact, or are we facing propaganda? If you're able to sieve if you're able to separate these, you're going to have. If you can't separate this, the division is going to go on, because some people are going to be hooked to something. If it's not the real thing, the country is just going to continue to divide. It is very important to clear that part, and that's why I've been quiet, because that is the conversation I'm interested in. Because also, one man, your platform, like, okay, yesterday we were talking about I was here and you brought up the point about Binani, right? So, and Ajal Koko was talking. I think I kind of interjected, because my understanding of this issue is that, look, the APC, their lethal opposition is Atiku's machinery, because as PDP is fractured, the fracture of PDP, Wike, the other people have no home, and then Atiku. So the most lethal of all these is Atiku's machinery. They want to eliminate Atiku's machinery. So when that discussion was coming up that Binani has won, and then it was like, oh, they want to overturn it. So I was like, it's not possible to overturn it. They will do everything to make sure they overturn. But the point is, Atiku Binani was never won at all at any stage of the game. It was close match. So we were discussing something that didn't happen, right? I mean, so we would be wasting time if we're discussing generalities that don't. I mean, what's the point of talking? We have to get the point where the angle we are talking about straight, and that leads me to this issue about the popularity. So we all understand, even Tinubu is a grandpa. He understands that you need to bring everybody together. It's not a baby. There's no need to lecture Tinubu or anybody in the platform about what Tinubu needs to do. But there's nobody that is going to argue if you say Tinubu needs to reach out. Of course, even a child notes, you have to reach out to that. But the context, a point is as important as its context. Right, we have all these complexities in this here. So if a point is brought upon, people see it in the light of the context. So when you bring that popularity, you see even from the reaction, everybody was like, "What the heck is this?" Or "What the heck is there?" Everybody, because that is that's the serious issue in that country. So, but let me just go straight to where I want to talk. So you can either talk sweet talking, oh, he's not talking, or social media sweet talking and everything like that to be measuring popularity, or you can use mathematics and statistics and relativity to measure it. So when you say he did not win 50% and therefore up to 50% or 60%, and therefore it's not popular, even in introduction to statistics, nobody talks like that. Nobody who has done
it wasn't popularity, it was majority. He did not get the majority of the votes cast.
One man, you get majority from two horse race. When you do one of the basic things you learn, I'm not talking anything. I'm not going to go complicated. One of the basic things you do in introduction to statistics is what is called N, sample size.
So we have 3 strong contenders. That is N equals to 3. You divide it by 3, 33% each. If you get 33%, you are a popular candidate. There's no, if you're talking to, if N is 2, then we are talking 50-50. If you get 50 or 51, whatever. If you get 33, you are popular. Nobody in statistics talks to you about popularity anymore. So if you now say, I want to add the other 60, the other side to be 60 to make you popular. No, it doesn't work like that.
51% is the majority of 100%.
For two major candidates. This is not the first time in the history of Nigeria it's happened. In 1979, Shagari did, in fact, Tinubu's vote is more than Shagari's vote. Shagari's got 33%. Tinubu got 36%. That Shagari's election was 16 million total, right? So, and if you put it to today's context, which is around 24 million, therefore, Shagari will be getting 8.1 million. Tinubu got 8.9 million, almost 9 million Tinubu got. So it's not the worst. It's not that it never happened. And I think Kulata mentioned something 12 million. 12 million is what Shagari got in its second term, in its second running in 1983. And that 1983 was essentially two-horse race because Azikwe got 13%. So when you talk statistically, that's not a three-horse race, that's a two-horse race. 13% is relevant at that point. It's like Kwankwaso's vote in this election. Kwankwaso votes in it it's not 4-horse race, it's 3-horse race because Kwankwaso is negligible. It's 6%. It's negligible. You can forget about it. And also it's confined to one state. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't swing the election. Azikwe's vote is better because 13% could swing the election. Because if you put even if you give all the 13% to Awolowo, it still doesn't swing. Awolowo and Shagari still 47%. I think, am I getting it wrong? The 31, 44. Yeah, it's not even still up. So you can discount Azikwe. So that was a two-horse race, and that's a 12 million. When you mention two-horse race, you can be talking that 51%, 50, whatever. When you talk 3 strong candidates, and in this case, the other 2, each of them got minimum 25%. Peter Obi got 25%. That's like a quarter of that vote. That is a strong candidate. That's a swing vote. So if Peter Obi gives off his whatever and gives it to Atiku, it swings the vote. That's how you talk about it in statistics. Not that the other one is not popular. The other people are holding swing votes. That's why they are relevant in that, and that's what makes it a 3-horse race. That's what makes your N to be equals to 3, not to 2. So if you want to talk sweet talking, you can talk, he didn't win 50%. That is sweet talking. That is not mathematics.
Look, you are the statistician, but the optics and the narrative of the Nigerian politics.
All right.
No, hold on.
Optics.
Well, you know, perception is 99% of whatever, you know.
No. The propaganda is the problem, right? The optics, many of the time, is propaganda. Now, that is what Ola said. That's why I'm saying my point is based on, I love that expression that Ola said. It said we need to remove propaganda from the reality, right? No, people can go ahead with their propaganda. What can you do? I am not in the field. Tinubu is the politician. I'm sure he knows how to tackle propaganda. And if you're going to make a recommendation to a government, but you can't tell the reality from propaganda, how do you know how to make? For instance, you will say Tinubu.
Oh. He's back. Sorry, you dropped.
You don't know if you are dealing with propaganda, but if you know that you are dealing with reality, that statement is extreme, right? But if you see if it's propaganda, you don't know. It might be extreme. I don't know. I don't have opinion there. I don't have opinion. I don't go into that conversation. But and also you see that expression. Even when Kolata said Tinubu has a thug problem, that was so amazing. I was like, what the heck? How can you say Tinubu? First of all, I wanted to know: are you saying Tinubu is person?
No. He was speaking in broad strokes. He was speaking in broad strokes.
Yeah, I know, but that is a significant point, something to say. Tinubu has a thought problem. What? That is like turning things opposite. Tinubu does not have a thought problem. This thuggery they are talking about, of course, we know where it's coming from. All this Agbero propaganda narrative. And this is where thing is coming from, right? Is like condemning a man for doing something good. It's from that narrative of that Tinubu narrative about El-Rufai, about rotting to bad. You may turn the rotten to bad. So when Tinubu won election in Lagos, if you think Tinubu had a thug problem, if you think there are Agbero in Lagos, you needed to have come to Lagos in 1980s or early 1990s. And
it was referencing MC Oluomo. It was referencing MC Oluomo and the role he played in Lagos election.
I get it. To reference all those guys, MC Oluomo and all the whatever people they call Agbero. You have to put in perspective, in relative terms, of the condition of that space before Tinubu became governor of Lagos State. What was the nature of this Agbero situation? So Tinubu came in. They look at this guy, because whatever you think of them, they are also Nigerians. They were in Lagos. You don't throw away your people because you think they are Agbero. So Tinubu take these people and repurpose them. What you could say is that with regard to Agbero, Tinubu turned a rotten situation to a bad situation. It's not we have not got to the good yet, but certainly it's come down from rotten to bad. So how can you then tag a man who has done this and you say he has a tough problem? What does that even mean? And this is the propaganda. This is from the Agbero propaganda. And if we don't curtail such propaganda, like Ola said, it's going to be a problem. You can't take care of that country with too much propaganda unanswered.
But there's an argument to say that Tinubu harnessed that Agbero space as a private army, and that came into play again in Lagos. We saw the impact that Sanwo-Olu what's his name, MC Oluomo, the impact he played in this Lagos election. It cannot be downplayed. The threats and the violence, it cannot be downplayed.
One man. It's like this argument we were having the other time about this Lagos. These are Professor Patitome's kind of narrative, and all those statistics is Professor Patitome's kind of narrative. You cannot measure something by itself, by what it's been. Agbero is not Tinubu's creation. This Agbero you are talking about, what you want them Tinubu?
Yeah, but he has harnessed it as a private army.
What do you mean he harnessed it?
Are they not his private army? Are they not his private army?
How are they his private army? Do you know how they
does he not deploy them during elections? Does he not deploy them?
He deployed them. Did you see the letter he signed and the contract he gave with them to go and snatch ballot boxes for him? Did you have the letter? This is the nature.
No, I have the letter. I have
the nature. One man, the nature of these people before now, this is their job. Has nothing to do with Tinubu. And that's what I'm telling you. It's even
okay. I want
to bad.
Okay, hold on. I want to play you something, and then I'd like you to explain it. Is that not a private army issuing threats at the opposition?
Okay. Yeah, one man in that place you saw that video. Okay, so did you see cutlass? They were cutting each other, or they were shooting guns, or whatever. I don't know, whatever they're doing. So it's thuggery now to talk, to sing. It's thuggery to sing and to talk. They don't have a right to. I don't have a right to say, this election, no.
Fatai, to sing the traditional song to
we got to sing
orin ọ̀tẹ̀. Orin kúkú.
One man. I am surprised because you are from
Ibadan.
Nothing calling your Ibadan law. Without politics. Èèyàn méjì bá pàdé àwọn lórí títì àwọn obìnrin méjì bá pàdé lórí títì lórí Ìbàdàn. One man, you have never heard orin ọ̀tẹ̀ láàrin ara wọn. Orin kí lórúkọ ẹ̀ Babajanle Koko àti ẹ̀lẹ́ back me orin Panṣágà rántí ọjọ́ ọ̀la máa ń tó kọrin yìí. Gbogbo orin yẹn kó ṣe orin ọ̀tẹ̀ ni. Àyìnlá Ọmọwúrà gbogbo àwọn orin yẹn ṣé wọ́n ń ṣe orin ọ̀tẹ̀ ni? As one man being to
Sonny Ade party before, I will see a lot of those oriote. You will hear a lot, even your ordinary party. So I don't know. See, one man, the thing about this MC Oluomo that people are overstretching is this. When Tinubu was campaigning, he said he was going to repurpose them. The same thing with area boys. That's
as a private army.
One man. All those things are just narratives. Okay, let's assume that MC Oluomo is even fighting for Tinubu. It is normal to defend your
to threaten Mama Chukwudi.
Oh my God, you do Mama. Oh my God,
to threaten Mama Chukwudi.
One man. Ola Joma Benumo for the Elenu Joma. Hand over his phone. So Fela Nikolanipe, Shakara Olo Jenny, have you made a distinction between what Oluomo is saying in that video, whether it is Shakara is making or is real threat?
No, it's not how I say it. It's how they put that video out deliberately to intimidate
that is part of Eko Shakara. Eko, only I know the year you never take it. Lara Eko ni on my phone, only phone by bread here. Only it doesn't mean if people are giving voice in Lagos, it doesn't mean many of the things that happen in Lagos actually. Oh, we just give you voice. Lagosians are not ready to kill themselves. They still want to go and do whatever they are doing. The Lagosians are not ready. Most of the time. If you that you know what's up, you go give your voice back. Hey, we go see say fight to go even happen. You know, it's extreme situation. You see fight in Lagos, and when they fight, see Lafia Jikpelu, whatever campus. If they fight or whatever, this is what is what those videos they are showing. Is that a fight? Is that a fight? If you see fight, you will not say if fight break out in Lagos. This is not a fight. Oh, this one is Shakara. I'm sure is talking.
Yeah, but the Shakara, the Shakara affected voting patterns now.
And that is mean you are not committed to your candidate. Shaka, if you are so, as they are saying, you're so passionate, obedient, Gbadebo, GRV. If you are so passionate and you know Lagos, you know that is just Shakara now. The guy is just Shakara, you know.
Patai,
that he didn't say.
Patai, yeah, so fún wọn mà wípé ara ìjà lẹ́yìn wà.
Ara ìjà lẹ́yìn gọ́ndẹ̀ tó wá wà. Ara ìjà lẹ́yìn tó wà. Ìyẹn tí wọ́n kọ́, how about that? Now inside fight today. How about that? Now inside fight now election now. Everybody use whatever they use now. And inside we are talking like we are children, like we are all of us are not even Nigerian. Hell, RB
Voter suppression, intimidation, voter suppression.
It's not intimidation, it's called voice. Give them voice. If you give them voice, and I'm even talking extreme. If you extreme analysis, it's giving voice now. It's giving voice. They are saying Lagos is no. If they really know Lagos, if they really know what Lagos is, right? They know that is not voice. It's just giving voice. Shakara now. Why? That's how Lagos rolls. That's how it works in Lagos. They say, hey, Ogbeni, why don't worry? I used to go give them, but my guy, Ogbeni, and we know they watch all those Yoruba movies. Now, Shakara now, that's the way they roll. It doesn't mean they will start breaking bottle on your head. It doesn't mean that one.
So now that it has had the effect, you are now trying to rebrand MC Oluomo's intimidation of Mama Chukwudi as just Shakara.
No, Mama Chukwudi came out before the election. And before the election, I say, no, I am the one selling. No, I mean, whether it is a role play Mama Chukwudi or the real Mama Chukwudi, but I'm sure Mama Chukwudi say, no, it's not threatening me. That one, the rebranding already happened before the election. This is not a rebrand. I am just explaining what I understand it to be. And by the way, one man, the only person in Lagos, as far as I know, I stand to be corrected, that died, right? The only situation where somebody died were not APC people, it was APC personnel. The thug, those thugs they are calling about, they killed a thug, what they call a thug. They killed somebody. The only reported killing that happened in Lagos is from their side. It's not from the side of APC. It's not from the side of MC Oluomo. It's from the side of the Gbadebo supporters. So what are we talking about? So you take actual death happening versus some Shakaraology. And then we are hammering on about if they don't know Lagos. If that's what they are carrying on their head, I mean they don't know Lagos. They don't know Lagos. Lagos is the house of voice, where people they give voice. That's what goes on there. That's what goes on there.
Okay, who and how do you think can and should douse the tension in the country? But there's clearly tension in the country. But how is that doused? Who needs to come out and address this?
Address what?
The tension in the country.
One man. This is where we are trying to get to. We are trying to get to a point to know whether the tension in the country, is it fabricated tension? Is it real tension? We are trying to strip away the propaganda from the reality, cut the fluff. How do we know what is the fluff? We want to know what the popularity really is. We don't know. You can't go by the results of this election to tell us that there is tension in the country. There is too much shenanigans by all the major parties. That's why I said before, one man, that if it is Showore, I'm not even saying it because of Bajana Kokozio. Babalago no more. The last time we were fighting about Showore's position. But if it is Showore that came out today and say, the process is shit, everything, blah, 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 I am the winner of the election, I will have more sympathy for Showore, because Showore will tell you this is the position it will be. I have 14,000 votes. My 14,000 vote is more credible, it's more clean than your 8 million, than your 6 million, than your whatever million, whether it's 7 million. It's than your 1 point something million, so whoever it is, all the big boys. It's 14 million, whether it's allocation or it's real, it's more credible. The other four parties, they all contributed to the bastardization of the election of this election. No one of them is clean. We are trying to use a dirt. We are trying to use a pot calling kettle. Otherwise, the other proverb, pot calling kettle black. We are trying to use this to say is to solve the. We are trying to name the country by 2-3 people who were all bad, right? And trying to say somebody is bad. How do we know who is worse? They were all bad. They were all bad. So you can't tell me that you participated in a bad situation. You contributed to the badness of the situation, and then you are saying the process is bad. Didn't you contribute to the badness of the process? We all have to get rid of that country. That country is going to go to shit. They all contributed to bad situation. Oleg Bani now. thief carry them, thief collect them now, thief collect them, thief. What's the expression? All of them. What are we talking about? Like we are chilled, like baby stuff. We are not. All of a sudden, we now turn to like we are not Nigerians. Like we are talking like these, baby stuff. Narrative that ordinarily as a Nigerian, nobody can sell it to you. You will just even say, and all of a sudden we have all become soft, like a whatever. Always reminds me of that time everybody was shouting about Tinubu's age. I'm like, are you? Is that supposed to be a joke? In 19, somebody's complaining about somebody's age. I mean, how many people are carrying their age on their passport? And the whole, his age is grandfather, ancient of days. I'm like, come on, give me a break. Show me your passport. Tell me it's your real age. What the heck is going on? We are talking there. We need to snap out of it and get free. We need food on the table. We need to fix Naira problem. We need to fix whatever it's going to be. If we need to fix the subsidy one way or the other, we need to fix a lot of things to be fixed in the country. And we are all whatever. Anybody who's not happy, let him go to court. It's very simple. It's not complicated. Thank God they have gone to court. We don't need mob action in our country.
Okay. So you say thank God they have gone to court. So Obi has now formally filed his complaint with the tribunal, but we've not yet gotten the details of it. Hopefully, we get the details of exactly what his payment aggrieves him. Are you glad that he has made this move? So now we are on the pathway now to a decision one way or the other. And are you hopeful that this will be fast tracked? Because this thing now is just it's getting rather tedious.
That is for the court, whatever. Because the problem with election petition, right? First of all, as Atiku filed his own petition.
Not that I'm aware of. No, that's not come out. Yeah.
If Atiku is not filed, he has not filed. Yeah, I think probably Atiku will not file. I think the deadline is either is going to pass this, either is going to pass today. For certainly, it's going to pass this week. The deadline to file the election petition. So if Atiku is not filing, right?
But
So
Fatai, please, Fatai, let me say this: where is the third crying and the second is not even pushing? Because I can't see Atiku pushing back. I don't know.
That is where I'm going now. It's going to be a serious issue now, because if the third is won, I mean, you would have to prove. There's a lot of things to prove. That's my point, right? There's a lot of mountain to climb. Because really in this situation you are not really fighting only against Tinubu, even in the court of law, right? Even if you're going to, I mean, what Peter Obi's camp could be optimistic about is that the court will cancel the election. If the court is going to cancel the election, I can see a sense there. But outside of canceling the election, I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. And if they are not giving to them the 1 million votes in Lagos and the 1.2 million votes in Plateau, how are they going to win it? Okay, this is my interpretation. I think Peter Obi will not win based on if he doesn't get given 1 million votes in Lagos and 1.2 million votes in a Plateau. These are the two strong chunk of votes in which he could lay claim to. If those two are not happening, which by all measurements, whether you look at the down ballot of that day, right, it doesn't seem realistic. Whether you look at what happened in the gubernatorial election, those are circumstantial evidence, by the way. Points that they could make in court, the APC camp. Whether you look at the gubernatorial election, it doesn't seem realistic. 90% to 1%. We haven't seen that result in any shape or form in similar situations in this election cycle. So it's a very difficult point to make that you got 1 million votes in Lagos and Tinubu got 100,000. Actually, for me, I think it's very stupid. It's a very foolish point to be making, right? But we will see. But I fail to see where, and that reminds me, there was a day Babajale Koko and I think BTR, I don't remember his name. They were asking
Babati
Rational Mind. Yeah, Babati, they were asking rational mind this. Oh my God, I love that question, but I wasn't in that day, but I was listening to them. They said, okay, fine. And it was about the North, right? So it's irrelevant what many votes you cancel in the South. But are you making a case about the vote? I don't remember how they put the question. I wish I remember. There were like two questions, one from Bajani Koko and the other one from Babati. I don't remember how they put it. But that's really the point. The game is in the North at this point. It doesn't matter if you cancel all the votes in the South. So what? I mean, I don't know. I am happy he's in the court, right? And when somebody is in court, you have to believe that his lawyers have seen something that is good enough for them to make a case. So let's see. I think it will be interesting. I don't think it will happen so quickly because it's a lot of things to go. This is the problem with the election petition, right?
They said it has to be concluded within 180 days. I think that's the limit for it.
No, historically, is that part of the electoral the new electoral law?
No, I think yes. It says the law provides that pre-election. Oh, it says okay. No, go on. Yeah, I think I misread that.
No. Buhari was still fighting. Atiku, Buhari, all of them. They will always still be fighting, like even halfway into the presidency. So there is no that law now, except it's put into this. There is no way the election will be concluded before Tinubu is sworn in. And when you get sworn in and all this reshuffling, I don't know. And also, once you become president, it's look. Here is the point. The court don't have guns. They don't have guns. They don't have a army, whatever. So their rules, their judgment, right, are not enforceable by guns. So when they make a judgment, they make rational judgment. So if the court says to overturn the election, it has to. The executive branch is equal branch, right? They have to win even in their judgment. They have to look wink, looking at the executive. That is just the reality of life. They accept it is so extraordinary, outlandish, like what Buhari did to that order. Like it becomes an issue of self-preservation for the Supreme Court. Other than that, the executive, by nature of co-equal branches, always give deference to the government. They are not going to throw the government out if it's not like, oh really, oh my God, like why? It's like so ridiculous. Like they're not going to throw out the government, right? Like Adeleke's case, right? The election petition wouldn't throw him out if there was no demonstrable shenanigan going on, right? They will give them deference, right? Because even that one is even lesser of the case because there are higher powers beyond the governor, right? But here we are talking about the highest authority, the presidency, right? It is the same executive that's going to carry out the order of the court. And who runs the executive? The president, the one you want to throw out. And this president, this one man, his power is as equal as your power. Is the one who is controlling the guns. So you have to look in your side view mirror, right? So the argument Peter B was making before, actually it is valid to be skeptical of the court, but not the way he was making it like there is corrupt, it's corrupt. Didn't you know that if you're claiming that the court is corrupt, didn't you know before going into the game, you agreed to go to court after the game if you have a problem. Now you can't change the rule in the middle of the game. You know, if the Lawan's case, whatever, or Uzodima's case, all of them, they were already in the open before you agreed to go into the election, agreeing that you will go to court after the election. So that's not the reason is not valid, but the point, the bottom line is valid. Like when these things happen, the powerful people will tell you to go to court because they know the court will have a little bit of a deference to the executive, except if it's so extraordinary. And only extraordinary case will overturn the election. Believe me, especially if Atiku is not contesting, because it is only extraordinary problems that will take a third to win the election, right? It was extraordinary situation that make Uzodima to become governor. Only extraordinary situation. It's not, I don't know, whatever, I don't know. I don't see that extraordinary situation. The best I could come up with is like if Peter Obi is able to be given back, as they are claiming, 1 million in Lagos and 1.2 million in the Plateau. And even those don't don't add up by themselves, by itself. They don't add up to make him above, climb above Tinubu, right? Except there are some cutting, and only Tinubu is being cut. So you have to have a situation where only Tinubu is being cut, and all addition to Peter Obi, and that addition has to come from Plateau and Lagos, because whatever addition they make, there is nowhere else that it is substantial enough to even overtake Atiku. Right? The only two places is substantial for him to get to, or even first of all to overcome Atiku, is Plateau, which they claim they got 1.2 million, and APC that came second got 100,000, and Lagos, which they claim they got 900,000, and APC that came second also got 100,000. The coincidence even is very funny. So in both cases, they got 100,000. So Tinubu has equal popularity in Lagos and Plateau. Equal popularity. The only thing is about, I wish them good luck. I hope they were telling the truth, but to me it sounds ridiculous. So I don't have so it's not going to happen so quickly, right? It's going to take a while before it happens, before the judgment for the court. The Tinubu's administration will already be underway, and I think it will be a high bar to climb for the Peter Obi. It doesn't matter you ask 20 sons, 1 million sons, it doesn't matter, right? All of those sons, their power, their influence is
a lot of me, Fatai, a lot of me wish that the process will come to an end very quickly, because as long as it carries on, it still dangles just that small sliver of hope for these people. It still gives them a storyline to continue to feast on, and then they'll be talking about the lawyers, and then they'll be talking about, oh, they must complete it before Tinubu is signed in, and then the thing. I just wish the thing would stop just for the noise of that space. It's just they're an unconscionable bunch.
Yeah, democracy is tough as long as there is no mob action. I don't know. I don't like to stop people from talking, right? I like to make my own counterpoints. I don't like to stop people from talking. I think people should talk, but as long as they are not throwing our country into the ground, they are not asking America to come and colonize us, stuff like that. I don't mind. They can talk. Talk is good. Talk also is cheap, right? Is however you look at. I think that is the concern of Tinubu's camp when they gave. I think you were reading it here, one man, when they wrote out a letter asking Peter Obi to be cautioned. I think they don't want it to escalate. They are concerned about it as well, But at the end of the day,
do you think? Sorry, Fatai. Do you think some of these media houses should be sanctioned, and especially like places like Arise? Do you think they should be sanctioned?
I don't know. Sanctioning media is risky. It's complicated. It can wreck your image quickly. Like you are sanctioning media, you will quickly get the label of a authoritarian person, government, quickly. Even during the election, the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, whatever they could, NBC, they sanctioned Arise, and even those sanctioning, those are like ludicrous, right? They sanctioned them because the Nomelai was falling and they were carrying live, right? And those are ridiculous sanctions now. From there, they don't even.
But the sort of things, the sort of things that they are promoting on spaces like Arise, does it not come under this national security purview? Because they're somewhat stoking the embers of anarchy within the country, and they're stoking it in open glare. They should be sanctioned.
No, the problem. No, look, journalism is not straightforward definition, right? And that's where Arise is hanging on to. The problem, I think, with Arise is not so much what they are saying. Their problem is more of compartmentalization. Like if you give Rufai his own show, like a Hannity show, it doesn't matter. From before you tune in or before you go there for interview, what you're getting into, right? So it's not so much what they are saying, right? You allow worse things are said by many opinion hosts in wherever, America, England, right? but they have to be opinion. You have to have your opinion show to be talking like that. This is the problem. It's not what they are. It's not so much what they are saying. I mean, they are not. I don't think they were calling for violence. Whatever. They are okay. They are rubbishing Tinubu. They have a right to do that. But the problem is, if you are saying you are a journalistic entity, you have to compartmentalize things. You can't have Rufai and Dr. Abati to a lesser extent just be throwing you. I mean, it's so blatant. You know, when Dr. Abati is talking about Wike, you know it's partisan. You know quickly. You don't need 2 seconds to know. You know, even when they try to do their best to you get it. Or when Rufai is classic. These days I just laugh when I listen to Rufai. Before I used to get on my skin, but now no, it doesn't.
It still gets under my skin. I just think it should not be allowed on air. Really, it serves no purpose. You know,
yeah. It's only self-purpose. It serves only his own self-purpose. Like, you can't claim to be, sometimes even himself, he says it. He says, look, this thing is going on. You go from the rumor mill to bring your question. You know, that's not the professionalism, right? You are supposed to have a team, do analysis, you bring analyze.
Fatai, that's exactly what he does. He will go from the rumor mill to get, and then it will ask for empiricism as a response. How can you ask for an empirical response to a rumor-based question? Empiricism to a rumor-based. That guy should be shot.
No, please don't shoot him.
Not physically or metaphorically.
Kick him out of here.
It's unbelievable.
You know what is funny to me when he's talking?
Fatai, before you go on, do you think Peter Obi should stop jumping from one channel to another now? Now he has filed a case in a court, and anything you say will be used against you in the court of law. Do you think their lawyers will tell him now to just calm it down?
Brother, the old thing I think about Peter Obi's continued campaign is this. They said, you say you go out when the ovation is loudest. There is no offshoot for Peter Obi going from media to media at this point, right? The more he goes, the more, even during the campaign, you will see that the more interview Peter Obi did, there was no offshoot. His own thing, Peter Obi's thing, is like in his rally to be quoting his statistics and be saying India and Pakistan and China and blah blah blah. That is good for him. But the moment he goes to sit down and they start to probe him, I've never seen one interview where they probe him. Like, if you look at it critically, where he came out good, right? So him continue to go to interview, he will only be making mistakes at best. At worst, he will be showing himself as somebody that doesn't even get it. And when you begin to portray yourself as that, you lose value. You lose even the rest of the world that you are calling to come to your aid. They start to say, oh my God, this is so bad. Okay, let's stick with this one, right? We can't stick with, even if you want truly, how can we deal with this one? How can we deal with the guy that doesn't know the difference between BVAT and IREV? I mean, there are more complicated deals to be made. BVAT and IREV is like kindergarten stuff to what he needs to deal with as a president, right? So, no, you shouldn't stop. If I was Tinubu, I would let him to keep going for the interviews as long as
when you are saying a guy that doesn't know the difference between BVAS and IREV, were you talking about this?
They said the same. That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the BVAS. The BVAS accredits people, and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all.
It's just if you couldn't contain ourselves, say, what an idiot, It's everything I just join. Everything I just join. Oh God! Unbelievable guy. It's
like this guy go to school?
Are you sure this guy really go to school?
I'm sure he did, but maybe maybe he didn't attend classes, but he certainly did go to school. Join. Oh God!
Exactly. That is the summary.
Oh goodness
One
me!
man, you know, actually,
it's like a tragic comedy. It's like a tragic comedy.
I tell you, my brother. When he responded to Maopede, actually at the point he got away.
The woman laughed at him. The woman laughed at him.
Yeah. You know, at the point he got away because he said, "Okay, the ordinary people they just want to listen to." That was a good. I was supposed to stop. This is why I'm saying Tinubu should let him keep talking. But then he then went on to explain himself by saying, "Oh, it's like the server's meal. You gave us the promise of some church meal,
and you only give us starter, and then you say no more,
and you take
and then on a join."
But that exactly, you try to explain what you mean, and that displays your lack of understanding of the beavers and IREV. You know, you should have left it at let's talk only to the ordinary people. But when you went on to then explain what he meant, then that is a display that you don't have a clue about it. The IREV is a promise of extra. In Yoruba, they call it jara. I will give you jara. Is the dessert. It's not the main dish. It's the dessert. Like, okay, after we do everything, we will quickly let's use the code real time or whatever, which doesn't exist, by the way. So real time, you will see it there. That is a that's an extra. That is not the election. IREV is not the election. The election happens at the beavers, and when they sign the form, whatever, your agent sign, I sign, my agent sign, that agent sign, whatever. The election is finished. Every other thing is processing. Everything after that is processing, and after we process, we will then display for you. So 80% of the election is concluded with the beavers. 20% is the IREV. So what are you talking about? That they take away the main dish? No, you got the main meal. They just didn't give you dessert. So you have been fed. If you have a question if you say the food has poison, okay, another story. But if you are saying they didn't give you the main meal, no, it means you don't have a clue. They gave you the main meal. They gave you both appetizer and the main meal, and they said they have glitches and hacking to be able to give you dessert. I say, okay, fine. You already ate. We don't have chocolate to give you or ice cream. It's all right. You're not a baby. You know.
Are you claiming that Peter Obi is crying for ice cream? Yeah? Is that the metaphor? He's crying for ice cream. What's Thomas doing now? Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Somebody wants ice cream.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay. Okay. Sorry, I see the metaphor now. Yeah. So.
You see what ice cream.
All right. So there it is. It's unbelievable. I'm not hearing your voice, Charles. You are letting people mock Peter Obi in this manner. I was expecting some pushback. Charles is not there.
Back now.
It doesn't have. Maybe silence is consent. So your silence will be taken as consent. So there it is. Fatai, I want to sample your opinion next on the viral clip that's been going around. But before I take you there, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. But before I even acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, let's document that as he always does, he has done again. You know, of course, Ayo and the coffee. So he says that this guy always looking thirsty. So let me make sure he's lubricated. So Ayo lubricates the place as he always does. So that's Ayo clocking in as he always does. So thank you for that, Ayo. Thank you for that, Ayo. But of course, Ayo doesn't stop at that lubrication. So here is Ayo chalking in a super sticker to encourage the place. And then he doubles up on that super sticker with this super chart. It says, Wike really did a number on Rotimi Amaechi. So that was Ayo speaking to that clip then that we saw, which I still insist was Wike's resignation letter to the Nigerian political scene. So that's Ayodek. Just
Rico
continuing.
Amaechi.
Sorry, Amaechi rather. So yeah, so that was Amaechi's resignation letter to the Nigerian political scene. So that's Ayo, as I said, the official sponsor of the One Man Went to More platform. And that's RB joining him in the super sticker space. And then I think they did a bit of a back and forth because RB comes in and then Ayo comes back. So that's Ayo staking his claim as the Lord of the Manor. And Ayo doubles down still as the Lord of the Manor. RB not to be outdone. This one super chart. It says baby countdown is almost at his acceptance stage. So that's him doing a metaphor on somebody that came in under the name of Baby Calm Down to try and calm Kulata down. So that is to tell you then that we are now reaching to the Bobrisky demography sort of space now. So the reach of the One Man Went to More platform, Baby Calm Down. So RB, ripping, and this is the space you'll be speaking to next, but let me play you the clip. I'll play you the clip for the benefit of people who are new to the conversation, and then you can respond to it. But let me do the super chat first. It says, ripping your passport whilst living abroad, probably with another nationality, is disingenuous. Let's not fall for it. So yes, it's disingenuous, but also criminal is really the thing. Because you hold your passport in trust, so it's not actually your property, it's the property of the Federal Republic of whichever country that passport is for. Adeola Ogunleye, he comes in, 3 strong candidates, anything better than 33 points. So that was that Kulata space when they were trying to confuse us with hard maths. Anybody remember hard maths? Kulata, you are dangerous to the analytic world. So that's Ola
That is
straddling.
the point I was making. 33%. When you have three variables, the n is 3, and you n divided by you have 33.3. That's what you get. So you get 33. You're already popular.
All right, brilliant. So there it is. So that's Ola somewhat concurring with Fatai, straddling both the screen and the super chat space. So that's Ola. And then RB, Kulata's point isn't difficult to comprehend. So that's RB via super chat, calling us all dunderheads. Okay, look at these dummies is what he's saying via super chat. So this is Ken Uyenwe. It says, Kulata, quick question. Would Tinubu have won if he ran under Labour Party? So Kulata not here to...
Let me respond to that.
No, you will. You will. But hold on. Let me just wrap it up. And then I was going to say you will respond to it anyway. But it looks as though you have responded to it. So thank you, Ken, for that. And then Joseph K. It says, those guys have dual nationality. Don't mind them. It's still an illegality. And by the way, a lot of people, especially, I think Rosie was actually pointing out that it was probably expired passports that they were ripping up anyway. Classic IPOB behavior. I think that was to the clip that we saw of those people threatening to bomb up Sanwo-Olu's inauguration. And Ola, who was the person that actually opened up the super chat space, no man's land, no man's land. Fulani take hijack Hausa land. So there it is. Thank you for all the super chats. Keep them coming in. That space is not closed for business just yet. It's permanently opened for whoever wants to take advantage of it. So this viral video for Tai, I could pay you countless ones, but I'll pay you just one for you to respond to as I ease myself out to be replaced by Thomas and I bring Adewale in. But this is unacceptable. I'm saying that. But watch this and respond, Fatai.
Having critically observed the way and manner the Nigerian election has been conducted so far, I have come to the conclusion that Nigeria can never be redeemed. As a result, I have decided not to be associated with anything called Nigeria. In order to buttress my assertion, I hereby destroy my Nigerian passport.
One man. Oh, Thomas, brother, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. If I was Tinubu, this is what I would do. This will be my own my own olive branch. I will make a conference. I will say, for all those people that tear their passport, I want to make you a deal, right? The passport belongs to the government, and we can decide to punish you. But in exchange for you stop talking bullshit about the election, we will forgive you. Do you agree or not? I'm just
Don't
joking.
mind them. They are destroying expired passports. Don't mind them. They will go and collect
But
another one.
Yeah. It's of course now. If they need, they will go and collect. You can't totally even if you have dual nationality, it's not like guarantee you will never ever need your nationality, right? You know, there are instances. What if the people give you something happens and they change their law and they say, okay, if you're not that's why they make the distinction between nationalized citizenship in the US and what is the other one they call it? You are a natural citizen and nationalized or whatever.
Naturalized and those people born citizen and
born, yeah, and natural. Yeah, so there's still that distinction. It's not like totally gone. Although it is. I mean, the possibility is very thin that you will have an issue, but it's not like it's not 100%, right? It's still 90 something percent. Like, you know, you could need to revert to your where you originally
Fatai,
came from.
is that passport your property or the state property?
No, it's a state property. It's property of. It's written there now. When you open the passport, the opposite of the back end, like the inside of the back end, is written there. This property belongs to the federal government of Nigeria. It can be
They can
recorded at
actually
any
be
point in time.
prosecuted, though.
Yeah.
You
It's
can
So
be
that means
prosecuted.
is a criminal act. You
Oh,
can be
yeah.
charged for that.
It's a felony.
The government can.
Fatai, go on. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
I think Fatai. Yeah. Fatai, are you there?
Yeah.
I think
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Yes. Yeah. Continue. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the point I was making. I think it's discretionary punishment. It's not. I don't think that is a guaranteed punishment, right? I don't think it's stated out in the law, but I stand to be corrected. But I don't think it's like outrightly stated out in the law the punishment and what the punishment is. But it's at the discretion of the federal government, right? They can, because the federal government can issue a passport and can take it back. It's the property of the government that is given to you as a bona fide citizen there to recognize you. It's for recognition. It's so that where you go, it's a recognition. The government is saying
Fatai, do you
to the
know
other country.
Fatai? Somebody had told me in this country, Australia, that even though you have Australian passport, it can be revoked. Even though
Of
you
course,
have
now
it,
it's not
it
the
can
end.
be revoked
Of
back.
course,
It's
not
not
the
the
end
end.
of
You are citizen for life.
You know one thing,
Of
Thomas?
course.
For your passport or your naturalization certificate to have revoked, you must have committed one egregious crime, such as maybe terrorism. Even if you commit felony, you go to prison, they won't revoke you. But if you commit, like, let's say, terrorism or trying to overthrow the government, they will revoke the naturalization. They will deport you.
Yeah,
But
but that is one angle of it. Another angle of it is in exceptional situation. Let's say the country is facing migration issues, which is not impossible in the world we live in now. The government, they can decide to make a law, like as regard to people that are not natural citizens. They can decide to amend their whatever law, constitution, whatever, regard to people that are not natural citizens. The only people that are guaranteed, they can't throw anywhere, guaranteed 100% are natural citizens.
It's not straightforward. It's not straightforward in America. They can't deport you.
I'm not
They
saying
can't
it's
revoke you.
straightforward. I'm saying it's there. I'm not saying it's straightforward. That's why I said earlier, it's a very 0 point something percent possibility.
Yeah.
It's not. Like for sure, it's going to happen. It's complicated.
I can tell you why can lead to your revocation of your citizenship and a passport in Canada. If at any point in time they discover in the past that you misrepresented, even when you are applying for permanent resident status, they can revoke. Maybe at a particular point in time, they find out that you committed a particular crime back in Nigeria, in your country a very long time ago, and they think that thing should have actually disqualified you. If they had that information as at that time, they can actually revoke. It happened to someone here that has spent, I think, 37 years in Canada, but they later find out that his father committed a murder back in India or thereabouts in the country. So when they discovered, just imagine someone, a child, innocent child that has spent 37 years on the soil of Canada, if I get that information right, because I read it. So after 37 years, that's a kid that's a person that cannot even tell anything about where his father came in. Now, you know what they said? If the principal applicant was inadmissible, there's no way the dependent can be admissible. So these people, they have their laws, very strict one. So that's why that people like the guy that is now tearing his passport is ignorant of so many things. Because number one, before you try all those things, just make sure that you have everything pure and clear. Because if they start doing some kind of wuru and they discover that you do wuru, if they use that thing against him, oh my goodness, it's not going to be funny. So, and one thing about these are people that are fighting. If you want to protest, there are ways of protesting. You don't have to do because I didn't get this thing, I have to tear everything down. You know, the country is not meant for you. That's why we have rules that, okay, whosoever God is will become the president. So it was a surprise to me when people started forming their own statistics. I was just like, did I hear clearly? You know, because the constitution already gave you two ways you can achieve majority. One, two-third majority of the states, and simple majority, because there are two categories. Instead of using electoral college, like the United States, okay, simple majority and two-third majority of the states. And when people started using this grammar from nowhere that, oh, Tinubu is a minority president, how did you arrive at that? If people only know that, for example, if they want to impeach the president today, the all 400 members of the National Assembly, if just 200 of them form a quorum and they have 2/3 of that, they can impeach the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What are they talking about? So all these, the definition of majority is not the way you want to define it with your own opinion.
Yeah,
we have legal backing for our majority. Where did you have your own?
Exactly.
All these narratives
my brother Mate Binu. Look at Trump. Look at Trump in 2015, 2016. So Trump never got that more than 30% when Trump's hold on the Republican Party was around 30%, 35%, not more than that. He was always getting his own. Now you are telling me that, are you telling me Trump is not popular with the Republican voters? Till today, he's still popular with the Republican voters, but his share of that Republican voter, right? Anytime they did multiple people contesting in the primary, there were a lot of them, like 17, but the strong contenders were always like, I don't know, 3, 4, thereabout. Trump was always holding his 30%. Was always holding around, on the average, it was around that 30%, sometimes even 28 something, and then the rest of them will share it. How can you not come and tell me because Trump did not win 50% of the Republican primary when there were a lot of strong contenders, therefore he's not popular with the Republican Party? No, it doesn't mean like that. Even till today, he's still popular. And when there were strong contenders, Trump didn't get more than 30-something percent. He started to get when it is many other, when he reduced to two people, that's when he would get like crazy number. But when it was spread that time, when they had Trump, Ted Cruz, This strong, I don't remember all of them. These strong guys, you know, him and Ted Cruz went down to the wire. But before it became that 2-horse race, when they had all of them in the beginning, Ted Cruz, Jeb Bush, these guys, I don't remember all of them. When they were all these strong contenders, it was like 30%. He was
the
getting.
guy that died, the black guy. What's his name?
Yeah, all of them. It was like 30%.
And
How
this
can you then come
doctor,
and tell me
they can't.
that Trump was not popular with the Republican base? Of course, he's popular. I mean, it's like what? He's the most popular even till today. Still become the most popular. So with that base, yeah, he's getting around 30% with the base, but he's the most popular, right? So if you bring it here, in the same context, the base is Nigeria, right? And you're getting 30% from a strong field of 1 million people, 1 million contestants, or you get 33%, even 36%. Of course, you're popular. Propaganda.
You see one funny statistic they are carrying about. See, I know that after Tinubu won, I think Tinubu supporters, they don't really care again. At least they leave the space, for those people that want to promote their propaganda to keep promoting. You see one thing, because and you know when people are pushing this minority president is so funny. Okay, it was let's start and look at it, because anything can be minority. We have 200 million people in Nigeria, and let's say the entire, like I said the other time, let's say the entire 30 million people vote for Nigeria by their own propaganda. It's still a minority president, because how can 30 million Nigeria represent majority, be majority in 200?
Now, the entire election is minority.
Exactly.
And the entire Beavers owners are minority.
Exactly. Okay, look at it this way. Even we have 90 million registered voters, if I get it right. So if you want to even go that way too, 30 million of 90 million is still minority. So how did people arrive at some kind of nonsensical statistic? How now, out of a sudden, that we now have some kind of our own statistic without our polity, within our polity, that this is how to do? See, one thing I can tell our people is this: when you've lost, accept that you've lost, because you never had what it takes to win this thing in the first instance. But when you now lost and you are doing agidi that it is because nobody is recognizing you, that's supposed to be a crime. That's supposed to be something like a crime or some kind of offense that should be punishable. So because why must you create crisis within a polity just because it must be you? And at the end of the day, if you create problem in that country, it's only those people that are in that country that will face the consequences. Although even some of us here, we still have people back home too that will face the consequences. Why can't people know that this thing, whatever outcome of this election, we have law, we have electoral law that backs this law? Why can't we for once try to obey the law and re-strategize properly the next time to win whatever you want to win? You don't use thuggery. I saw, I listened to all these what happened, thuggery in Lagos. Now, when I told someone somewhere today, they said I'm supporting. I said, it's not. See, I'm beyond beyond a point where someone will try to blackmail me when I'm not doing your part. I will still tell you, don't blackmail me emotionally. I've never supported anything like thuggery. What I'm telling you is this: the context of your narration. What exactly do you want to achieve? Now, the question is this: when you have the presence of our brothers from the East, did any thuggery happen there? So now, if thuggery didn't happen there, how did they do it? That means that they resisted. Who tried to do that? How come that the area that you know that, okay, you lost, that is the only area where you are not claiming thuggery? Now, did anyone to vote?
That's where we be baby. Everywhere you lose, now they thuggery, they always day.
Exactly. So they say, okay, they say, oh, vote. So did anybody follow you to where you vote and then that they know that, okay, you interpreted for LP? People should not just get carried away. That's the problem, because some people, they like it when they have those people they idolize. One is part big speaking grammar, and they start throwing statistics. We're here when Obi. I see. Okay, look at when this woman was there. I came Adeosun, when Obi rolled out the statistics and everybody started already believe that, oh, this guy have done it. Oh, this guy is very brilliant. When Kemi Adeosun got to the state to speak, he said, please, where is Obi? Where's Governor Obi? Don't let him go, because it was actually wrong. You know, we've seen a lot of things, a lot of some kind of eloquence, some kind of manipulation, because those people that are throwing all those things now, because they are so eloquent, they can present in such a way that they will turn their lies into something that is the best truth since creation, and people will just take it. The next thing, that's what they will be singing. I don't have problem if ordinary people on the street that they don't know much about data, or that do not really care if they are buying that idea. But if sophisticated people, well-educated people are beginning to buy, that's where the problem is. Because whether
Ola, let's move on, please. I'm very sorry. Have you
no
spoken?
problem.
I don't think so.
No, this is the first time.
Have you spoken?
I was interjecting, so I was doing
You
something.
can
He's not
get
spoken.
that.
My brother, let me just,
Yeah,
my
Fatai,
brother, sorry,
let
Thomas.
me
Let
give
me
you
just wrap
this.
up by saying shout out to my
I
brother
want to ask
RB.
this. No, Fatai, wait.
Yeah.
I want your response for this. What is your response about
Okay.
the IPOB that want to throw bomb in Lagos to bomb the swearing? What is your take? Just wrap it
Yeah.
up in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Thank you.
Okay. Is the let's be fair. It's as we are saying, Oluomo, it's like Oluomo situation. It's Shakara Oloje, which bomb they would throw. That situation, the ceremony is state ceremony. Is the government of Nigeria. So if they throw bomb, that is an act of, it's gonna be an act of terrorism. So that one they have to deal with the government. That's not I'm sure we are Nigerian government is capable of handling that. So that's no. I don't like to get too much into those conversations. That one can be handled by the appropriate authority. Let me just close out by saying.
Thank you.
Let me just close out by saying, because when I was talking, RB was giving me language, giving me places, petty, Actually, that for a little about 6 or 1 year, I had some extended family people living in Beecroft. So Beecroft is like behind Petty. So all those areas, I just want to say to RB, all those areas are my area. I want to mean RB. I want to mean. Yeah, thank you, brother Dario.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Ola, what do you say about the question I just asked? I just asked Fatai about the bombing, something. Yeah.
All this kind of negative agitation will continue. So it won't stop because we have a new president. So those people that are still aggrieved, they will still continue. So it is now on the new president to know how to find a way to create peace among the citizens, irrespective of the ethnic group. You see, the Buhari there now, that man has destroyed so many things between 2015 and now. So, but I will expect the next government to form some, if possible, just have some kind of conference and let people discuss what they can do, and whatever the outcome of whatever they deliberate on, they can implement. Even if they don't want to do that, they can still go back to that of Jonathan and the one they did under Obasanjo and try to do something there. So let them have the sense of belonging. To me, I won't say they should not involve the people from the east there. But even when you are going to involve people, just be very careful that you don't involve too much of career politicians. You know, like we've had it in the country before. I'm proud of until Go City tomorrow. Say anything about Soludo. It's my man. If you like, say anything you like. Baton Aji, I cannot forget that guy. So there are so many great Igbo guys that have done so much. And anytime you put these people in the in this position, honestly, to the best of my knowledge, they always outperform those people that were there before. So you can do those things, but where don't put be very careful of career politicians from that place, because they can mess you up. But the technocrat, and you can even build the new leadership from that angle. So they are one of us. So one thing, look at the strengths, help them so leverage on their strength. So if they want to be manufacturing vehicle, armor personnel carrier, and some kind of products for the country, why not help them to achieve that? If these guys if they are made relevant according to their strength, honestly, anybody that is shouting for hype up, it just waste time. You know, look at it this way: if you develop the Southeast region and everybody could get whatever they want to and only remain political power, see, even any politician that is not even doing well there, you understand, the voice will not be as loud, especially when people start reaping the benefits of whatever that the new government is going to do there. Then nobody says the type of government structure we have is okay enough. We can even find a way to restructure our to have a new structure for our government structure in such a way that we balance out all those aggressive people that they believe, oh, power is always meant to us. Yeah, do I think people from the Southeast to become yes, they should become president? Do I even think someone from Agatu, someone from Benin, or anywhere in the country should become the president? Yes, but as the present structure we have, we not encourage that. How do we make sure that we make that position of the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria less attractive, so that those people that are ready to work and move the country forward will be the one we get there? So at the end of the day, if you have the president that will get there eventually, and a state government is even more powerful than in terms of control, then I think people will be less aggressive. All this I must rule, and we are born to rule. All those mentality may just die down over time. So to me, the issue of IPOP is not new. You see, Yoruba Nation may even see the shouting too, or another set of people, even from the north. At the end of the day, it's all about equity, and how you handle that space will define how we move forward. So, to me,
sorry, if I must chip in, maybe if they were to take, what if this happened? They took power from the center, like what we were saying about giving states more power. They make the center very unattractive, that it becomes irrelevant. Because I think everybody across Nigeria, what they believe is that if an Igbo man, if a Yoruba man is there, that is where money is. We're able to channel all those federal resources to your own people and stuff like that in terms of projects and everything. But if they take all that power from the center, that's competition of an Igbo man has to be there. I'm sure that solves the problem in its entirety. Don't you think so?
I know it will reduce the problem, but it may not solve it, because we know some people still want to have that tag to themselves, but it may not be like the type of do or die affair we have now. Okay, one man once suggested something. One man went to show. He said, okay, instead of having two legislative arms, instead of a bicameral system, that we can do something in this way. We just have one parliament. Then maybe if every region want to vote for someone that will be vice president. So for example, the Southeast can have a vice president, Southwest, and all the geopolitical zone. So those people will be the headers, that will be the Senate. You know, the equation will just balance out, in the sense that you are not having a kind of representative from the north more than the south. So what happened is this. So whenever they want to vote, they vote on important issues. And among those people, among those regions, if you like, you can now be rotating the head of the government from there, you know. So everybody just go and focus on your region and develop your region. The way we
If we
have
had
it
the
now.
if we had the regional system, how would it work? Like the Western region now, is it that the head of government will be rotating within Ekiti, Lagos, Ogun, or how would it? And in terms of resources, is it that whoever is the head of government in that region will be the one to allocate resources to all the states within the regions, or it will be equitably distributed? I really don't know how that works.
You see, resources has always been one of the problems in that country. The reason we have fake census in that country is because of resources and population for manipulating who is going to become the president, right? So, but if you now say, okay, every region, because that's the purpose of having 68 items in the exclusive list, or those exclusive lists, they started going now. There are some things that the federal government are not even supposed to be doing that you find there. So it's just because of that's just the means of capturing the resources for the federal of the government and for some people to control it at the center. So I think one of those things they can do is allow every region to control its resources. All you need to do is contribute to the center. So the responsibility that the federal government put upon itself, let them reduce the responsibility to, like say, foreign policy, like our immigration, like our military. Yeah, the police and the police can be both federal and state. It can be both federal and state. So Nigerian prisons are correctional. Okay, that one is going to be both. Even let the thing be states. Let it be the winning regions. Take the thing away from the federal. Road safety, whatever Ministry of Transportation, take that thing away from the federal. Take it away from the federal. If they want to control any other thing, now they can be controlling sea and they can do the air control. So every other thing from there, just take everything to the state. So now ask the state to contribute some amount, a particular percentage of their resources to the central, and let them hold on to their resources. So you won't find a situation whereby someone will create some kind of fake population somewhere just to capture resources located in Bayelsa. So to me, the best for us to do is to, if federal government likes, they may even be collecting revenue on behalf of state, so that state will not, we are region will not hold them to ransom, we not hold the center to ransom, but make sure that you give the region whatever they do, and whatever you agree to contribute to the center, let it go. So when we have all these things, you won't be seeing some kind of people that you start looking at what are some people even doing in the government. Just tell me, what's the like of Dino Melaye? What's exactly what are they looking for? What are they doing for you in the Senate? So
it's because that center, when it comes to, like I said, when it comes to salaries, when it comes to the benefits, it's just too attractive. Everybody is just there to make money. Nobody is even there to serve. So by the time, the only solution is to make that thing as unattractive as possible. That's the only way we can move forward.
Exactly. You start asking yourself, why must the federal government be generating electricity for you? Why? Why must the federal government be in charge of education? Why? Why must the federal government be the one to be in charge of health? Why? Why must the federal government be the one that be issuing licenses to drivers? Why? That is why you don't have competent drivers today, that anybody can just wake up in the morning in Nigeria and just go and get driver license. And you know one funny thing about all those things that federal government just sit on in the name of exclusive list? All those things are what are supposed to be enablers to generate job for the people. Yeah. Just imagine if states are handing their driver license. You know how we do road tests here and something. So those will create job on this end. So a lot of it. So if you do that,
But Ola, state generate driver license or no driver license. If you pay to the federal, but the state are getting allocation from the federal, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
The question is this.
the money is still going back to the state in one way or the other.
Wait, no, Thomas, this is the way it is. The money is going back to the state, but who are those people generating? That's what you have to look at. See, you have money coming from South. Then you have money coming from Lagos. So everything goes to Abuja. But we now, by the virtue of fake population, we now see Kano sharing more money than Lagos.
How do you know it's fake population? How do you know it's fake population?
Well, you ask me how I know it's
that is the narrative. That is the Radio Biafra narrative now.
No, Thomas, in the world geography, have you seen a situation whereby you see coastal region and somewhere far that is not coastal region, is around desert, or how do I call that place? All of a sudden, they have population there more than where you have the major economic activities. Tell me, if Lagos is generating most VAT, and maybe Kano cannot even generate maybe 1/7 or 1/8 of that. So how do you balance out such kind of style? And you see people coming to whenever you have economic activities. Now, what are the kind of story they give whenever they are doing this thing? They will tell you, oh, some people at home that you can't see them because they are because of religious or whatever. So
sorry for coming in. Average northerner gave back to not less than 10 or 15 kids. We in the southerner, let me finish now. We in the southerner, if we give back to even 2 or 3, they will say it's too much. We can never outgrow the population of the north. Never.
The population.
One allergy has 10 wives, 15 wives.
But you don't have the population. You don't have the birth population records. So I think those things are just made up numbers. Honestly speaking, I think it's just a farce.
I disagree with you.
You are forgetting about infant mortality rates and all those stuff. So you see,
infant mortality rate is everywhere in the north, in the south, everywhere.
No, you have to look at the percentage by state, and you are forgetting migration. When people move from that region to the south, you are not adding all those stuff. You see, you may give birth to a person may be giving birth to 10 people, but the question is this: out of those 10 people, how many of them are living over there? They still move from wherever they are again towards that. So population in the south or in the north does not mean everyone is indigenous to that place. Some people are economic migrants that they move there. So all the story they are talking about, look at what this Beavers is doing for us now. Before you know what the kind of figure that will be coming from some of those places. Let them do census that will be biometric driven, and let's see how it's going to be. Anyone want to talk? I want to quickly look at something. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Anyone want to talk? I want to quickly attend to something.
No worries. Yeah, thank you. We'll have you back. Do we still have?
Hello, can I speak?
Pash? Yes, Pash.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about finally Peter Obi has filed his case in court? So, what are you expecting in the next day?
Yeah, that's good. That's good because that's what you should have done earlier on instead of going everywhere. But although he knows what he's doing, he knows he's not fighting for anything. He just want to maintain the momentum. So that's what he's trying to do. What people don't realize is that even if it's me, eh, I won't just accept the defeat and congratulate because once you do that, all the followership they will leave you alone. It will remain only you. The reason why they are following you is because what they see in you, that you want to lead them, like you want to, how Nigeria they behave. They believe you want to help them to beat Tinubu physically. You understand? So once you like having any agreement or anything with Tinubu or accepting defeat, they see like the betrayer and they won't trust the person. So he needs to continue that. He needs to continue fighting like, oh, this is my mandate. I need to collect it back. Well, inside he knows it's not the first. It's not. It's not. It's not even. It's not even. It's not the second, and it's not the first. So you just needed to maintain the momentum. That's what you'll be using. Be
And for
going to
Flash, what
court.
do you think the third is fighting, the second is not even fighting. So what is the
Yeah,
third fighting for? If the
that's
second
what
is
I'm
not fighting,
saying. That's what I'm saying. To maintain the momentum, like the obedience, like you are greasing, oiling them. That's why he's fighting. So when the obedience sleep and wake up, still check. Oh, we are in court. We still, 'cause they believe that Obi is still coming back. Obi is coming back. Obi is going to get the mandate back. Obi is going to rule them. In reality, it's all lies. But they won't like to listen to that. Even when their mind tells them they would like to erase it, and that's reality. So they need such at least to keep them going. So that's why he's doing all this. Because if he stops, that's the end of Obi. He needs to continue so that I can maintain it to 2027. In his Obi, as he is now, he won't believe he starts strategizing for 2027 already, you know. But he can't just do that and leave this one. No, he will still continue with it. So that will make him relevant, you know. That will keep the
but
relevancy in the street.
what is the end game if the election are not overturned to him? So what is the end game?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To keep him going, to keep him relevant. Like he's enjoying the moment and the way they're idolizing him, shouting his name every now and then. If he stops, that will be the end of the obedient movement. So he can't stop. So he needs to continue. So when he continue, we just hope he can maintain it in next election. Showore, you know what happened to Showore? After the election, Showore is still, gaining some sympathy, you know, momentum. But government have to
Wait,
incarcerate
hold
him.
on one second. So are
He
you
was,
saying that, hold on one second first. Are you saying he's
yeah,
also going to become a godfather?
godfather to.
Automatically becoming the godfather in the Labour
No,
Party?
no, 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 no. He's not trying to become a godfather.
He is now. All those governors elected on his platform.
Yes,
What?
yes,
So
yes,
he's now a
yes.
godfather automatically, right?
You be a godfather and you still be the presidential candidate, So that's what you be the party leader, like the way Buhari is and being
Yeah.
president. You
Whether
be the
party
number one
leader
person.
or godfather, are they not the same thing?
Yeah,
You have to
godfather
do
is when he is imposing
the
anyway.
the lifeline of Labour Party is will be if you take him out of that party will become lifeless. So
Yeah, and it's so
automatically you will step
and
into the godfatherism role.
yeah, and he himself, his own lifeline is this, all this moving up and down. I'm going to court today, I'm going to court tomorrow. Because once he just sit down or say, okay, once he relaxes, that's just the end. Like what I'm just trying to say now. So government tried, they incarcerated in Shuure. Before he came back, all the momentum gone. You understand what I'm saying? So he needs it. That's what obedience needs to keep the momentum going, you know. So I don't blame him. That's the only thing he can do.
But Fash, the end game of his movement is to get the presidency. So
Yeah.
at the long run, if they don't get it, so is there not effort in futility?
You mean if they don't get it, if they go to
They will
court
not
and
get
they
it. We and you know. We and you
he
know. Court is not going to.
he himself he knows that he won't get it. Like some things I could remember while growing up, when I first had my WAEC, you know, and I failed the WAEC. Myself, I know I failed, though, but I need somebody to, to tell me that, oh, we know somebody that can help you to change it in the computer, to keep me going. You understand? He just needs something, to keep him going, and that's what he needs for real. Because if he stops, the obedience, how people behave. That's the end of him. He needs to keep them busy somehow. And the way to keep them busy is that make them have the belief of something.
But Fash, that means it's deceiving them
Yeah, that's
because they're
fact
not going to
now.
get that. Peter Obi is not going to be the president next
Yeah,
2023.
they need somebody to deceive them. Sometimes deceive is it gives energy. Sometimes you need somebody to deceive you. Reality is very many. Sometimes people are very scared of reality. No, it's not everybody that can face reality. Sometimes when you face reality, they'll say, "Oh, the guy, you are too harsh."
Pé
But
wọ́n like pé kó purọ́ fún wọn.
yes, that is. It's just like sorry to use the other gender. Let me do. It's just like the other gender. Like if you tell them the truth, truth doesn't sell. But somebody that will tell them lies, but inside them they know it's a lie. But they need the lie to keep them going. Give them joy, energize them. So that's just
But
it.
Fash, they said Peter Obi never lost any court case. So they are still banking on that rhetoric that he never lost any court case. So they are going to win this.
Yeah, Peter Obi is talking in his local, when he was doing the local politics in Anambra. This one is national state now. So, and all those judges, he knows them. They've retired already. So, he knows in himself, he knows. He knows, but he just needs something, to keep the movement moving. Okay, let's assume he has agreed now. So, okay, I've accepted defeat. Okay, let's leave it to God. No, they won't be happy. They won't be happy now. All the obedience won't be happy. They will they want to, like, there is one, what's it called, on YouTube channel that I watch. And, the moderator there, he knows what's going on. He knows these people. He gathered them. They have, they send what's it? They give him super chat, everything. Just he knows people. Just those people. They need somebody to deceive them, to make them happy.
Is Fash there? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can. I think Fash dropped. Yeah. Fash, are you there?
It's still on, but it's not on.
He's not talking there. It's not. I can see him. It's not on. Yeah. Maybe Fash. Hello. We don't have Fash anymore. Yeah. Adewale, are you ready
Yeah,
to
go
go?
on. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Just
Go
hold
on.
on. Let me play you this. Then you. Yeah. Yes. Let me play you this, and you react to what I'm going to play you now.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. It's very devastating to me. I think maybe if
Even
you
your
two say
network is
the
kind of like cracking.
can you hear me now?
I can hear you,
Not
but it's
better.
just kind of crap, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me.
Oh,
We
Fash
can
is
hear
back.
her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fash. Yeah, Fash.
Yeah.
Continuing what you're saying. Yeah, we lost you for a while.
Yeah, so that's just it. You can't accept him to accept him. Remember when we discussed Tinubu, the Tinubu's approach towards the southeastern, like the way what this guy wrote about them. It might be tactics, sometimes you have to to do, let me say, when you perceive somebody being a bully but how to face them is to face them, look them in the eye. I'm sorry to say, I know what Tinubu is doing. If he's just try to succumb, like just try to wants to accept them or try to um, try to carry them along, they twist things. I know the way they can
Yeah,
behave
but Fash,
sometimes.
what will you suggest for Tinubu to do? Is it to carry them along or be himself? Just be himself.
Be himself. That's why I sent a video to one man today to play about the president of the Johannesburg. Because you saw the reaction of that man, the way he behaved, he got carried away. That's the way. Yeah. There's nothing. The only thing Tinubu can do to them is like, okay, come and take. I give you the presidency. If he doesn't give them, these people, they are very sophisticated. The way they manipulate, the way they are more determined the way he's looking at these people. I used to see, like, I don't know why, for me, I don't know why people are blaming Yoruba to what happened to them on election day. Sorry to say, because if you look at it, I don't think Yoruba are faulty, like, because there has been and Gbadebo, I don't pity Gbadebo. There has been history of distrust between Yoruba and Igbo, right from First Republic. You understand? And you saw the way these people they battered Yoruba online even before now. When you see they call us Fulani slave and everything. Yoruba has been accepting all these. It has been online. They try to shut us up online, and all the obedient, the way they talk to us online, any little thing they start calling us name. And the last mistake the guy made, he came out publicly, I'm gonna ban Agbero. And you believe Agbero will allow you to win the election? They
But
won't allow you. Yeah.
Wait. Can you define what is Agbero? Because sometimes if I hear Agbero is everywhere in
They
the
are,
country, the 36 states.
yeah,
What is Agbero? Is it not the part? Is it not
I
the
said,
part people that give tickets?
I said something just now. These people are very manipulative. They've made the old people, everybody believe like it's only Lagos that have Agbiru. They make everybody believe that, oh, Lagos is things. Lagos is, it's nothing to write home about. So that's the way they've used the power of social media, and they've used it to, to brainwash many Yorubas, and some people can't even talk. They want to bully, shut you. They've shut many Yoruba up. They know how to use the power of social media, and they've used it on us for real. And they know how to. Imagine these people went to America and made American government believe so many fake news about Nigeria. So America has to come back, and when they realize they have to come back and apologize to Nigeria that they never knew this guy. And they use this fake news for real. So Tinubu, he knows them quite all right, and I think he knows how to deal with them. He knows how to deal with them because they very, sorry to say, they're very domineering. They want to dominate you. So once you see somebody wants to dominate you, so is it right for you to put your hand on the back and say, oh, sorry? No, they can't change. There's nothing he can do to them. They can't change. Okay, look at Buhari, the way Buhari has been treated. Okay, let's assume Buhari doesn't do well, but at least he has some little things they have done. The way they've been treating Buhari, just this what's it called, this Naira redesign. Look at the truth coming out of them, and they're letting you know Buhari is a good man. So they know what they're doing. They'll make you feel less of yourself with the power of that social media. They and me, I know them quite all right. So the only thing is just and let me one more thing. If you check online, go and check the tribe that has been advocating for the disbandment of National Agberu in Lagos State. It's only one tribe. The other tribe don't even care. It's only one that be shouting Agberu, Agberu. You know the reason why? Because
Why?
they know, yeah, because they know that's the only hindrance they have in Southwest and mostly Lagos. They can do whatever they want to do once they hear Agberu, because the Agberu they know how to deal with them, and they know if they do anything to Yoruba, you know, we Yoruba we like to be calm. It's only our Agberu that always deal with them, you know. So they need the Agberu house so they see their true color. They are the only one, you know, advocating for the disbandment of the Agberu. Why is it only them? They've got Agberu. I know before I used to believe they don't have Agberu there, but until I started seeing in the newspaper, and some people let me realize that the way the Agberu operate is even worse than Lagos. So why are they always after Lagos Agberu? Then when I checked that, okay, who dealt with them during on the election day? It's the Agberu now. You can't see any, you know, any homeboy just, you know, to be involved in what's it called, election.
But Fash, to be fair, those suppression is not a good indication for our democracy. Just suppressing people, telling them not to come out. That is where I was asking that question for us from Kolatra, that why can't they come
Yeah,
out? Nobody will know who you are going to vote for. It's a kubiku, it's a secret ballot, it's not an open ballot. So they should come out. Nobody will
yeah.
stop you that where are you going? Who are you going to vote for? It's
I
your
was
private
I
yeah.
I was that me. It's not as if I'm supporting the vote suppression or I want it to continue. But Yoruba used to say that tọmọdé bá gbọ́ngbọ́n kúkú láàárọ̀ àgbàlagbà náà gbọ́ngbọ́n tó tọ́jú ẹ̀dá lẹ́wà sí tó bá dé látòkò. So they too they've done their part, you know, from the beginning, the way they try to shut us up on social media. You know what these people what they did? They will go and open fake profile on Yoruba name, and they will start abusing Yoruba leader because they want to give some Yoruba that doesn't have the courage. They want to give them courage to come out against Yoruba leaders. You understand what I mean? And they succeeded in doing that. They did so many things, you know, with the fake news, and now they've opened many what's it called fake blogs, writing sorts of nonsense, and that's what the people wants to hear. You know, this thing has started a long time ago when Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, started as an opposition to the national government. You know, their government they were in PDP. They invested all their life in PDP, and the government, the governors, they weren't doing anything in their state there. All they does is to sponsor propaganda against Tinubu. That started a long time, you know. All these things we are hearing, and the mistake Tinubu made that he has never come out to deny any of it, and this thing has grown, you know, and it has gotten a lot of roots now, and all those little children, you know, all these our little youth, those that are born in early 2000, they started growing up to meet all those fake news and propaganda, and they believed it, and that's what's been going on. They believed it. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not supporting voter suppression, but sometimes it happens like that. And Bola is just so
So
unlucky in life.
is Fash, is that means Araja Leyiwa.
Yes, now that is it. Now, you know, you just complaining. I've monitored this thing. People don't talk because I know some people on Facebook, they'll be writing all this. Oh, it's not good what you are doing to these people. It's not good what you are doing to them. If you go to the southeast, you know what they do? APC leaders, APC, they kill them. That's what they do. But people won't talk. People won't say anything. But when like we try to just smack them in Lagos,
APC campaign manager in River State was killed on that Saturday.
no, not only rivers, that's south,
No, I'm
mainly
just saying.
Really?
southeast. Yeah,
Really,
that's what they
Adewale?
do.
Yes.
Wow.
So, but
Wow.
Thomas doesn't know.
But
Thomas doesn't know.
that one is not on the news. It's not on the
You
news.
know,
It is. It was, rather.
you know what these people do? They demoralize APC in their region. They make their people believe that APC is a terrorist party, and and God's so good for them. The party they support didn't give them anything, and all the benefit that's meant to come from APC they couldn't get it because they've demoralized, they've destroyed APC. The way they play their politics, it's like discourse.
Adewale,
Yes.
Adewale, Fash, please have a conversation like 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay, so they've destroyed the other party in their region. So they thought it's gonna come to their advantage. Now it's into their own disadvantage. Last time they meant to have the Senate president, they couldn't have it. It's gonna repeat itself now. And all those people practicing, other party in their place, they do it underground. You can't come out and say you are doing it. And I won't say it's mistake. Just look at it. You say Yoruba try to suppress them on election day. We've been having this political rivalry, Igbo and Yoruba. We've been having it for long, and we used to have this say, Yoruba is no man's land, which has been, we have it already. It's just because we don't react on time. Just look at things like that. That's there, and we know Labour Party. They made people believe Labour Party is for the Igbo. Okay, just look at the formation. 70% of Labour Party chieftains, obedient, they are Igbo. If you go online, yes, now if you look at what look at what I've been look at the formations like most of them are in Igbo. That's there. We've got rivalry between each other, like political rivalry is there. The Lagos is no man's land issue is there, and you see their people's utterances. You see what they write online. And I saw one tweet. This Gbadebo's wife. I think maybe she came out to let people know it's from Igbo. And you see what they wrote on that. Oh, we've been, congratulations, Gbadebo. You are our boy. You are our boy. Now we are going to collect that Lagos state. It's our own. You understand? So all these things are there. People are listening now. People are not. They are listening. You expect people to listen to all this, and you don't want them to react. Is that possible? And you will come online. You publicly, Gbadebo said, "Oh, I'm going to disband National. I'm going to disband Agbiru." And you want to be the governor of Lagos. How do you want to do it? Then that means all the police and military in Nigeria, they have to be in Lagos for the election. Because I don't see how you're going to do it. Because you want to collect their food. They would, even without APC shifting, telling them to do anything, they will do it, to protect their own side as well. You don't have to behave like that because they've seen Yoruba as, they are very lenient, they are very, they can do whatever you want to do to them. We don't talk too much, but we react. So it's very glaring now that Labour Party has been portrayed as evil party. There's no lie about it. And you see what all these people say, oh, we are on Lagos. They push one narrative of recent because there's this issue of Edo, the homes, Eko. before you know, online they were
Like
pushing it.
Edo
And he
owns
said,
Lagos, right?
he said that owns Eko. They started pushing it, and you forgotten what he heard from the civil war. What's it called? Ojuku war. Like they were coming to Lagos, that they want to come and conquer Lagos. We still have everything, it's still sticking in our brain. So we should expect reaction. We are human beings. We should expect, okay, okay. If we just let's twist it the way around, can they accept quarter of all this in their place? I could remember they've tried this in Kano, the northern part of Nigeria sometimes, but now you can't hear it again. You know our brothers now, they give them full stop, and since then we never hear such thing in Kano anymore. We are human beings, and we Yoruba, we've got some people we call Adekodere. They want you to see them, they are politically correct, they are civilized. We are meant to be civilized, but sometimes you have to react to some issues. And some people that are very desperate for good governance, they don't care. And me, I used to relate it to to football. It's like Mourinho and Arsene Wenger. Arsene Wenger wants to play sexy football. He wants people to see him like he plays attractive football. He wants everybody to like his football. Then when you see him, he go on attack. He go on dribbling. He attacks. Before you know, he get beaten most of the time 4-0, 3-0. But Mourinho is very like he played rigid football. He's very conservative. That's why you ever see him, you never see them beat Mourinho 2-0. If you can beat Mourinho, you'll be lucky to beat him by 1 goal. And most of the time he beats you because he protects his defense. He protects his area of the field. Why as a Wenger, he doesn't do that. He opens up because he wants people to see him. He plays attacking football. You understand? Which is very dangerous. Our youth now, that's what they are doing. They are playing as a Wenger football. They don't try. They don't want to be conservative at all. They don't think about their culture, their tribe. They don't think they don't care about the security. All they want is good governance. How Lagos, how Yoruba,
Can you
how
imagine
Southwest,
somebody
how
who was born in early 80s, now 40 years old, and can't speak Yoruba?
Yeah, I used to say it now. My sister, my nephew, he can't speak Yoruba, and I used to tell his mom. My mom would say,
That is terrible. That is pure terrible.
School ni. Manikini, what are you telling me? What are you telling me? School ni. Ẹ jẹ́ kí ọmọ yìí kó gbọ́ kó lè sọ tí ó ń sọ bí ìbá bí ègùn yìí.
It's terrible.
And she tried to cover him. Now I pick up my phone to call her. Àǹtí mi, ṣe ti gbọ́ tuntun? Ṣe ti gbọ́ pé kí ni? Ṣe gbọ́ pé Gbádébọ̀ wọ́n sọ pé kò ń ṣọmọ Yorùbá pé kò lè rúlu Èkó. Wọ́n ní èmi náà ń gbọ́. Mo ní tọmọ yín náà bá bọ́ta tó bá ti lọ ń sọ Yorùbá ègùn, èmi máa kọ́ protest against it. Because if we allowed it, if we had allowed it, next time they will come with it doesn't matter if it's a Yoruba boy, if the person is Yoruba. So far in America, you can do it. Yeah.
Just I want you to react to this one. These people, we've played the video before, but because of our audience that just joined us, just to document the video again. Yeah.
Having critically observed the way and manner the Nigerian election has been conducted so far, I have come to the conclusion that Nigeria can never be redeemed. As a result, I have decided not to be associated with anything called Nigeria. In order to buttress my assertion, I hereby destroy my Nigerian passport.
They need
So
anger
far,
management.
react to that.
I've watched it. I saw it online earlier on. All this one, these are the people that are called that I say they are desperate for good governance, so they react like as a winger, because they want you to see them like
As a winger.
yes. Yes, now if you watch football, I said when guy wants to play one of the sexiest football in the whole world, want to play tiki taka, without regarding what's it called, his defense, then he will leave his defense open because he wants to attack. He wants people to seem like he's playing the best of the football. So that's what they are doing. They want people to see them as, they are politically correct, they are civilized, they are not, tribalistic, they are not bigger, they want people to see them. And these people you are playing with, sorry to say, if they born their child, they will start. From the first day they born their child, they start teaching the side history, what happened, how, and teach them their language. So, and our children, they are too free. Like I just don't understand. They are too free. They want to open up everything. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. You remember the story of what's it called? Um, this the British royal family, their what's it called? Their what's the name of this lady that died? The princess that died. What's her name?
Princess
Diana.
Diana.
Diana. Yeah. You know what happened to the royal family? Because they be the one championing democracy, good behavior, this kind of thing. So what happened to them? Like they don't want to collect Diana, but they don't know how to. They don't know how to come out because they've championed a lot.
Fast. Do you know there's still conspiracy theory about the death of that lady till
that's
today?
that's that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé yín nìyẹn náà ń pé àmọ́ wọ́n gbọ́n dá sí ni. They wá wọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀ bí ṣàdá because they've championed civil life, they've let everybody forget about their culture, so everybody is cultureless because of them. But whereas they've got culture, all those things, there are many things they don't like about the lady, and they find a way to yanjú ẹ̀. So they can't come public,
Fash, do you know the royal house, their culture is even. I heard that any wife that was brought to the house, Kate, Diana, the present one now, Megan, if they are in the palace, the queen should be the first person to sleep before any of them. They have to
Yeah.
make sure the queen is in bed sleeping before they can go to bed and sleep.
Yeah,
There are many laws in that house that when
that's
I
what
hear
I'm
that
saying.
I say, really?
They have culture, and they still
They
follow
have
all the
culture.
culture.
Do
Yeah,
you know
and
they normally greet the queen like they kneel down like we?
yes,
You understand what I mean? If they want to greet
yeah,
the queen, they
they
have
yeah, I
they've
know
got culture, man.
they do all these things, and they want you to become cultureless. You understand? They want you to become cultureless. That's why I say, like, oh, they've advocated for all these things for so long, and they can't come out, to they can't come out and caution the lady, or tell it to her face they don't want this and that, because they still have the culture, and the only thing they can do is to just do it one time. So that's just it. So that's what I'm telling
But you
our
will
children,
agree that
our
She too was reckless. And she was
yes
at the time she
now.
was becoming a nuisance. So and
Yeah.
the royal family has a reputation to protect. Remember, they are under microscope. They are that institution's almost crap. So for them to be able to maintain their relevance
You,
in that
you know,
kingdom,
you
they
know, you
have
know,
to
you,
protect their
you know,
interests. So
you know,
any
they are the advocate of free speech, free life, behave whatever way you like. And what they're trying to do, they trying to make people cultureless. You understand what I mean? So it affects them this time, and they can't come out, to stop it. But all they can do is just in your joy, labele, and that's life for you. So that's why I'm saying, like some people, they try to make all these celebrity their mentor, their role model, and you know what other these people they do underground. You won't believe. You understand? That's just it. I don't. I only. So it's high time now. We need to. We need to talk to our youth. That's not how life is. You still have to be like a little bit conservative. You don't do because of good governance and open up everything. You know, we need to be at least a little bit
I think the
secure.
year of student uh, being in the forefront of leading the pack is long gone. In the days where we
Yeah,
have student union that are more powerful than anyone in the country,
yeah.
and
That's just it.
they could disrupt economic activities. Even the military fear them. But now what we have is just student union that are toothless and they prefer money than
All this
advocacy.
one, this one, they prefer cruise, and that's why I hate moves. If you That's
And
why
that is
when you
that
when
is
when you go to tutor, you see how useless. Sorry to say, these people are. They have, they play with everything. They never serious. I say, this the future generation. Hey, I dey fear all this one, and we've got a lot work to do. A lot of work to do. Hmm. We've got a lot of work to do because our youth they are brainwashed already with this free life. They are very free now, and before you know, we'll be cautious with all this our new
Flash,
generation.
yeah,
Yeah.
react. Let's watch the video again. I want your reaction. Then I will go to Adewale. Let's watch the video. That video, yeah, I'm sorry, it's
Of
yeah. Let's watch.
industrialization. In what ways would you want the Southeast represented in a Tinubu administration?
There will be no Tinubu administration. God in heaven knows it. And if there's Tinubu administration, there will be no Nigeria.
Okay, that's quite a heavy statement. At present, he is the president-elect, and we have been, so as an elder statesman, we have been enjoined to speak, words that wouldn't further heat up the polity. And so, whilst we understand your personal viewpoint, we also recognize the fact that substantially, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and barring any court judgment, he would be sworn in on May 29. So in the event that he does emerge, what would happen?
I don't know. I don't know. I believe in God, and it doesn't appear to be the will of God that Tinubu should rule Nigeria. He doesn't hate. God does not hate Nigeria. But if it happens, well, we'll be here. Some people were saying things that are very annoying. Yes.
So let me build it up for you. Let me build
I
it up for
feel
you. Hang on. Flash, let
okay.
me build it up for you. So
Okay.
he made one statement. He said, God doesn't hate Nigeria. That means if God is going to give Nigeria president, it's not the type of Tinubu God is going to give Nigeria. So if Tinubu finally becomes the president, that means God has left Nigeria. And
it just I know distress that's in you,
You
but
are you are
just
breaking.
have
You are
your don't let me say anything. Yeah, just what do you think?
the network is breaking.
Oh, the network. Can you hear me now?
Thomas, you are breaking.
Yeah, breaking.
Thomas, you
Yeah,
are
can you hear
breaking.
me now?
Thomas, all
Breaking.
those things
Oh,
agbado.
Mm.
Agbado.
Go
Are
ahead,
you there,
Fash. Go
Thomas?
ahead.
hello,
See, I
hello.
see.
Can you hear me?
I picked. Hello,
Fast,
yeah.
fast.
You
Where
know,
I'm
Can you hear me
his
carrying on
now?
now.
his computer controls everyone. So when his
Yeah,
computer
yeah.
is having network issue, we'll be here scratching our
So where are you
heads.
Hello.
hearing?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear
fast.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Let
hear.
me
I can hear
reiterate
you.
what I'm saying. If I hear me now,
Okay.
yeah. I
Mm.
said the man said God does not hate Nigeria. So
Mm.
what he's trying to put out there is that if Tinubu become president, God hated Nigeria.
Mm.
And in Yoruba land, we don't disrespect our elders. What do you
Mm.
think? What do you see in that comment? It threw me off guard. I don't know. You just make your
Yeah,
comment. Don't let me don't let me preempt
I
your comment. Yeah.
yeah, I say I have said this tonight. Like that's what they do. They like to blackmail to paint people ugly. What is meaning God doesn't hate in Nigeria? What he wants people to feel is like he wants them to feel like Tinubu is one horrible thing that can happen to Nigeria, and they've spread this thing, in almost all African countries, like even abroad. My wife's friend, she came here, we started discussing about Tinubu, drug dealer, the bad person. And before I knew her, she's got one Igbo friend. And I asked her who told you. She said, it's one Mrs. This at her and that's how they will spread this kind of message about other people. That's what they do. And you see that video, he was living in fantasy land, and that lady woke her up like, Soji Masu, this is the next president. And he was like, he wants to
Even
cry
fast,
there now.
even arise that we know that is opposition to Tinubu's presidency in some way. They even try to talk sense that, sir, Tinubu is your president elect. There is nothing you can. What do you think the lady is trying to tell the man, the old man?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They need they try to wake him up from his slumber. Like, wake up. That's your new president. So that's why I don't support Tinubu begging them, because that's what they need. They need somebody to massage their ego, and once you face them frontally, they come back to reality. That's what the lady did to him now. He wakes him up that Master, that's your president too. And he woke up like, oh, he wants to cry. If God says so. If you watch the video, the beginning, he was arrogant. The way he talked, like he believed
Sorry,
that
what
nothing's
was
gonna
his
happen.
first statement when when she asked him the question? What was his response? The first response before she
He
talked
first,
about God.
yeah, the first response, he said,
Adewale,
Tinubu,
Adewale,
Tinubu can't
let's
destroy him.
let's watch. Fash, let's watch it again.
Okay,
It's not
watch
long.
it again.
Yeah, that
Don't
video. There are many things
let's
in that video.
watch the video. Watch it and see his countenance,
Of
the
Yeah,
way he
Thomas.
behaves,
industrialization.
his reaction.
In what ways would you want the Southeast represented in a Tinubu administration?
There will be no Tinubu administration. God in heaven knows it.
Do you hear that? There will not be Tinubu administration. God will
There,
in
will-
heaven will not allow
there will be no Tinubu. God in heaven knows this.
administration.
Like, he's very sure of himself on nothing. And when they woke him up, he came back to reality. and he was down like jellyfish. Oh, God won't do this to Nigeria. See the way he first reacted, like he knows what he's doing, like he has the power. You understand? And if the lady has, supported him, that's the way he behave throughout the interview. And
But sorry,
he'll be,
Thomas, can you hear me?
Yeah,
yeah.
Patrick, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry to cut you, my brother. You
Oh
see,
no, no, come in. Yeah, that's all right.
I think the APC need to go back to the drawing board,
Hmm.
and that is
Wow.
they have a big problem.
Patrick, we can't hear you.
Hello,
Patch,
Patrick, we
can you
can't
hear
hear
me?
you. Yeah, I can
Can you
hear
hear me?
you.
I said they have
Okay,
a big
We
may
can't.
still reach my turn. May I tell something?
they have a big problem, and that
Okay.
problem
Yeah.
has been a long-standing problem. There's a problem of not matching or standing up to narrations or narratives.
Yeah,
You
that's
see,
why I said earlier on.
there's power in narrative,
Hmm.
there's power in stories.
Hmm.
APC used that strongly in 2015 against Jonathan, and it worked. And now they thought they were the only master of it. The obedient used it, and that narrative has been this Fulani headsman was the starting point. And later, Buhari is a tribal bigot. Buhari is this one, Buhari is that one. We all bought it, even the people in the southwest. And now it's hitting them now. The same thing is coming back to us.
In the southwest, we bought it
Yes,
by
we
force.
bought it.
Even when we know it's a lie, but we didn't
Yeah,
have option.
bought
We didn't
it,
have sure. We
and
not even, but we
just
collected
bought
it
it.
for free.
Everything.
Yes,
Buhari is this, Buhari. Now they are going to
cause
use it against
cause there's
Tinubu.
nowhere you can go and talk. You have to follow them. You have to
Yeah, if you
accept it
say,
by force.
if you talk, they'll say you
Mm.
are a Fulani slave. You are this,
Mm-hmm.
you are that. Now they are going to use it against Tinubu. And
Mm.
they will create a perception in the mind of
Mm.
people. And let me tell you, your perception is
They've
your
they,
own reality.
they've created it
Some
already.
How
people
are
in
you?
our southwest, some youths in the southwest, they believe that Tinubu is actually a drug lord. They believe
Yeah,
that he was a drug baron. They believe that Buhari had died. They believe
Patrick.
no, yeah.
Patrick,
Yeah.
if you were listening, you
But
have been listening
Patrick,
earlier.
I want to ask you, even before the election, that was when they carried this propaganda. It has nothing to do with
Yeah,
opinion.
That's what I'm saying. When you
Yeah.
create false narratives, and the people that are involved in the false narrative say, I don't mind them, the false narrative, nonsense, rumor. If they don't stand up to it and they
yeah.
don't confront the lies with the truth, it is the truth that can bring out
Okay, now I
people's
understand you.
lives.
It's like
Yeah.
the previous propaganda was now a very big obstacle. So, okay, now I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So when they
Patrick,
begin to
Patrick,
do that,
they started this thing long time ago. Since when
yes,
Tinubu was in opposition in Lagos,
exactly.
the Southeast governors, they didn't do anything. All they did is to spend money on propaganda against Tinubu and
Against
all
Tinubu,
this out.
even
Yeah,
against
and
Lagos State. They remember
Lagos
they
State.
said that Lagos State they say Lagos State deported Igbos to Anambra.
Yes,
Lagos, you know all those kind of things they said about
you
Fashola.
know, you know, you know, you know, you
Fashola.
know, you know, of recent about this Gbadebo. Yeah, you know what they did? They went to bring one guy in Southeast, and they had Abiola to his name because he was contesting for House of Rep, and they want us to believe that can you see this is one is Igbo Yoruba and it's contesting in the Southeast. Why are you against Gbadebo? And before you know, all our Yoruba movement they believed it. Not until the guy came out to debunk it that I'm not a
And then his
Yoruba.
name is gone. I saw that one. You see, we must. You see, the only thing that can conquer lie
is the truth.
Mm.
But the problem is that our own Southwest politicians, they have the truth, but they are not clean. Their hands are also
Yeah,
not clean. You
yeah,
understand?
the hands are
So they
not
can say, okay,
clean.
this I am I can say the truth, but they cannot, like Jesus Christ, say I am the truth. You understand?
See what they
They can't.
you see what they did. You know, when they first started, yeah, when they start demoralizing Yoruba leaders and everything
Mm,
online, you know,
mm,
they went to open Facebook, Instagram,
exactly.
and Twitter account on
We
Yoruba
say,
Youth.
oh, they are
Just,
just Twitter people. They are just these
yeah,
people. We ignored
yeah,
it.
and what they did by doing that is to give other Yorubas that are sitting on fence. You know, we Yoruba were very respectful. We don't have the
And let me
guts
tell
to go
you,
to go
sorry to
after
cut
our
you in.
leader.
Sorry to cut you. Our Yoruba leaders are also irresponsible.
Yeah. I know.
With due respect, Yorubas are not supposed to say that. I'll give you a
Yeah,
good example. Look at the ways the Igbos have developed themselves in certain industries
yeah.
in this country. Take entertainment, for example.
Hmm.
Do you know that Yoruba Southwest is the home of entertainment in Nigeria? And I'm sure if Mr. Diwali is online, he will. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Is
Can
it
you
me
hear
that
me?
you want to talk?
No, I
Oh,
said you will
It's partly.
remember. If you are online, you will remember. I said you remember this day. You know, in those days, we used to have in Ibadan, we used to have NTV, not NTA.
mm,
That time, that NTV was the only television station. For a long time, it was the only television station in Nigeria. It was called WNTV. Now it became NTV Ibadan. All the actors in Nigeria, people that used to act, all of them, Ibadan was the home of acting because that was the only television station that was there. I remember in my street, on my street alone, you know this Peju Ogunmola, Peju lives across my house. When their father died, Peju was living with her aunt that lived opposite my house. BC Oladimeji, which is Jimmy Solanke's wife, lived the two houses from Peju's house. Ronke Ayuba, which is Ronke Darling, this Ronke Ayuba that used to read news on NTA, live like 10 buildings from that house. Nyonjo Adegbite, those are the big names. All these guys that used to read news now in NTA, Yinka Craig, all of them. Those
don't
guys,
die.
every Durola Dipo, those were the people. This Baba Yemele Bubon, Durola Dipo, Jimmy Solanke, all the big names in acting were in Ibadan. So acting started from Southwest, the real one. But what did we make out of it? Our politicians didn't create like a film village out of that. Because most of the movie that they used to act then is that NTV Ibadan has like acting, they have like places like almost like village in that Agodi that they've developed, that most of the acting takes place in that premises. Then if they need to go outside to act, they take their cameras, but they rarely do that. All these lady I used to see them regularly. I've acted in NTV before that time, but we didn't make anything out of it. Now we need it. Look at our actors, actresses, very talented. Look at somebody like Bimbo Akitola. That girl went to University of Ibadan, Red Theater. Most of these guys that act for all these Igbo guys, they didn't even study acting. Most of our actors, they Red Theater. Even our Yoruba actors who never went to school are even going to school to even study for that. Look at Dulade has gone to University of Lagos. Look at Latin, he's studying acting. Olaya is in the university. So most of our actors are even going to school to become professionals. They don't. They just go and act. But what the level of support that our government in the Southwest is giving to these people? Now we
It's Thomas.
You know, Thomas.
I'm
Can
here.
you
I
hear me
can
now?
hear you.
Yeah, I said,
Patrick is Patrick, not me.
okay,
It's
okay. Those
Abdullah.
guys couldn't match them. You get it? Because we didn't develop those people. Look at what since Bimbo Akitola has been acting now. Can you compare somebody like Bimbo Akitola to Uche Jombu? When Bimbo has been acting, maybe Uche was in school. You understand what I'm saying? Bimbo Akitola is one. Look at Larry Balogun. He's off acting now. I once acted with Larry Balogun. I saw back as 1986. Where was people like Stephanie Okereke in 1986? You're probably in primary school. But what did we do to promote them? Our people in this part, the only people that could stand up to them were those that eventually went to join them.
Yeah, but Tinubu really tried for them, you know.
No, we are not saying you help people when they are sick, or you develop
Yeah,
a
I understand.
structure.
I understand. You
This
develop a
they say
structure for
Tinubu build
them.
leader, Tinubu build leader. He just was able to build a few people now. How did all the leaders, the fact that he helped, he built Aregbeso, how did he affect me? It doesn't affect me now. We are not supporting Tinubu now because we love him now, not because he has
Yeah,
impacted me. Sincerely, he has
yeah, I
not
understand.
impacted. I don't owe him a dime.
Patrick, do you remember the narrative of Jubril? You remember we said that time that federal government supposed to come and counter that narrative. I think it's just
Yeah.
maybe late 2 months that
No.
Buhari.
They are so lazy. They are not tactical. Once they do, they just feel that we can do this. We gather people. Adimojo used to give us 20 votes. Adimojo used to give us 50 votes. I'll give you another example
Yeah.
to tell you how our leaders in the West are not interested in their people. The same thing applies to other regions. That's just the truth. It's just like in the West, we don't make so much noise about it. They don't really invest so much in the people. They do some things. They do the minimum. That's the point. I'll give you a good example. When I was in Ilorin, I was a manager of a bank. And then my bank gave me authority. I could approve 2.5 million, 2 million loan for individual up to the tune of 100 million every month without having to get approval from head office. My account officer will come to me, prepare the documents, everything will end at my desk, and I will approve up to that 100 million every month. You know that if you know Ilorin very well, that Taiwo Road is like the broad street of Kwara State, of Ilorin. The Taiwo Road, when I was there as a manager on that road, the Yoruba boys, the Igbo boys will come to me and say, Oga, I need 1 million, I need 1.5. I want to buy goods for this my market. I will look at their appraisal and give them. There were 2 Igbo boys that came to me and said, they wanted to buy one building in front of my office, and that they've raised about 10 million and they had to give them. I gave them the 10 million and we approved the loan. And they had the money, they bought the building. 2 months after, they say, sir, we want to, because we invest, we were the one that financed it. If they want to sell it, they will need to come to us. They came to us and said they want to sell that building and they want to buy the one adjacent, not too far from me. They sold that building, sold that building, I think 40 something million. And I bought the one beside me, 60 million. Do you know that one beside me, in about 8 months, they sold that building to another bank for 100 and something million. Everything in less than one year. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, are you hearing me? Hello?
Yeah, okay, hear you.
Now, let me now shock you. All these Igbo boys, they come to me like that. Some of them, they would say they are selling CD. Okay, I need 300. I give them. You see them growing the CD business. Because they pay into the bank. You see them, their turnover is increasing to 1 million, 1.5. Do you know when my Yoruba boys come to me? They say, Oga, oh, you can phone an income. That's the only thing they say. Yeah, Oga, even power, oh, you can phone an income. Yeah, now what for those who don't speak Yoruba, they say, Oga, we're hungry. You are supposed to give us something to eat. I just looked at it. So one day, because I also work with government,
They are my clients. So when these commissioners and all these people come to my office, even that former governor of Kwara State, we used to see. So I spoke with one of the commissioners. I said, this was my experience. That when these Igbo boys come, they ask me, oh, guy, I need this 1 million. I need to buy this. I need to. But when our people come, they'll say, oh, God, give us something. I said, is there no way? You have just set up Kwara Football Academy. You have just set up, I was involved with that Kwara School of Aviation. And I know that with that School of Aviation, in another 10, 15 years, Kwara State might end up producing more pilots than other states in this country. I said, okay, why can't we have Kwara Academy of Entrepreneurship? And turn up. You see, the entrepreneurship system of the Igbos is like an upside down system. If in a Yoruba land, if you go to learn work, if you are going to be free, you are the one that will pay the Oga. But in the Igbo, when you are free, the Oga is the one that will pay you. You see the reason why their boys will even want to do the business, because the money they are going to use to do the business is already with them. Because every day they are serving that Oga, it's like working for him. And they will do it because they know they are also making money. So they will serve that Oga very well because they know that each day I'm working here, it's like I'm getting paid, but the money is going to be paid to me when I'm done. You see, they will be committed. They will not abandon the trade. But what happens? And then at the end of the day, they get that money. Oga settles them. The Oga also will be lucky because that's an expansion. Because the shop of that his boy is an extension of his own store. If you go to that his boy store and ask for something and he doesn't have it, he will tell you, we have it in our other store. He doesn't have another store. He's referring to his Oga store. He will go there and give it to you. So it's like the Oga is also getting some benefits. But what happens in our own case, our boys will come and learn a trade because the boy knows that he's just serving the Oga. He's not going to get anything. At the end of the day, he will abandon it. His parents will be crying, oh, they will beat him again. Go and start. He will go and start. At the end of the day, if he manages to finish, to now do freedom, he will have to settle the Oga again. So all the years of service he had for the Oga, he's gaining nothing. So and now, after setting the money of freedom, he will now pay. Later, he will now be looking for capital. You see the model now. And now ask that commissioner, I say, why can't we adopt this model? Do you know what the guy told me? He said, how can we copy Igbo? And the reason he said that is because nothing will come out for him to his pocket. And I asked him, I said, if you are looking at your pocket, did you even ask me whether anything will even come out to my own pocket? Because the way I designed the model, nothing will come out for anybody. It's the only thing, the people that will benefit is the system. Because as far as me I'm concerned, I'm just trying to see, I observe something and I try to learn from it. You understand? So we need to, the Yoruba leaders, they need to begin to review their strategy. And they should begin to lead their people. Look at what Kwakwanso is doing in Kano. Do you know how many people in Kwakwanso scholarship in America from Kano? Do you know how many people are on Kwakwanso's scholarship in Dubai from Kano? Even non-Kano indigenes, people from the south. Do you know how many people are on Kwakwanso's scholarship in Europe? Even non-Kano indigenes. These are people. These are to touch people's lives. How many person of Lagos or Southwest origin has Tinubu scholarship or Lagos State scholarship? When OGD was governor in Lagos, in
Patrick,
Ogun State.
myself.
Mm.
I am on Tinubu scholarship. I'm on Tinubu scholarship
in Australia. When OGD was on scholarship, when OGD was governor in Ogun State, I know a lady that went to SU. She was on OGD scholarship to UK, did her masters. She's come back to Ogun State. She's serving in Ogun State now with her experience in the office of the Attorney General in Ogun State. I know a lady also in Canada here. She studied chemistry in the University of Ife. She was on scholarship to London, OGD scholarship. She came back to Ogun State, served Ogun State, came to Canada, did 2 other masters in Canada. And that lady had been able to help her younger ones in Ogun State, and they will never forget. Not just touching one big man, you have made one commissioner, you have made one. No. No, how many? Is there, it is a man that raised leader, build leader. He has made commissioner, he has made. How many people can you touch using that kind of model?
Can we interject?
Yeah.
Okay, Patrick, I mean, apologies for interjecting. I wanted you to, to speak on, but it was good to also counter before I forgot those points. I mean, you've raised very valid points, but I think you're also doing what we were discussing before, which is the open narrative of going by what's been said out there. So you said how many people, let me speak to your last point. How many people are on Tinubu's scholarships? And I'll say,
me, I'm a Tinubu supporter. Anybody?
No, of course I know, but I'll say to you that everybody who is in school, who is in a public school in Lagos State, is under Tinubu scholarship. I mean, public education in Lagos is free, so you don't need a scholarship scheme because everybody already benefits from it already. And I think that's like the part where you're missing. So it's easy for a state to make scholarships for certain people, or maybe 1,000, maybe 100, maybe 200.
But we need to start saying that now. Told me now.
Yeah, but
we need to now start building narratives.
Yeah. But we've been saying it. But again, just that maybe it's not loud enough. But everybody is.
For example, somebody like me that is supporting Tinubu, I'm not aware that Tinubu, that their school is free.
School is free.
I didn't know that. Whereas Thomas will tell you I'm certified, but I don't know.
Okay, so now you're knowing. WAEC has been.
Can you imagine? It took
in Lagos.
It took like when the election is over for me to even know.
Since while Tinubu was governor up till this very day, and
why are they shouting Awolowo free education, but nobody's shouting Tinubu's free education?
I mean, several things. So that bit is there. From primary to secondary, and again, even students who go to LASU and LASPOTEC that are indigents have extremely highly subsidized education.
So, but let me ask you one question. It means that in Lagos State, primary school education is free for public school.
Yes, secondary
school
free.
Education is free.
So
how is that different from what Awolowo offered? That was all now. That was what Awolowo offered.
Yes, so exactly.
So everybody, Awolowo died how many years ago? Awolowo died when I was in Ibadan, 1987 or 88 or 89. I don't know. I can't remember. Up to now, people are still shouting Awolowo for education. How come Tinubu?
No, my brother, the difference is that
shouting his
I want to quickly say something here. The difference is that Awolowo school, it was before the independent, and it was very effective. So this
me, I went to Awolowo free education in 1979 because Oyo State was ruled by UPN and Uncle Bolage was in the governor. I remember that my father didn't even pay. My father said, no, he had won.
I don't know.
It was
I want to have a clarification here. After the independent, was Awolowo given the chance to rule the western part of Nigeria?
Now, what happened was that it was a premier. It was a premier for some time.
Before the independent, I think so.
No, it was a premier after the independent.
I don't think so.
Okay, it was a premier before the independent. The election after the independent was when he wanted to become prime minister, right?
Then there was a crisis.
Yeah. No, but
the thing is that I'm
saying. This is what I'm saying.
The thing was that, let me tell you the difference, my brother. Why people don't forget about those people. Even like Edo, you will say Ogbemudia, Ali. You see these bended people, Edo and Delta. They always refer to these people. Then there were a lot of instructions on ground to support any leader to make things effective when they want to implement policy. So people benefited from that school. They enjoy what's called effective free educational system. But the problem today is this: when the state governors announce free education, people still prefer private school because they don't trust the government. This is the problem.
Let me tell you the issue. Like me, I enjoyed free education in Ibadan. You see, it wasn't as if there were too many structures on ground. The governors built the structures. I know how many schools. When Bola came into Ibadan, in Ibadan alone, in my area, that Mokola, I had the option of going to St. Gabriel's, Obakibi School 1, Obakibi School 2, Mokola Community High School, and then if I want to go further and stretch myself, I'll go to Songo High School. That's 5 secondary schools I could go to. One of them, I need to take a car, a bus to go there. The other ones, I could trek there in less than 15-20 minutes. Are you following me? In my area, the same thing, almost everywhere in Ibadan. You could just trek to school. In Elele Jericho alone, we have Jericho High School, Elele High School, Elele Secondary School, Obande Jericho, Obande, then we have Ahmadiyya Grammar School. We have like almost 6 or 7 secondary school. Well, then we have Onireke High School. About 7 within that Jericho Onireke area alone. If you are used to Ibadan, anybody that grew up in Ibadan will understand what I'm saying. That is structure. Those schools were not there. Bola built those schools, recruited teachers and staffed those schools, put lockers in those schools, recruit students in those schools, and then books. Do you know they were giving us books? For the first time in primary school, 79, I had a dictionary. I was surprised. Primary school boy get dictionary. I have a dictionary. When junior primary school, they had this colored photographic imagery dictionary. In the higher one, they have advanced learner dictionaries. My brother in secondary school, they had modern biology, Stoner, Cousin, different Nelcon, Abbott, all the textbooks you need. They put them in place.
That is true. That's what I'm telling you.
Always, now, Lagos State has that kind of infrastructure. The technology is even there now that makes it easier. So if, for example, Lagos State recruits quality teachers, revamp those schools, give students books, give them everything that those people provided for them, even if they look like they are not up to par with maybe some private schools like Corona, all those schools, but people will continue to say, but Tinubu school. If you go to Ibadan now, they'll say Bola Ige school here. He went to Bola Ige school. He went to Bola. If they go say he went to Jakonde school. So why are we not having those things? It could not be. It doesn't have to be in the area of education.
Tinubu
has millennium school as well now.
Then we don't have the narratives. We don't have the.
They don't
people
have
will continue to talk. People continue to talk. No, they don't have to be the name of Jakonde.
Yeah,
Jakonde
but
didn't name. No, my brother, this is
there are millions of people who are benefiting from those. In
fact, Jakonde didn't name those schools Jakonde schools.
Yeah, but Tinubu
so why are they calling them Jakonde schools
again?
Why are they calling them Jakonde schools?
Patrick, your arguments are so flawed in the sense that they don't even. I mean, so they're not even talking points anymore. There are thousands of kids benefiting day to day. Millennium School.
I agree with you. So they're I'm saying that. Why are we not confronting their narrative?
They are there. It's you who haven't paid attention to those things. It's not as if I mean.
They are not loud. They are not loud.
You're not hearing them. That's two different things.
Because they are not loud.
No, see again here. No.
Okay, are they not hearing them? Are they in the marketplace?
Of course, they're in the marketplaces.
Their lives, their own lives, their own lives are in the marketplaces.
Yeah. Okay. So
Tinubu is a drug lord. Somebody is telling me that an Ethiopian guy that works in his company in USA is telling him that our president is a drug baron. Because their lives are in the marketplaces.
No, Patrick,
our own is not there.
But that's how it happens everywhere now.
Patrick,
elections. Okay.
If you may permit me to also contribute, we need to, because we were discussing issues that have to do with as partially like tribalism, and we want to focus on it very deeply. I think I will advise. For me, the manner at which they conduct that election was very bad. I supported Peter Obi, everything possible I can. I said it before, even every party in Nigeria have right to go to court.
Midwest.
have
Midwest.
100% right
Is he
for every political party.
Midwest?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he the whole country, or you are talking about Lagos State?
My dear, no, Lagos State, I'm not talking about state election now. I'm talking about the national, the presidential.
The national.
Yeah.
Go on.
So
Yes.
it was so messed up, shameful, and nevertheless, when you analyze it very well, if not for Peter Obi, the power wouldn't have come to South at all. Because if the Eastern vote, normally, these are strong PDP strongholds. I think by now it would have been from one Northerners to another. But I'm not against Northerners. I don't hate Fulani. I don't hate any tribe. What we just need to do is to be honest to ourselves and look into the differences that we have and speak true to it. I some years ago, I came very long time ago. There was a book my uncle, he was a secretary in one department in University of Benin. He gave to me. I read it then. So it's just like a pieces of a paper when our old leaders give their speech. If you saw what Attorney Naro wrote, that is what from his speech, they put into written. You will see it's like we were gifted with visionaries. Now, this Sir Amadou Bello, even before he depended, I think there was something he mentioned there. Something like somebody was trying to say, let's put our differences aside and do it together. He said, no, we must first of all know these differences. So we have to talk about it and know the way to treat it. Then we will move forward. So if you look at those brilliant people, we lost them because all of them, all of them, they were so brilliant, but something came into their midst. Indeed, there are issues they did not treat. And that is what is playing in Lagos today, that Lagos state governor. But let's put that one aside. Now we have the power in the South. All we need to do, please, before Tinubu, I pray that I don't wish anybody dead. Since they have announced him, let them swear him peacefully. Please, there are laws that have been going on before this election. Let us not shift all our attention as a certain part of, whether because every western part of we are still that South, to focus on something that is like a tribal something that have to do with Tinubu and Obi. I know some attitudes are very toxic, but we need to start seeing those problems because they are very big. We shouldn't be satisfied now that the Yoruba has been announced as the president of the country, so we have won. No, the Yoruba was there before. I told you, a man from South was there, professors. He surrounded himself with professional people who have degree, people, traveled and all. At the end, when the Fulani was ruling, we were complaining about constitution. Please, let's try to galvanize ourselves to let our leaders know that Nigerians are suffering, they are hungry, and nothing is working in this country. That Tinubu, you are here to come and inherit a lot of challenges that no president in history of this country has ever encountered.
That's what you wish. But the point is, that's not what is going to play out.
I don't see what do you mean by wish?
That's what you desire. You wish that everybody will come together. That's what you want for Nigeria. You're speaking your mind for Nigeria now. But it's not everybody that wants that for Nigeria. That thing you wish
but the leader have to do. It's not the leader responsibility.
This is what I'm saying. People will, no matter what the leader does, people will still continue to sell fake news to distract people like you who wish well for Nigeria.
No fake news.
The leader has to. The leader has to
come out. Fake news is very dangerous.
He has
fake
to
news,
confront.
You know what you do with fake news?
Exactly.
You abandon it.
No.
You listen. Buhari was dead. It's a news. Even they say all these ambassadors. Listen, even ambassador, he said in one occasion, he said he even went closer to look at his ear. But at the end of it all, people now realize this is a propaganda. Is it not hurting people today? That when they want to sell some narrative, people don't believe in them again. So let me just tell you, it should focus.
Believe some of those things.
Yeah, propaganda will still be there, but we should do our best. We should be on the side of trying to unify so that we can focus. The problem is too big.
That's what I'm saying, my brother. What I'm saying is that
This is my submission.
The only way you can conquer that is by confronting those lies with the truth.
Patrick, hold on. So, see, I mean, we actually have like two-pronged approaches to these things. There's some traditional people who believe that every news will die when you ignore it. So the more you tackle it, the more you are foiling it. So that's the school of thought where a Buhari came from, or an Asiwaju and co. And then there are the likes of, maybe a modern day approach where the moment it's coming out, you also push it back with your own to debunk it. But it just depends on the gravitas or the gravity of such news. Some of the news that are going on here have been debunked, but then when you have more people who are louder, they'll be dismissed. This story of Tinubu being a drug lord happened when Tafa Balogun and Obasanjo were presidents. This very same news, and it was settled in court. But even though it was settled and died, he's thinking about again his election. Exactly. So go ahead. Though there are still other two things I want to tackle.
But what I'm saying is that I'll give you a good example. Look at Buhari. Buhari is not an effective leader. But Buhari did some things that are good. But until they brought a jury, people didn't know. Look at the way they were talking about the borrowing. Until a jury came out and started confronting, people started talking less about borrowing again. Oh, Buhari has put Nigeria in serious debt. You can never, our great grandchildren. Until a jury say, come, how much did this government borrow? How much was on ground? Obasanjo paid all our debt. I would say, no. How much was Obasanjo? How much did he leave there? And then what they were doing was that they were converting the money to dollars and dollar to naira in using the current exchange. They say, oh, Buhari borrowed 6 billion. Jonathan borrowed. When they want to convert Jonathan, they will use exchange rates during Jonathan's time. And it looked like, all the debts were from Buhari. Until a jury came and started explaining those things. But Lai Mohammed and co were just sitting there.
Do you know what?
And then Gabashew and co were just abusing people instead of looking at issues.
Do you know why? They couldn't keep up with the energy of social media. And I'll give you 2 examples that you can relate with. Buhari, when he first became president, he was hoping to use this new media to engage with people. But the rhetoric was so bad. I mean, that they were posting a story of an achievement, and everything you see underneath will be insult and abuses to the point where they have to stop. That's the.
Then what was somebody like Tolu? What's somebody like Tolu doing there? Tolu is like a nephew to me, kind of.
Yeah. Oh, I even know him. Yeah, he was telling me he was my junior at work at some point. So we worked in Daily Alajade at Next. Another.
And you know him very well. You know he grew up in Abeokuta.
Yes.
Tolu's mom was my client. Very good. I knew Tolu as far as when he was in secondary school.
Oh, wow.
The one used to bring them, their boys, all of them.
Yeah.
The one used to bring them to my office there.
But the same thing that also happened to Asiwaju too, when he's saying, he's struggling to even read social media because anytime he goes there, all they do is insult him. So sometimes some people want to focus.
They insult out of me.
It doesn't have to be the one going there. They need the hand.
I don't go there again.
Do you know the difference between Trump? Why Trump was effective was that he actually genuinely had time. So here's the thing, right? When you're a leader,
Trump was the one doing it himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Trump throws and Trump
when you're a leader,
Trump.
Hold on, Patrick.
He doesn't allow those news to go.
Yeah, I know. I mean, so because he had time, he wasn't as focused as maybe a Buhari or an Asiwaju would be. So my point is, when your purpose is to literally deliver, their mindset is, we can't spend our energy trying to debunk news of people who, no matter what you do, they won't even believe you. So you focus on your development projects and hope that those things will speak for you when the time is right. However, when they now leave those rhetorics to their PR managers, their spokespeople, and then the press to do the same thing.
Some of them are not effective.
There are people who are literally insulting projects today. So you post it. I mean, look at all the projects that someone posted. That look, I've done this, I've done that. Right underneath those projects. And if you read through,
people have right to insult anybody. People are passing through pain now.
My brother, look at the way Dele Alake has spoken out in recent time. Anybody that is going to put anything out there for Tinubu will be ready for that man. No, look at the way Dele Alake
will be very effective.
They stood up to Arise TV. That is what we are talking about now.
But that's what Buhari did. Buhari just not to bother.
Yeah. Look at someone like Dele Alake. I'm sure that Tinubu sharp. I'm sure he's getting ready with a very strong social media team now.
Yes. No, Tinubu
They will hear
it's on a
it.
different, yeah.
That's we should not ignore it and say, this one will
So
go.
they should,
Problem does not go away.
Patrick. So they should be countering them anytime they
You must
come out.
confront every
you must
lies with
confront
the
it.
truth.
You must confront it. That's what
It's like
that's what
positive and negative charge.
Yeah, that's what saved us during the gubernatorial election.
Yeah.
People came out with full force. Okay, if you want to spin narrative, we'll give you a narrative. If you want to be silly,
and they also have things that we can even bring out.
Exactly. And it's already coming out now.
And we didn't bring those things out that time.
Do you know why?
If not, they wouldn't have gained all this energy.
Do you know why? So part of the reason is this, right? When the obese movement started, the very first narrative was it is the southeastern turn. And very many southwesterners.
No, it wasn't like that.
No, hold on. The very first narrative was, yes, it's time for the Igbos to run as well. So, even it was there. And many of the southwesterners were actually empathetic towards that plight. So so tackling them was almost as though you were tackling their mission. And then when they became louder, they had used the force to suppress the southwestern voices. If you remember most of the polls, especially the annual polls that came out, there were very many people who chose not to identify who they're going to vote for. It was about 48% of them. And even in the annual polls, they said those 48% that didn't indicate who they're going to vote for had the higher tendencies of voting a Tinubu. So it's those people now that are not coming out to now say, I'm no longer a bastard, I'm going to speak. So Tinubu actually had very many silent voters that we did not know of.
But those people didn't vote.
No, they did. So that's the 500,000 that we saw.
We didn't get as much. That was but we are supposed to get more than that.
So you know why? Because at some point, people started falling for the narrative as well too.
Exactly.
So the Muslim thing, the Christian thing generally worked. The blah blah blue.
You know the work.
The Baba no fi work. Baba we know.
My brother.
Well.
If you know the work where some of us do.
Yeah.
Wait till they never call me. Wait till they never call my papa. Wait till they never call my mama. My church don't disown me. This one. What are we talking about?
Imagine that. Even when your church can disown you over your view. And this was never the case back then. Because even the days of Good Luck and Buhari, the people that wanted Good Luck still came out to speak that they wanted Good Luck.
People say, is this brother Patrick that I used to know?
See, my brother, I keep on saying, let's try and start being a unifier. Nigeria has been through a lot, Nigeria citizens, and I will not be surprised when people come out with anger to pour insult or to say whatever they want to say. But one thing we have to be sincere about, there are enormous challenges ahead. Please, we should not relent. It is hard time because this is democracy. How about we only stay for 4 years, and after that, for it to continue, there must be an election after that 4 years. And within this period, we must have a plan that have to liberate every one of us, whether it is Southeast, whether it's the North, whether it's the West, as far as this country is concerned. Security is an enormous challenge. Buhari have pumped a lot of money. As you said here, the greatest challenges I discover within Buhari administration is lack of information. Imagine the kind of money this guy pumped to the governors or year producing state, if not for Wiki up till now. There's no way Nigeria will be aware.
Nobody would have known.
And maybe there are a series of other money.
Yes.
Look at the way it supported state to loan money. You know, when they loan this money, there are some guidelines they have to follow. It make it easy for them to have access to it. So we can have a grassroots economy. Even the Northerners can, to some extent, with what I've seen.
Not just that. A lot of projects that all these our southern governors have done that has to do with federal projects.
Yes, and they are claiming the glory. They claiming the glory.
They're not even
doing it. Never even recognize that this man gave us this money back.
Money to do it.
So this is
Yeah.
the aspect which I don't like under his
And the man is
administration.
looking like a
And I
demon
pray
now.
for Tinubu not to make that mistake. He should learn from it because
No, Tinubu
I thank God for
If he
Wike
made that
because
mistake, I won't support him in second term. You
and
can't just
so
be making my life miserable because of
and again, God owns all power. My brother, look at the constitution. Is it not shameful? I told you here. Look at Yoruba, the numbers of constitutional professors we have. People teach others. Yet a Yoruba man was the president for 8 years. Made this constitution, nobody could see it and say, man, in the nearest future, this is a catastrophe. None of them. Look at Jonathan. South, everywhere, southeast. In the north, we have. But when it comes to somebody, a Fulani man, he started using this constitution. When you want to challenge, everything is there. So they are the one teaching us. So please, we shouldn't make that mistake again. This is the hard time. Every hand must be on desk. I don't want to preach like I want support. I am a supporter of Peter Obi. For that reason, we must remain divided. My dear brother, it means we whether west or east, we are going to lose. So we should have that one in our mind. We should try to come to unity now. I understand that the situation is so chaotic. Our approach is very bad. And you know, some people, when they talk, propaganda will come. Let us prepare. Yeah.
Midwest. Some people will never accept Tinubu as the president. You know that.
My dear, what
They
you saw
will
what I'm
never.
saying?
So we
I'm not
can't
talking about
come
those people now.
together.
You that want to support
We can't come
Tinubu,
together.
we that want anybody that want to support Tinubu when they saw him and accept him as a president should come, Baba. You have a lot of work because we are not expecting everybody to support him. A lot of Yoruba are there that want Tinubu to fail. Don't just put it on 1860. I am telling you the fact. So those who want to support him should tell him, look, we have made this mistake in the past. Let's give. This is the time to give people who read.
If you remember
Yes,
some
you
of
are
the
right.
do you remember one of the first things that Tinubu mentioned during his economic summit? He said he's going to spend a lot of time in changing the mindset. He focused on that word mindset. He felt like 3 times in that word. That the mindset is very, very key. So I strongly feel that he actually has something in play to see. And I mean, I'll give a very good example that we all can relate to it again. During this credit card, money policy that came with Emefiele. And I remember all the rhetoric before then was Nigerians are suffering, you know. The money policy came. But the moment Tinubu went against it, everyone said, no, we'll endure. You remember that even Tinubu even sent out 6 agendas or 6 items or 6 ways by which Emefiele can use to, you know, balance money policies. People dismissed it. You know, so even if he makes those policies, people will go against. But remember, he's not in power yet. I strongly feel that he's going to have a very different approach to how he's going to use, and he has very many young millennials too within his cabinet that that's going to use to engage and change the narrative as much as him. But let's not forget that opposition will remain opposition, and the only way opposition can be relevant, unlike what PDP did, is to just go against everything you did, whether it's good or bad. It is bad. Even when you built a road for us, even when you built the second ladder bridge for us, but you're going to cost it the next day, because that's the only thing that can fuel them as an opposition. I mean, I'm not saying speaking to the Southeastern, I'm just saying anyone who is opposition, you know. But again, I mean, Project has clearly said that what Dele Alaki has done over the campaign period is a clear-cut proof that there's going to be a very strong pushback. And if anyone shares a very strong narrative, remember, the Tinubu camp has sent a letter at OPED telling media houses and cautioning Peter Obi to desist. So they are listening. So once they get into power and anyone is pushing the narrative, they'll use their platform. And if you refuse, what Tinubu did to AIT is still recovering from it. They'll put you, they'll sue you behind. So Buhari won't go down. Buhari is a bit, just be working. And again, maybe because he blinded himself from the news, he didn't want to get himself consumed. I mean, so Tinubu is coming from with the southern energy, where the southern people know how to handle themselves. So once you push your own, it's going to have lots of people that also push back as well too. So once the narrative is starting, except maybe when it has to do with when lights get lost, then it's usually very difficult. Like the NSAS bit, it was difficult to manage it, up until like now. So I'm really hoping that now that Somolu has come in, maybe NSAS might be put an end to a large
At that
extent, and then we'll see how it goes from there.
Look at my brother, look at that NSAS now. The reason why that NSAS narrative drag like that is because people were not ready to confront it with the truth. And we say, oh, because lives were lost, we begin to get sentimental about it. Okay, lives were lost. If lives were lost, then we need to start asking questions. Who were those who died during that period?
Life was said to be lost.
Were said to be lost. That's why I'm saying, who were those people who died during that period? They say, why will you ask? So human beings are so useless that if they die, we shouldn't ask. We should ask so that we can condole with them. Who are the family? They say the family. How can you be asking for the family? This Gbadebo or Rodivo will say, okay, you are NSAS person. Okay, for you to even get more vote, go and pay condolence visit to the family of those who died.
He couldn't go
After his campaigning on that strength, Abi, let him go and pay condolence visit to the family of those who died and tell them this is the area where the government failed. I am doing that now because I want to be governor. He can't find. And people just say, hey, NSAS. The guy would have been able, and God saved us that he didn't become governor. He would have immortalized that thing. He said he was going to build a monument in the Electoral gate for NSAS. So how can you do that? We must know the truth behind that. And if actually people died, then the government need to apologize.
You know one thing, Patrick.
Nobody really died, then we should stop all these lies.
Is Thomas there?
Patrick, you know what, Patrick?
Thomas?
Thomas is not. Let me just chip in real
I'm
quick.
here.
I've been here around our
I'm here.
Thomas, please, I want to send you a video. Can you play it regarding this?
Oh, it's only one man that can do that. It's only one man that has the system.
Okay, regarding this answer,
Yes. You can send it to one man. You can send it to one man's Instagram. Then we can play it tomorrow.
Okay, I don't think we can to be useful for tomorrow.
You can share it in the chat with us so that some of us can look it.
You can share it in the chat with me. Make your point. Yeah, Adibale.
Yeah. I was trying to chip in, but let's allow people.
Adibale come.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Sorry,
the answers. When people don't pay attention to what happened, what is happening, a lot of rumors and things will be going around. When that NSAS thing started, I supported that movement. There was protests everywhere. Even here in Texas, in Dallas, and everywhere. But then I spoke to people that are close to power back home, and I was like, man, forget about these things. I think it has to do with the calculation that a vacuum is going to be created when we eventually become president. And then they realized that once this Tinubu leave Lagos, that vacuum somebody needs to step in, and they're trying to create this, um, uh, unrest kind of, so that and trying to galvanize the youth. At first, they said federal government should ban the SARS in the police force. I can remember then the IG invited the youth to Abuja, and then Sanwo-Olu himself traveled to see Mr. President. He actually came. He went to the toll gate to meet with them, I think twice or so, and addressed them. And he went to Abuja, in the hope that he will table their cause to the Mr. President. And I remember the video too, going to meet the IG. And among the so-called civil rights today, and they were fighting among themselves that, they don't want to go to. I remember also Professor Oshibajo, the vice president, also invited them. Some of them didn't go, some did. And then the SARS was banned. Come to think of it, the next thing we heard was Buhari must go. And all sort of things were added into that movement. What does that tell you?
sorry, Oshibajo, you didn't say anything during that
No,
period.
Chibaju
It was
invited. I think
after.
They
Babaju
invited
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 a
them
them.
couple
after,
of
yeah.
them. They even
Yeah,
took
he
picture
did.
with them. I remember this lady.
No, no, no,
Uh,
no. It
A
was
woman, that young
after.
girl.
It
It
was
was after.
after. It was
huh?
after that
It was
invited
after.
them.
Yeah, but it's still because of addressing what was
Reconciliation, yeah.
happening. These people know what's going on.
See,
They
thank
And they
you
say
very much.
Buhari
You are
must
right,
go.
Mr. Dewale.
They
left
knew
You
what
know,
was
immediately.
going on.
when
They
some
left immediately.
voices came into it, some voices were saying that there is
Y- Yeah,
something to fight for Benin, made them carry.
yeah,
Go buy all these security
at
people. Now
first
then,
they had
that is
no,
when the whole thing changed.
the
You understand
the
me?
power behind that
And Buhari
movement.
must go. That was when the whole
The
thing really
power,
changed. We have to be
the
sincere.
when that movement started, the power behind it, they didn't know who was in charge. They were asking. I could
Yes,
remember the media houses asking and snooping around who was in charge. They didn't know because they knew NSAS is a good cause, and those
yeah.
kids came out, to protest simply because they are the one being harassed. But the power behind it, behind that motive, was faithless. So after some time, they were the one pumping money. You remember some of those celebrities' accounts were frozen, in the bank, because federal government was trying to shut it down because they knew they're trying to gain momentum. They knew, look,
Gbadebo needs to be questioned about that answers
so
because he is a politician and they use that answers,
if
and
I may too, Buhari didn't
yeah,
help matter because the banditry was mainly political. If you look at it holistically,
Which one is that?
banditry
Which
was
banditry?
political.
Which one are you
All
talking
right,
about?
let's
Around the
create.
answers,
Let's
Adewale?
try to. Sorry.
Around the answers?
No, no, no.
Okay,
Even
generally.
the answers
Okay.
and the banditry as well. They are all political. They are
Okay.
all politically connected, one way or the other. And, if I have to, you know, take a step in the next 20, 15 years, I have to sow that seed now and watch it grow. What do I mean? I have to remain faceless and let it, rumors travels, right? Social media is not even helping matter now because you see all kind of stories in the social media. So all these things are helping to create this narrative about what's going on. Buhari would have been celebrated today, but because of some, political fight that you can win, and he was powerless. It was powerless because he was not, was not that politically strong. You have to have somebody who knows who. I mean, how many times have you seen Buhari at the public function, mingling with people? He's always reclusive, right? But you can't compare the kind of Buhari and the likes of, let's say, Jonathan or Tinubu. These are social people, right? These are the people that know how to build bridges. But politically, he was powerless because he couldn't fight. The federal government knows people behind the banditries and all that. They know. But unfortunately, he couldn't. So that was where he failed. So everything he did went down the drain. And at the end of the day, it works because the public,
But
the turn.
Adewale, please hold on. Adewale, please hold on. If Buhari is scared of Buhari must go in NSAS period, how are they going to adjust the government?
No,
How?
no.
No, no,
They
For
will
no. It
just be
doesn't work.
shouting Buhari must go.
No, no,
What
no.
is going to happen?
It doesn't
that's
work
not.
that way.
It doesn't work that way. Yeah.
Look, if let's say Yoruba will say, "Oh, right?" If you're having a headache, you don't cut off your head. Now you have to find the source and nib it. They thought they'd nib it when they were frozen celebrities' account. Celebrities are not the proponent of those cause. They were just supporting it because they knew that support. If once celebrities are latches into that cause, guess what? It will spread. It will be well known. So they needed celebrity. They needed people well known. I mean, it was a good cause. NSA was a good cause. They banned that group. They banned it in the police force. They redeployed them. And yeah, they were say agitating. You can't fire thousands of people from the force. You're going to create chaos in the in the country. So those people, those guys were employed. And yet they continue hammering on it. And after that, they started saying Buhari must go. So
But
that
Adewale,
is so
I do apologize. But I also hear from other maybe let's call it grapevine or rumors that those accounts went frozen. It's those people who did not want to declare what they had gotten. So maybe they tried a transaction one time and then it failed. I mean, it was during the pandemic and bank transactions do fail. And then they
But
came
those
out to
guys, those people
it was
bringing food to the toll gate every day.
they were voluntary. They were just those were smaller
That's what
donations.
they say, my brother. That's what they say.
The amount, yeah, of course. I mean, if
Look,
I have 400 million in my account, I can claim that was frozen, and I can go ahead with that 400 million because some of these people bought cars. Yes,
yeah,
yes, down the line.
that's another angle to it. But at the same time, it's in my
Which people
father's
bought cars? Those NSAS guys started buying cars.
Some of them started living very decent
see,
lives.
That means they have sponsors
I
behind
think
them.
what they wanted was the likes of Arab Spring, when you have the
Exactly.
entire country, protesting for a long time, and the government will have no choice. But in the kind of country we are, it won't work because we don't know how to protest. You protest for a few days, that's it.
They were throwing parties.
If they had
Nah,
No,
Nigeria
don't,
like to.
Mr. Dewalesa, may I come in here? We know how to protest.
No,
Reason
we
why it
don't.
will not work, we are
Yeah.
tribalistic people.
No,
Let me give you
Nigeria don't know
that
how
is the
to
reason.
endure. We like to enjoy.
Nigerians endure, my Mr. Dewey. Do you know
Endure.
why?
They know how to endure.
When we
It
were
is
in
the tribal
people were already
affiliation
complaining.
that is our problem.
People
they
already
know how
complaining.
to endure.
Don't let us go too far. Even Fela himself sang about. Even Fela himself sang
No,
about
forget
it.
about what Fela is saying now.
No, we
Look
can't
at in
forget
June
about
12th.
what you
Let me
said.
give you an example. During the June 12th, there was a prolonged protest. The Numpeng and Pegasa were on strike, but there were people who were funding those protests. Some of those Pegasa staff were getting paid. If Kola tell you how much they spent for that protest,
The protest was in the entire country. It wasn't the entire country.
They didn't have to. It doesn't have to be entire country.
Even
What they needed
NLC
to wait now,
picketing,
all they needed to
picketing government offices. Not
all
every
they needed
office
to
was
do
closed.
was cripple the major sources of the economy. Nupeng and Pengasan, then maybe some
Mr. Dewalesa, let me try to quickly put this one in. Why I said tribalism. The Northerners, they see Buhari as their own. Now, they can join a protest of the government is not doing enough. But when you said end the government, the question is who is going to replace their brother. That is why any kind of protest that have to do with president, my dear, it will not go any length in Nigeria. Like for example now, they saw in Asiwaju Tinubu as the president of this country, and at the point there is a kind of united like NSA stuff that across Nigeria, and nothing like Tinubu must go, but Tinubu must pay attention to this. I don't know whether like NSAS, we are tired enough. I think the Yoruba will join. But when it now become like Tinubu must go, forget it. They will say no. Who is going to replace our brother? So for Nigeria will not go to any revolution and all those things. This is the reason. This is just the factor. When that is the truth, we need to accept it.
But
just like that.
you know what I would say is this: no two administrations are the same. What was acceptable during the previous two administrations probably will not be acceptable in this administration. I know that in this administration,
going to be tough. Yeah,
they would. I think because we're talking about those who are politically savvy. All right. So unlike the two previous administrations, that just happens to be, I'll call them accidental because none of them are politically,
they were not even prepared.
So even you can tell by their engagement, by their public engagement, people that are being brought into government, I mean, except if Tinubu is no longer in charge or is a cabal now,
No, everybody has cabal now.
No, I'm just saying.
Cabal. The quality of who you are depends on your own cabal.
Yeah,
Tinubu's cabal will be people like El-Rufai, people like Dele Alaki, people like Fashola, people like even Ganduje, people like Baja. Those are intelligent people now. So everybody has his own cabal. People like Akpabio. Those are intelligent people.
Let me briefly speak to the video Thomas showed earlier. Shivese, if I believe that's his name,
Yeah, it's if it took
I
a
think he was speaking through pain, through, anger. He probably was emotional uh, at the moment because I believe this is the moment for his people, and it didn't work out. So I don't expect him to heap praises on INEC or Tinubu because, I mean, how do you see someone who, been in the uh, in the power corridor for a very long time like him, um, give praises for the outcome of this election. But I think it will come around. I think times usually sometimes heal. Um, because I mean, election took place on Saturday. People went about their business today, right? So today is Tuesday. People, before you know it, things will get normal and as usual. But I also believe that you can't. The Tinubu administration also would not take it lightly because you can never tell what threat will come. You remember when Obi was walking around, without bodyguard, and people were like, "Wait a minute," and the obedience was like, "This man needed to be, yes, you claim to be man of the people, but at the same time, you needed to be protected, right? Because you never can tell. It might not even be, government, but some crazy, crazy head people.
yeah.
So I think, and when people speak through anger, sometimes you don't take it lightly. But at the same time, I think someone like him was also capable of having everything. Him being a politician before as well, so I believe he has.
Adewale is being a typical Omoluabi. If
I mean,
that's the way we
I
are.
like to
But
I
I
like
heard
to look.
differently though. I actually heard
No,
differently
I like to look at things different.
from a person, yeah.
I think people are emotionally invested in this election. There was
But not someone who's an octogenarian. He's
Yeah,
so
but
old.
look,
He should know
whether
better.
we like it or not, his time is past already.
That's
So
a dog whistle.
it will be, yeah, it's a dog whistle. I
Yeah.
recognize that. I know that. But does it really have a political power? Or
So
I don't think so. But then I think the government of the day also have the capacity to quench any sort of you know unrest if it happens, even before it happens. But I think they also will want to watch out for some places. But once the day of the court judgment, you will see the level of military in the city or police, as usual. Because such statement like that will probably, like you said, it's dog whistle. But at the same time, some people will hear that call. So I think we'll be fine. Let me just put it that way. We'll be
we hope
fine.
so. I mean,
Thank you, sir.
We've
because
we've had it
I'm
worse
genuinely
in Nigeria before. It's just that the social media, the what we have around us now, bring this thing close to us. You know, every time, every day. Unlike before, things that happen, arrest happen, irregularity happens, rigging happens, and we moved on. The country
if I hear
survives.
you right, are you saying that the unrest that we expect to happen will not happen? Because I
Probably
because
we're not.
I'm seeing a potential, going back to that, victory of we want to balkanize, we want to secede, and it's going to be a very strong
Of
opposition.
course, that is sure banker. That is going to happen. That is certain that that is certain that it will happen. But the way the Atinubu administration will handle it, I believe, will be different from Buhari.
It's closer
Uh,
home more because
you
because
know,
because there's so, I apologize. There's something that I was hoping somebody would mention that wasn't mentioned. Is what actually happened during the NSAS that made the military come. It was because there was a rhetoric on a certain FM radio that people should go and burn certain places in Lagos, and those places were exactly targeted. They had asked for the heads of Sanwo-Olu. They had
before the
asked for
riot,
they had asked for the head of Tinubu. They had said burn TVC, burn his hotel, burn the airport,
even
burn
police
police
actually
stations,
came there. You remember,
burn police.
police
Yeah,
actually
Tinubu, I
came
police
even
there.
came
heard
first.
that.
Yeah, police came first.
I even heard that they wanted to go and put fire in a Papa tank farm.
Yeah,
Can
so?
you imagine putting fire in a Papa tank farm?
Are we saying
Look
that?
at
No,
the
see,
Are
disaster.
we saying that we did not hear that
all these
audio?
statements,
Thomas, did you hear the audio?
yeah, all this kind of statement that came in, that was what changed those revolution.
Yeah,
Which
I
audio is
told you,
that?
from Nnamdi
like all
Kanu.
this go and burn. there is something to buy people somewhere here.
You guys did not hear it.
Key people.
You know the
do
funniest
this.
thing? The
That
people
was
that
when
put
the
those
whole thing
statements
changed.
out, the people that put those statements out probably might be the
And they
one.
were not even involved.
No, it was actually not the Kanu himself. Like he made a
Wow.
video.
You know,
I don't
I
want
was
to mention
on
it.
I
Let
was
me
on
paste the
Dr.
link here.
Damage's show on Sunday.
I'll paste the link right now.
Oh,
And I
you were
was
in that show. You were on that show on Sunday. I was ashamed.
I featured there briefly, and I'm trying
Oh
to
my
let them
God.
see the reason why people were, what happens in Lagos actually took place. There's something that kind of like something changed before that Saturday because I usually go, go to those bloggers and vloggers and all that to measure the temperature or how people feel. Because when I go there and I read messages and see how, just to gauge what is, likely come out. And then, I started reading some of those that are usually, will come at you and say, man, it's OB, nobody, no other person than OB. Now I started saying that, it's our land. You can't come. And I was like, wait a minute, what changes? So in my head, I was like, so there's likelihood that someone will win there. However, as the election progresses on that day, it started seeing, riots up and down. This was just on the broad daylight. There's no hiding. There was no, nobody hiding faces. They will come, take it, and run with it. There's nothing you can do. I'm like, And then they started beating up. As long as I don't know how Igbo people look like. I mean, that was the most funniest thing to me. Even some Yorubas were also disenfranchised on that day, And the video, when I watch it again, I went back and I watch and watch it again. I was like, you and I are more educated, well traveled, civil. Those are the things that probably would not really, really make a big deal to us because we know people that usually do this are low life kind of.
No,
But then you never can
I
tell
disagree
people.
with you.
No. I mean, I understand, but you and I, we didn't take up arms. We have other brothers that are not from our Yoruba land that we're talking to in the studio right now, and we're being civil. But these are the folks, other people back home that they don't have the enough time that you and I have, and they took it upon themselves by saying, you know what, some of them are not even born in Lagos, and they say, no, we're going to defend this land, we're going to defend Lagos, and they started, harassing and beating other people's up. So I was trying to let other people see where that comes from, why people behave the way they behave. And I was told, no, I shouldn't look at the cause, but I should look at the outcome. But you have to look at the root cause. What led to what? The videos shows, not the face of the person, but, the audio says, we're going to capture Lagos. We're going to. So the area boy or those political thugs that hear that call and say, you know what, we are going to do this. And I'm sure in those moments, there's nothing even Sanwo-Olu himself could do. Are you going to broadcast in the middle of election?
Adewale, what we guys are looking is the reaction.
Can you play
We
that
are not
audio,
looking
Thomas?
at the action.
Thomas, is it
You
possible to
know,
play the
the
video?
reaction it came from the action, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I didn't say what they did in Lagos, voter suppression. I didn't say it's good, but it came from this rhetoric of Lagos is no man's land. We are going to take Lagos. Wọ́n lójú òní lajú sílẹ̀ kí tàlùbọ̀ kó wọ̀
See,
now.
the problem is this, my dear. Let's look at it. It's just like inside, like what Adewale was saying. Those who always make this statement, most cases, they are not even involved in the politics. They are just like someone that want to support. And they came out with a statement, and at the end, the whole statement will damage everything. And the mistake is that he was not willing to distance himself immediately from that audio.
You mean
Sanwo-Olu?
No, Badebo.
That this one, I beg, this is not for me. My father is from here. This is my fatherland, and I will protect it. It's a different statement, but they were playing around it. He couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So it's like he was leaning to those kind of propaganda.
Exactly.
So he brought in a lot of confusion. How can somebody threaten? I will kill the Oba of Lagos. Man, it's beyond imagination.
That means if they took over, they would start. They would dethrone.
He was ready to ride on it.
Yeah. So at the end, you will say all these obas, all these ones, my brother,
But
before they don't
then,
talk, do you know they
but
are part of
then,
their influence?
but then, those people that hear that call, they don't have to cause those chaos. They could have just go to the poll, vote massively. I mean, I heard stories about people that didn't vote in the presidential election that came out to vote because of that rhetoric. Simply
Yeah.
because somebody put it out there. Old people, they were bringing them to the polling booth. So, I mean, instead of just creating unnecessary havoc in the land, you can just go out there and vote en masse instead of
And
causing that havoc.
that is also the difference.
I
When
still
when we
believe
have issue in
Sanwo-Olu would have won
Nigeria,
that. Sanwo-Olu would have won that election hands down.
Herd mentality,
we,
Adewale. Herd
the
mentality.
thing,
These people were not thinking for themselves. They had people who were thinking for them. Many of
Wow.
them in diaspora, many of them influencers. So remember, this mob are people who are already used to listening to influencers or dance to this song, wear this dress, drive this car. This is what is ready. This is how you take back your country. This is what you fight for Nigeria. And I will say something just to David a little bit. Though Thomas had posted that link of Nnamdi Kanu's rhetorics. But to remind people of maybe people who saw that video during the answers, when the police came, they refused to go. When the soldiers came and they shot warning shots in the air, a particular influencer told them to sit down and not move. Remember, days before, there had been some fake broadcasts going that when the military come, just waving your flag, they will never shoot you. So those people sat down, waving their flags, singing national anthem, and the army did not know the song because those songs were far away. They were shooting warning shot, they refused to go. So, and the influencers who told them to stay there, they were in their houses. And they left those poor children there. And those were the ones who became casualties. While they were trying to run away to hide themselves, they were literally injuring themselves. So we underestimate the influence that these people have on the minds of our junior ones, our children, our younger ones, when it comes to herd mentality. There are very many of them who they will tell them, go and fight, and they will fight. Remember the historic was the narrative was, if we miss this, Nigeria can never be the same again. If we don't elect Peter Obi, there is no for Nigeria anymore. And these people actually genuinely want hope. So anything that is not Peter Obi, anything that is not Badebo, is against their own future. They've wired it into their head over and over and over again. I think we are used to thinking that we're actually genuinely very smart people. We forget that we actually have a generation that were not raised the way we were raised. These people move in trends. They move in character. They move in behavioral patterns. And you see it in their daily lives. Once you tell them is, today we are wearing blue, there's nothing anyone can say. Even their parents or we, their elder ones, can't convince them not to wear blue, not to wear that color. That is what they will wear. Their children, remember when they said some children stopped giving their parents money because their parents chose not to go with it. Go ahead,
do you remember even Yoruba on this platform came and tell us that Lagos king is a useless man? Even from Yoruba person, saying that to a king of a land that is a useless man. Why won't the stranger say the same thing to you? Continue, my brother.
Yeah,
and that idiot will not say that about Queen of
of
England.
course, no. Yorubas
Will not say that about Queen of England.
They were calling Oro useless. The Oro thing that happened was deliberate. It was a traditional reminder that don't think the indigenes are not here anymore. It was just a charade.
So they actually brought Oro out.
Oh yeah, Oro came out. They did
was
program
night.
day. They came out at night. They kept a ball on the junctions. Just a reminder. Head of goats, palm oils. Again, they just had to do them because these things are things that we used to do back then in Lagos. But it was deliberate, especially in the Etiosa area, to say, look, don't think our tradition is gone. Don't think Lagos is only about last names being Portuguese or British. We still have traditional Lagos who don't go by those names, who go by names like Boniru, who goes by names like Dosumo, who goes by names like Ibidi, and they are Ogbangoshe and they are Lagosians. It was a reminder. It was deliberate, and they call it cleansing of our town. So they had to bring in that monarch feel. Like, oh, it seems you've been relaxed too much. It seems you've been a bit too much of, acculturized. We've been too liberal. And you've forgotten that Lagos is indeed a very cultural space. Because part of the narrative of the reverse narrative of no man's land is melting pot. So every culture is here. We are all Christian. We are all Muslims. No, don't forget. We also have traditionalists as well too,
Traditional,
and
yeah.
that is the core ground of Lagos. I remember even other fashion. Like, I remember we used to have fancy carnivals. We used to have we used to have those colorful carnivals that we did back then that are stopped.
Yeah.
So I sense that some of these cultural things will start happening again, where you just randomly see a group of people wearing white, tying white wrappers, and just walking on the streets of Lagos, just to remind people that look, we own
They
this.
still do that in Abeokuta.
Oh no! I mean, nobody can go to Abeokuta
Very
and claim it's
well.
a normal land.
Where all those
Because
things.
those cultural claims.
Okelewo, they will go there. It's just like going to Okelewo is like another like marina in
Yeah.
Those people will go, those Iya will put all those things on their head. They will tie wrapper. They will tie wrapper below their breast too. You will see their breast. They will be carrying all those things agogo that looks like this thing. They will be beating go, 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 and begin to
Can I
pray for
can I
everybody.
can I interject quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What about those people like Tunde Ednot, people like Mayegun? Because those guys they used to push false narrative and propaganda. They need to shut those two people's accounts down.
They
And there's
capture
a
them.
bill that they just
Sorry,
passed.
they are cashing out.
They're cashing out.
They are cashing out.
Those guys.
But there's a bill
much
that they
money.
passed out where they can report certain accounts to YouTube and Instagram so that they get shut down. They need to shut those two people down, Tunde Ednot and that Maegu, because they are going to cause problem. Because at this point, I've been watching their accounts. They've been pushing propaganda and false narrative more and more, and nobody is checking them.
Exactly. Do you know the only time I went to that Mayegun, the guy just blocked me first time. he just removed me immediately.
The guy has
I
been
went
pushing
again. He removed me.
every day.
Hold on.
His lies have been increasing.
Solly, is Studio not living in Nigeria?
No,
He's not living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So what do you want them to do? They can't arrest him.
No,
They
can get them to shut down the account.
Do you know why they can't shut it down? Do you know why they can't shut it down? Because he puts a disclaimer at every of those posts.
It doesn't matter. You are pushing propaganda that is affecting a country.
So remember that Facebook came out with a policy during the Trump era that people can post their propaganda. So number one, he doesn't make those contents. He would just say, "Oh, this page doesn't support violence." That's all he needs to do.
So he would say all those things, and he can put out lies. Are you saying he can put out lies
because
and put a disclaimer there?
Under meta law, it falls under freedom of speech. Yeah.
YouTube specifically created a law that if any government submits a request to shut down their account, they will shut it down. See, what that Maegu is doing is what Nnamdi Kanu was doing that time. If I'm telling you, go and watch
even more terrible. Yes,
they are very similar. They need to stop that guy.
They need to. That Maegu, the hatred that is coming there is more terrible than Samuel Ekpa.
Exactly.
I said the guy immediately, you know me, I will not. I said I didn't even know that's the kind of platform. I just stumbled on it too. I didn't even know him, and I said, but why is everybody in one direction here? And I put on divergent opinion. In short, I didn't last 2 minutes. He just moved me and blocked me permanently. If I just unsubscribe, I cancelled him. Say, wait till they do you. It's very terrible. It's making its own money.
It's helping his algorithm. His traffic is crazy. His ranking is very alarming. He's making money from Instagram. I mean, he's on a roll, and this is FX because Instagram now pays them for engagement. So he's using the mindset of people, against them. He knows what they want to consume, so he gives them
exactly.
God, I beg you.
Giving them all the bad story.
This bad. And remember, it's not only him. Even Iyabo Ojo joined him when they started seeing the metrics. That look, there's so much money here in being on this camp. And once, even if the day one man decides to go pro any of those things. Maybe let me use an example, pro OB. You will see the amount of colorful charts that will be flying up. Because that's what people want to hear. There are many people who are feeding off it. And it's quite like it's unfortunate that Nigeria, which we've caught the bug of the international trend. Remember, we always copy what goes on abroad. So there's a far right fascist movement going on in Europe and America that Nigeria too and Asia, that Nigeria too is absorbing, which we want to now have extreme.
We need to look for a way to address that thing.
And right now it's tribal. So I mean, too many people have said it here. We've said it more than enough. Once you say, "Oh, I don't vote OB," automatically you are a bigot. I've been called a bigot by my friends before. All I said was, "Oh, I lived in Lagos. I experienced Tinubu's regime. I mean, I was an adult, so it just made sense for me. I'm not living in Anambra." And when Obi was governor, he was governor when Fashola was governor, and they don't have and the day was never mentioned. In fact, when I heard of him, it was when they found cash in his car. So I wasn't very impressed. They said, "No, you're automatically a bigot." That's all. So how many people wants to be? It's almost like how white people don't want to be called racist, so they stay away from black causes. So the moment they call you, "Oh, you're a bigot," you just stay away.
Emotional blackmail.
Yeah, emotional blackmail. Or your father, you will not die well. You don't want good for Nigeria. So everybody just stay away.
And they are basing all these things based on misinformation and lies. It's not
the one that used to even. Do you know the one that pains me? The one that pains me is that, "Oh, you have left Nigeria. You are in that country where you are. If you know it's good, why don't you come?"
Why don't you come out?
I say, "Oh my God."
These people are not just going to watch this thing and go and sit down. They are going to be geared up with this lie behind their back because in their minds they believe that they are going with the truth.
My brother,
they are going to take action.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they were planning to run a rally today, but I think now that Obi has gone to court, I'm sure those rally will die out because they were waiting to use the Lagos election as a proof that they indeed did very well. Yeah, so that
and it didn't come.
All the Lagos thing was just for approval because they were claiming they won 900 to 100.
They wanted to show that.
So they wanted to show that that is true. But look at the reverse.
Saw that it didn't come.
So now God. So now we're
now they can go.
You'll be shocked to know that some of those hooligans, some of those thugs things that happened were actually overhyped. So I'll mention two celebrities.
Yeah.
There's is it Choma Chukwu? I can't remember her name.
Choma, that girl.
She showed a video of her son driving in the car and in her house, but there was no video of her at the polling unit where she said she was attacked from. There was another video of Kate Henshaw that said she got attacked, and while she was making the video on the street, everybody around her looked peaceful. But then they were shouting rhetorics that, "Oh, we were attacked. I was driving. I ran. Look at me. I'm panicking." But the people in the car were not panicking. They were relaxed.
One guy was making a video and shouting, "Now only Choma than the attack."
Exactly. This is the polling unit. People are voting. So those polling units that they claim were attacked have results already on IREF. In fact, those polling units were not amongst the ones that were cancelled in Etiosa.
They say, "Oh, now only Choma than the attack."
So again, those things are deliberate because
the girl said, I'm on Abraham this one now. The girl was showing us all the video. See, everybody is peaceful. Now only Choma than the attack.
And remember, it was easy for anyone to beat anybody and say, "Oh, they are thugs." It was just very easy. Like the girl that got shot. For all intents and purposes.
But they were actually attacked though.
How many thugs? No, I'm just saying, how many thugs were going to a gated area?
Yeah, but just one person. It was obvious that they were attacked. There was a video that surfaced online that shows they were attacked.
Well, so some people were attacked. I mean, we're not disputing that. We're saying that some of those rhetorics of the people who had loudest voices were overly amplified. I mean, Gbadebo lost his own polling units. So what's his point? He said that he won.
I got a report that the mother who actually came there to,
I saw the mother interview now. The mother is a joke. They say, "My name is Mrs. Rhodes. I'm the mother of the incoming governor." They say, "Who told you your son is the incoming governor?" The woman said, "My name is Mrs. Rhodes Vivo. I am the mother of the incoming governor."
Let me put this thing out there. Let me put
Yeah,
this thing out there.
yeah,
You know, for every online show that were created during this electionary process, I want us to have it at the back of our mind that there's a chances that government, Nigeria government, also monitor some of these shows, and we should be mindful what we put out there. I was surprised when a friend of mine called me from Germany and said, "When did you become an armchair pundit?" I said, "I don't know. I never was a, yeah, I was never a pundit, but here I am, you know, uh, featuring on shows. So I will not, put it aside and think that Nigerian government doesn't monitor some of this show because at the end of the day, you never can tell somebody who's gonna know you and all that. But nevertheless, we should be true to ourselves, be authentic and genuine, but just to be, our rhetoric should be measured and instead of just, thank God we never heat up. There were times during that election that led to the election where some argument kind of like heated up and kind of like, thirsty a little bit, but now everything seems to be calmed down. But just to put it out there so that, we'll be mindful
yeah,
what we
yeah,
say.
yeah. Good one, good one. And then Patrick, I think you were the reason why I came up. Let me quickly address it. There was something you mentioned. I think you said it like a little while ago about Nollywood and how the state government in Lagos did not help them. I just wanted to just
Now
remind
we need
you.
to start helping.
No, but I actually want to remind you, it's actually not the case. In fact, the actually Idumota, Idumota Lane, that there's some place in Idumota where they actually sell Nollywood. So there's a market that was dedicated to corporate pictures, mainframe, where those celebrities were selling their trades and they're making so much money. But the biggest thing that affected that industry was not what the government didn't do for them, it was piracy. Piracy affected that industry for the very most part.
But how come that piracy affected only a Yoruba
No.
actors
It
and
did
not?
not only, So by the time when Yorubas spent the entirety of several decades fighting piracy, it wasn't just the Yoruba industry. It also affected the music industry. So the Orisholiki, the Michael Creed, the Raskimono spent their entire lives fighting piracy. By the time they fought it, was when other industries picked up, was when DSTV had come, was when internet had come. So they were literally leveraging on an industry that some people already fought for. So now we're enjoying Netflix and YouTube videos, and people are now. So those people used to be pirates now then are now forced to now buy rights of those movies. So those people in Iweka Road in now don't, so even though you're going to pirate, now I'm going to give you my music, my movie, and then you buy it. So you find someone like a Kenny's Music, as an example, will say, okay, once I've released this song, instead of me to make my cassette and you go and pirate, or my CD and you go and pirate it, I'll just sell the right of
You
the
are
song to
right.
you.
You know
And that
why
was
I
what
say you are
happened.
right.
Yeah.
One day I went to China. There was a time I was in China. I went to one store. I saw that Nigerian movies are here. I just felt let me buy one CD so I can watch in my hotel room.
Yeah.
As I entered the place, I said, "You have Nigerian movie?" I say, "Which ones do you have?" The guy just brought to me like 20 albums. Those albums are like the cover of those CDs.
Yeah.
He now say, "Which one did I like?" I say, "I like to watch this." I say, "How many copies?" Say, "Do I need up to 100,000 pieces?"
Mm-hmm.
I say, "Eh?" I said, "I wanted to buy one so that I can watch it." The guy was ready to sell to me 100,000 pieces of some Nigerian CDs.
Yeah.
If I wanted 1 million, they would print it for me and
Mm.
ship it.
Yeah. It
And
was
maybe the
piracy.
original, maybe the person that even made the movie didn't even print up to 100,000 pieces.
I mean, to give you a reminder again, one of the things that Lagos State did for them was that they started sponsoring their movies at cinemas. So when the likes of Silverbird came, you now had likes of Lassa and Lagos State government always sponsoring their movies. That is why many of those Nollywood actors actually tilted towards Ashwaju. So you had Lagos State government, you had Lassa, you had Lamata. That was how they were. That was what Tinubu and Fashola did to sensitize people. So for every movie, you always see sponsored by any of those Lagos State parastatals. So yes, they actually funded them, and then they had to fight piracy to say, look, no, you can't use piracy to attack them anymore. So it was deliberate. So the state government actually did, even to this very day. But right now they don't need state government anymore because those agencies. So I mean, again, that was the only way Lagos State used to sell the ideas of those privatization agencies to the team people. So pay your taxes, pay your this, pay your that. It was movie industry that they used. So they were having lots of movie shows, they were having cinemas, they were in this cinema and that cinema, they were having campaigns, they were having stage plays, even up to terror culture. So you go to one stage play, they will have roll-up banners of Lagos State government. They spent money involving the people to pay money for trash, pay money for taxes, pay this, pay that. And that was how people were able to absorb those agencies. So they used the movie industry and they made money off it. So you notice many other cycles. So you find then you now use maybe sponsorship. So if you went to someone like Glow, Lagos State government to give you some sort of tax rebate because you sponsored movie industries. So you see Glow sponsoring Kunle Afolayan, Kilani, Tade Gidon. That was the thing that the state government, and that's exactly what Tinubu is saying he's going to do on a federal level too. So those were policies that were set. A lot of things happened, in Lagos that probably unbeknownst to many people. And again, we fell for the narrative. But the state itself, I'm not saying it was perfect, but from where we're coming from to where we are now, it's amazing.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Yeah, sorry. So I'm just getting up from bed. It's morning here, and nice to.
Okay, that's one man.
No,
it's not one man. One man has a British accent, and they go, oh, all right.
Yeah. So I just want to quickly make a comment. I'm not going to be long at all. I got up from bed, and the first thing I was hearing was Solly talking about shutting down the likes of Mayegun and all of that. I just want to say that this is just my own opinion. I think what the society we want to build, I think it's a society where people can will be able to have free speech. Obviously, there will be things that people will say that maybe outside that go out of the boundary. So which obviously then it can then be up to the right people to look at what have they said is it out of the remit of free speech, and then they can then do the right thing. But not really. I don't agree that just like because somebody just say something, shut them down. Because I've been following this show for a very long time, and one man knows me. I've been following for years, even since when he started to do these lives. And I watched Mayegun as well, so I'm not ashamed to say. And I watched Dr. Damages as well, and it's really interesting. Like when you go on Dr. Damages, for example, you hear some people, like one man, they kind of like straight away, oh, this man, you shut him down, get him off, or whatever.
My Africa, one man is the big God. The big God.
Yeah. So, and if you think about it from that point of view, then you'll be thinking, so the same way you can say your mind here, some other people will be thinking, what something I've noticed as well, and this is the reason why for me it's for a civilized conversation to be had about Nigeria in terms of even if it's possible to have referendum. For me, that's my own point of view really about Nigeria, because when you think about
referendum in what way?
No, referendum to disintegrate Nigeria. So that's my own point of view.
Okay. See, I am African. Let me put this question to you. Okay. If it was a northerner that was making videos like this, inciting things like this, would you categorize it and take it the same way?
Well, you see, this is the problem. Like this is why I'm saying, this is why I'm going down to my own. This is my view. Like Nigeria we are sort of like a different. It's like French, German, English. We are different. So it's the reason why you have like this platform, right? If you look at sample, I am a Yoruba man, right? Sample how many Yoruba are here currently on. You notice that majority Yoruba. You go to Dr. Damages, how many people you see majority. So you see, for me, it's one of the reasons why we hear most of the things you hear on Dr. Damage would be related to some sentiment about Igbo,
my Africa. Hold
let
on,
me
please.
let me finish. And there's something I don't know. I'm not really that good in English, but people that are good in English on here will tell me what that is. There's something they call it's almost like a bias. Like you wouldn't think you are somebody else listening to you would be thinking, oh, you're biased because you're a Christian. Oh, you're biased because you're a Muslim. Oh, you're biased because you're Hindu. But you actually talking, you wouldn't really know. And this is the thing that I've seen. That of course I agree with a lot of things that have been said about Oro and the like Lagos. Actually, I have a platform as well which I did a video about. Lagos is not a no man's land. Lagos is obviously Yoruba land, so somebody can just come and say no, Lagos no. And I understand the point of view of all of the things that have happened before the election. That is the reason why people have to defend their land. I'm not saying go and do violence. I'm not supporting that, but obviously we understand why some people we just like, oh no, nobody can take our land. We know what land means. But this is just my own point of view in terms of even though somebody is saying this or that, it's just up to the right people to know that this is out of, as long as it's not out of, if it's within the free speech. It's just because we don't know. It's just depend on who we follow. We know how YouTube is. Yeah, there might be somebody that is really full-blown going against the British government, or full-blown going against the American government on their platform, because we don't know them. So that's why we don't really know. So, and did they really going and shutting them down?
I am African. Everyone who has created a platform to go against US or British government have been shut down. You can have your opinion, but I can bet with these new laws that was created last year with YouTube and all the social media, they are going to shut these guys down, accounts down, because this guy is not just that he's talking about violence. He encourages it, he pushes for it, and he incites it. This thing is going to, at one point, they are going to apply it. I can bet on it. Watch his full videos.
At the end of the day, please hold on. Please hold on. Yeah. Let's listen today. I don't know, maybe you've listened today.
Thomas.
Yeah.
We are going to listen to it, but I want him to respond to the fact that guy is inciting violence. My brother, do you want to say that you don't know that it's inciting violence, or you just want to also say it's free to say it as long as you don't? Do you want to really play around that and deny that?
This is I'm just talking my own. I'm just talking from my home.
No, even on your own. That's why I'm talking to you now.
Yeah,
I'm talking because you are you are a gentle brother like me. Are you trying to say that you cannot identify violence in a particular speech or an incitement, or is it that you decide to just close your mind to it and feel that he has a right to say that as long as we don't use it?
Let me put it really very simple. Do I agree with everything that he said on here, even though I watch here? No, I don't. Do I agree with everything that he says? I don't. Do I agree with
but you are speaking
like
for
Dr.
him
Damages?
now.
Sorry?
But you are speaking for him now.
You are
speaking for my ego now. You are trying to make a case why you think it should not be shut down.
I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking
No,
for
no,
him.
Patrick,
I even watch. I watch here. I watch this
Africa,
platform
hold on.
more than
I
any
know
platform.
you are Yoruba nation. Am I right? You believe in secession.
Yeah. Well, yes.
You believe in
No,
secession.
not
That's
secession.
deep.
Not
You did.
secession. It's not. We're
But
not talking
what?
about. We're talking about. We're not talking about this secession. We're talking about the right under United Nations that people can. And I'm talking about provision for referendum. That's the civilized way to do it. The same way Scotland want to have referendum to leave Britain. So
But it's not
it's
happening
so
in
it's not.
Nigeria.
I'm not
But we are
Yoruba
not
nation.
Scotland
I'm
now.
not.
We are
I'm not
not.
Yoruba nation.
Sometimes
Carrying
The unity
Africa.
of that
Africa.
country is not negotiable.
No,
I'm
let's
not.
I also want to tell him something. You refer to UK. UK is not only the civilized country in the world. I also want to point to Spain. It is forbidden for a referendum and is among civilized countries. So every country make law to treat their own problem just the way it is peculiar to them. So Nigeria is not United Kingdom and it's a separate country. It's simple. If you want to do it, but I also respect your submission. Tinubu should pay attention to it. He shouldn't treat this issue like Buhari. He should create an open door. You have to consult people.
Yeah. So
thank you.
I'm not saying UK is the only. I'm not saying UK is the only civilized country. No, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying because this is where I live. This is the one that is easy for me to talk about. I mean, in Norway when they had a referendum, in fact, in Norway, they did it twice. It was very, very close. The percentage was very, very tiny difference of people that
Norway?
Yes, Norway did.
Referendum for what?
Yeah, referendum. Norway is not part of EU. They are part of Europe, but there is something.
Well, I understand what you're talking about. I don't know whether
go look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, I know. I live close to them. I live in Scandinavia. I share boundary with them. They are a nation of their own. They are happy. But there's nothing like there's never a referendum for secession.
Anyone listening to me, look it up. I'm talking about in terms of EU, not Norway, Scandinavia, and whatever. I'm talking about in terms of EU. Look it up. I don't because I have a platform. I don't just go and say something
you can. My brother,
you are right.
We have a right. You have a right. We can have access.
You are right on that way. Norway is a country and it still remains its own country. There's never a referendum for secession.
One of the things,
my brother, hold on. Let me just chip in this. We can do referendum in a constitutional way if eventually we use the constitutional means to include it in our constitution. But we cannot allow incitement in any way. Some of us will not support that.
I'm not supporting. You see,
one after everybody hold on, please. Everybody hold on. If we are talking
to show us a video.
Nobody will hear.
I just need to go. I just need to go. Let me.
I want you to respond to this video before you go, if you don't mind.
What wins a battle is the guts and determination. Once it starts tomorrow, we are determined and we must win. And finally, that swearing in, we are not going to allow it. Yes, even if we need a mystery bomb or plane to sink that swearing in center, so be it. It will not happen. Except if you want to allow, but in my own mind, I've already said it will not happen. And again, these people that call themselves strong men, big men, powerful men, how powerful are they? How many are they in numbers? If you cannot get them, there's other strategies. Target their children, target their relations. By the time we finish them, then they will run away. So it is peaceful, but, my dear, now once man they die, yo. So let us go all out and fight this to the end. Let us correct the country. In the 80s, in the 70s, when I was in this country, it was a very nice place. But few people have just destroyed it overnight. So, my dear, let's prepare ourselves. Thank you very much.
Of industrialization. In what ways would you want the Southeast represented in a Tinubu administration?
There will be no Tinubu administration. God in heaven knows it. And if there's Tinubu administration, there will be no Nigeria.
That's quite a heavy statement. At present, he is the president-elect, and we have been, so as an elder statesman, we have been enjoined to speak, words that wouldn't further heat up the polity. And so, whilst we understand your personal viewpoint, we also recognize the fact that substantially, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and barring any court judgment, he would be sworn in on May 29. So in the event that he does emerge, what would happen?
I don't know. I don't know. I believe in God. And it doesn't appear to be the will of God that Tinubu should rule Nigeria. He doesn't get. God does not hate Nigeria. But if it happens, well, we'll be here. Some people were saying things that are really annoying.
So, my Africa, please react to that. Oh, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Yes, yeah.
You see, this is.
Please react to that video, please.
No. I've seen that on Arise. So that's the second one. But the first one is the first time I'm hearing that. So I'm not sure where does that come from.
We know where they came from. That is Peter Obi's support platforms.
Right. So this is one of the issue. Just because I really need to go. I won't be able to say much, but obviously.
Oh, that's if you want to go.
Obviously that has to do with that's the full-blown violence that somebody is inciting, and because that person is not showing their face, then it's really very difficult. Then it's going to be up to the right people, security people, to try and see if they can identify the origin, and then do what they need to do to be able to stop it. So, but that is almost like really very clear to know what that is all about. So, but for a lot of other people, like even myself or you yourself, maybe speaking on the platform here, and then most of the things that we say, it can be a bit difficult to be able to say point blank and say, oh, you are inciting violence. Of course, do I agree with it? As I said earlier on, do I agree with everything that is said here? No, I don't agree, but I do. But actually, let me just summarize. For me, it's a lot of education. I get a lot of education on platform all around in terms of a lot of things about history, even though I still go and fact check some of the things that here, like I can't start mentioning all the names, but there are a lot of people that say, even sorry, there are a lot of things that I hear, a lot of people that say a lot of things. So I just pick the one that just resonate with me. That
they don't incite violence.
So, but no, I don't incite violence. I don't incite violence, and for me, it's beyond politics. So it's about a lot of lessons, and which as I said, I always fact check, go back and check that is this what this person said? Is he right or is he wrong? So that's just my own.
Yeah. Thank you. I know you have to go.
And I have to say this last as well, which you also be grateful to have, platforms like this, or let's say the internet, because like if it's only about BBC or CNN or whatever, or Rise or channels, then a lot of things we won't really know. We just like glued to be watching BBC or Rise or channels, and then there are a lot of things that we do. So here, platform like this, it gets us to be able to learn about, and people should be free to within free speech, not inciting violence. I don't support violence. I don't want violence. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, do you
Thank you,
have
man. God
RD?
bless you.
Thomas,
Thank you.
Thomas, real quick.
Yeah, yeah, Wale, yes, yeah.
Can you you've touched this topic earlier about Arise News bias and all that. In my head, I was thinking, what if Tinubu put Bayo Ononuga in charge of NBC? What do you think will happen to Arise News?
They will be sanctioned. They will not revoke their license. I thought they will sanction them and they will sit up. That is what I think. Because they will not want to be very antagonist to them, so that people won't say Tinubu is trying to shut
Do,
down.
do
Um,
they do they still broadcast from UK? Do they still broadcast from UK?
yeah, they broadcast from UK. Yes, they
They
broadcast from
still
UK. Yes,
they still do.
yes, yes,
Arise
yes,
News.
Have you watched any
yes.
program that is from UK?
But I haven't watched it, but they always join some
Where
people from UK to
I,
speak on economic.
anybody in the platform that have watched Arise UK programming? I doubt it. It seems they've shut it down, but I needed someone to confirm it for me. I haven't. Most of the program they've been showing are local content here in Nigeria. They shut them down in South Africa too. You
But I
remember?
thought they have a branch in the UK.
No, they still have a
I thought
UK.
they have a branch in UK. I thought they still have a UK. They have a UK. They do.
Really?
They have a UK. I'm not very sure, but I think they still have a UK.
They
Because
still have a
sometimes,
UK.
let me say this,
They have a branch or they have a correspondence.
Correspondent. They have correspondent in UK and
Yeah, but they
correspondent.
are
They have
not. But they
correspondent
are
from
not.
UK.
They won't sleep now.
But they are not. You remember when it first
They're
started?
waiting for me.
They were broadcasting. They have studio where they broadcast from UK live direct. So now it seems most of the shows are local content, no longer that international standard per se. They have local, international correspondent at the same time. People anchoring the program. This guy, Charles, something like that, was anchoring the show from UK. Then moved back to Nigeria.
Yes,
Let's
but
just say the
I
programming,
think, yes, I
the
think they
program.
still have correspondent from UK. They
But
have correspondent because
I haven't watched the international programming for a very long time. That's the reason why I'm kind of confused. That it seems they are no longer broadcasting from UK. When they first started,
but if they are
they
broadcast,
have
trying
they
to
they had a they
have
had
what are you
programs
trying
similar. They had a program similar to Al Jazeera. They were kind of like broadcasting like Al Jazeera. They had multiple nationalities, in the organization anchoring show. But most of what you see lately, most are local, broadcaster, local content and all that. So I'm no longer saying that international standard anymore. That's why I'm kind of asking. They went
Hello,
to South
Adewale.
Africa. Yeah,
Are you talking about the
Arise.
okay, I thought you were talking about iPub radio. What do they call
No,
themselves?
it's Arise, Arise News.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to talk about these people that comes online to come and start giving threat and all that. I followed Nnamdi Kanu. I actually followed him back to back when he was still broadcasting. So that's exactly the way Nnamdi talks. If I don't even know where you're from, when you start talking, I know where your roots, where you're coming from. That's
Thank
exactly the
you.
tone. That's exactly the tone they use. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because that's exactly the way Nnamdi taught them to use that kind of languages they use to talk with force, threats, and all those things they use to, to threaten people. If you follow the Nnamdi Kanu very well, you would know what I'm talking about. So if you see them talk immediately, you know where they're coming from. So that's the way. But one thing I want you guys to realize with these people is that they're a set of traumatized people to start with. Set of traumatized people. So we have to be careful with them. They are so traumatized that most of them are on substance. If you watch them very well, most of them are on substance. So when they talk with force, you will know exactly how they are feeling in their, they're so deluded. So in their mind now is Obi that is the president of Nigeria, and there's nothing you guys can say to them. In their mind, that is the way they are
Doomsday,
thinking
come
right
on
now.
now.
Yes,
Come
yes,
on
I'm
now.
telling you. I
Can I
actually followed
interject a
Nnamdi,
little
so
bit?
I know what I'm talking about. I actually followed him,
Let,
so I know.
let,
So
let
when they
Doomsday
talk,
land. Yeah.
please let me just say this. So when they
Yes.
talk, you will know actually where they're coming from. And as for Mayegun when he started, he didn't start with violence, but because of the money that he was gaining from that thing,
Yes.
he
Cash out.
now had to
Cash out.
start talking like them. He wasn't like that before, because I know Mayegun very well. It wasn't like that before. And watch somebody like Rational Mind. They have actually bent his mind, because that is what they are for, because of the money. Mayegun said he was working in a store, and he had to resign because of the money he was making on YouTube. So
Cashing out.
he's making loads of money. That guy
Hell
is
of
in
money.
money already. So that is why he is now degenerated already. I
And
can't even believe
Doopsy,
it.
Doopsy,
Yeah,
let me say this.
yeah,
He captivates the Southeasterner
exactly.
to his platform.
That was his target. Because if you
That is his
see the
target.
way, the way these people donate for Nnamdi, I witnessed everything. And why I usually take their word with a pinch of salt is that the way they talked when they actually kidnapping Nnamdi, I thought they're going to burn the whole of Nigeria down. But if you face these people, that's why I shut Kulata down. I said, Kulata, don't talk the way you talk the other time. Because if you face these people, they are actually cowards. I'm telling you. So the way all these Onaluga guys with bats are giving them back to back, that's the way you can tackle them. They are cowards. So don't just say somebody is talking in a tribalistic way, that the guy or Noluga shouldn't talk like that. They know them. They know their mindset. They are traumatized people. You have to
Okay,
actually face them one-on-one. Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay. Hello everyone, and thank you
Yeah,
for
hello, how are you then?
thank you for giving me opportunity
Good
to
night, everybody.
yeah. Thank you
Good night, Adamawa. Yeah.
for the way I see everything pans out is that they have given them a lot of room to do whatever they want to do. When you look at the last presidential election, in my own opinion, I think APC and Buhari, they just let Southeast be. Don't touch them. And the most governors in the Southeast, they also give them a leeway. And okay, we don't want to create, we don't want any trouble or any problem. So you guys just vote whatever you want. And they voted for their candidate, 94%. The narrative they threw out outside there, people has been absorbing it for a long time. But there is no way people will be abusing you, insulting you, telling us kind of story that one day you will not fight back. So Ononuga saying that thing is like, it's enough is enough. What are they doing? So that is the main reason he has to put that kind of thing outside. And then recently, just some few moments ago, a guy was talking about referendum. When you talk about referendum, to me, I think a referendum should take place when atmosphere is peaceful, when the country are together. Then you can be talking about referendum. And moreover, you cannot just compare your country with a country that's 300 or 400 years old. Till today, UK regretted they went out of EU. I'm telling you the truth. Yeah, they regretted it a lot. And so when you talk about, and when you look at the whole Soviet Union, it was balkanized to more than 12 states. Some of them are begging to come to join the EU. Till today, they have not. Most of these countries, where are they today? Nobody know them. Nobody knows. So when you say Nigeria should be break or something like that, it's not so easy like that. So
And Remy, more so, there is no referendum even in our constitution.
Yeah, apart from
We
that,
have to include
when you look at it this way, I'm very objective. When you look at it this way, most of the tribe in Nigeria, the three major tribes, it is only the southeastern that you can find them in every other region easily. They migrated to do business, and I think the people other regions in Nigeria, they give them this opportunity to really do business in their region without really complaining. You hardly can you see majority of Yoruba people going to east to do business or going to the north. Even the Hausas, hardly can you see majority of them coming down to the south or the southeast to do business. If they want to just confine themselves into small space. But when you go to the southwest, you see people, the Igbo already integrated into society very well. And then when it comes to the election of Obi, I know Yoruba people have a liberal mind. And look at Tinubu, you say he lost, and he took it that way. Let's assume, I want to ask these people this question. Let's assume Obi lost in Anambra State to Tinubu. What do you think will happen?
They will burn down Nigeria. They will burn down Nigeria.
They will destroy their own town, their own city. They will destroy Anambra.
They will burn down Nigeria.
So when it comes to gubernatorial, it's local election. You can't, they give you that, and I must tell the truth, with what is happening in Nigeria, every state will try to make some new policy about people coming into their state, because it's not so easy for somebody who wants to govern your state cannot speak the local language of that particular state. It's not done anywhere in the world. And then you continue to use inciting word and something like that. Forget.
No, Remy, he will get interpreter. They said they will get interpreter.
It is very insulting. How can you get an interpreter? Even here in Europe, if you want to be a citizen of where I live, you have to learn the local language and you have to pass that local language before they can give you that citizenship. That is the condition. So sometimes I ask myself, most Nigerians goes abroad, they will respect the rules and regulation of that country. But immediately they step back to our own country, they will feel like big man. They will install policemen. They will do a lot of stuff. They don't respect the rules and regulation of the country. And I think a lot of Nigerians are just hypocrites. They will say one thing and they will practice another thing. Now, look, a lot of us go to churches and go to mosques, but still, a lot of people still commit evil. They commit a lot of crime. And when you say, they say, God will help me. I want to tell you something. It's a personal thing that happened to me. Before I moved to Europe, I used to live in China. And there was a time, because I was teaching conversational English and business English. And I was talking about witches and wizards. And I told my students, truly, there is witches and wizards. And one Chinese young guy just asked me, are you sure? I said, yeah, it's true. They can fly. The boy said, okay, fine. Can you show me a video? I want to see that video of that witches and wizards that are flying. That was the most embarrassing moment of my life. I couldn't find any video to show this young guy that truly. Because they believe in reality and science, and they believe in hard work.
Remy, you've touched another topic that Dupsy like to hear. I wonder why she's not coming.
I'm not saying that.
I just want Remy to finish talking so that I can interject him.
So I'm not saying there's no juju or voodoo or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that seeing is believing. You want to convince your student that this is what really happened. Then they asked me to show them video. And I was embarrassed. I don't know what to say. I just have to Nigerian status. Okay, don't worry. Next class, I'll bring it, which I never did.
No, Remy. You should tell them they do that in spiritual, not physical.
They don't believe in spiritual. People believe in what you can see. People believe in what their two hands can do for them. They work hard really for everything.
Remy, that's what the scientists call evidence-based. Evidence-based. So they said you should show them where the witches are flying. So they need an evidence to be able to believe in what you're saying. So
I understand, Dupsy.
Yeah.
Whatever. So I also listened to you several times, but I must tell you the truth. Coming from Nigeria or Africa, don't let us miss word. There is voodoo and there is juju.
There's no voodoo.
Even the white people have their own magic. Everybody has Even the country I live here, they also
They
have their
believe
own
in
way.
science and technology, bro.
No. I don't
Science and
totally agree with
technology.
you.
That's what
No, no, Miss Dupsy, some of these Europeans practice voodoo. A lot of them, especially in that Romania. One man
They
juju.
practice.
Hey.
They practice.
It's not only Romania, even that United Kingdom, they believe in witchcrafting.
That's why Romania are backward in the European
United
countries.
Kingdom, they also
That's why
believe in
they're
witchcrafting.
backward.
They believe in it.
So
They know it exists.
the moment you don't believe in that, you see you'll be one of the developed world. You'd be one of the developed country in the world. So when you still believe in that, you'll be a developing
I think we
country,
should just leave that
developing country.
No, there is difference between believing it exists or believing in it. It exists, but you may not believe in it.
That's what I'm saying. If you believe in that, you'll still be developing. The moment you stop believing in that,
I thought
science and technology, you'll be a developed country.
I used to believe.
Hope you understand that.
Okay, I used to believe you believe it doesn't exist.
For me,
it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. That's what I'm telling you.
Let's put that one.
Please let us not distract ourselves.
Let me finish, and then you can have it. Let's put that beside. I think we have a new president-elect. With everything equal, he will be sworn in by May 29. I think what is germane for Tinubu?
No, Remy, no. You are making a mistake. Some people still not regard him as the president till now. You can't say that.
Okay, fine.
Let's wait
whether they accept or not, May 29, he will be sworn in, no matter what happens. So it will be sworn by May 29. I think, to me, what Tinubu and his team should do, which is very important, first, they should work more on economy of Nigeria, try to provide electricity. I think if some of the states have 24 hours supply of electricity, it will galvanize a lot of things in Nigeria. This is the first time in that country that I think people will now scrutinize and subject their governor. Because if Lagos State able to provide 24 hours supply of electricity, then obviously they have no excuse. I went home the last time and I saw a lot, you can see visibly the development in Lagos State. And by the time I went to Ibadan, I was totally disappointed. Although people say Makinde did a lot of job, but to me, he didn't do something special. It's like when you are, to me, just like you leave Victoria Island and then you are going to Ajigunle. That is Lagos compared to Ibadan. Everybody can.
But you can't compare Lagos to Ibadan now.
No. Let me finish. What I'm trying to say is this.
I am from Oyo State. Don't downgrade my state.
Listen. If Lagos State is developing at the rate of 80%, I want Oyo State to develop at the rate of 40%, half of it.
It's not possible. It's not possible. They don't run the same economy.
But I want to quickly come in here. You know, for me, I think, as I said before, I think this our brother that's here and our madam that just joined us, they were not there. Now, personally, I supported Peter Obi not on the basis of tribalism, and I'm not from Yoruba. I'm from Edo. But I see a lot of Yoruba people who also voted for him. They did not do it on the basis of tribe. So, but one thing is this. I thank God today the power is in the southern part of Nigeria. There are enormous jobs for Tinubu that is waiting ahead. I don't pray. I'm not the type, because I did not support him. I wasn't with those who said he must die or who love to insult people or incite violence. No. It was just a matter of looking at the situation and I make a choice. Nevertheless, they have declared him the winner. I understand. All parties in Nigeria, whether APC, PDP, or Labour and others, we're not happy with the manner at which the INEC, the central bank most especially, because the kind of pain they cause upon our people, and the INEC himself, the manner at which they conducted the election. But nevertheless, the power is already in the South. Please, let us preach unity. Let us not be carried away because of the toxic action of some people. Because if we overreacted because of those actions, we may likely also create problem for Tinubu himself. Because
I think this is a Nigeria president to be, and Nigeria is filled with enormous challenges as we speak today. We have been through a lot. So we should put our
But
energy.
Midwest, some people will never accept Tinubu until the 4 years you
this
finish.
is what I'm trying to
They
tell
will
you.
never. We know them. We know them.
Well,
they will never.
Yeah, look at again. Somebody look. If we want to talk about development, light or anything, let's just forget about that. Because what is going on in Nigeria, that the power, the way they structure the power, they put everything in the center. Tinubu is not going to remain there forever. So they what's called national conference. All this argument, all this pain, all these things, people need to see that even before we even venture into the independent. If you go back to history, see people pointing out to series of problems and that are still playing out today. And nobody were willing to address it. So I thank God, let us pray for peaceful swaying of Tinubu. Let us also try our best, please, not to overreact to some certain action that is going around because Tinubu has been declared the winner.
This is not about overreacting, but the truth must be told. Like Thomas said, no matter what you do, some people will not accept him as their president, and nothing he can do about that. That one should not stop him from not ruling very well. You call for conferences or national conference. I don't think that is the wastage of resources of the country. What the country really need, when you look at all these developed countries we live in, it is providing basic amenities. Good road, water can run, electricity is 24 hours, and people have opportunity to credit, and people have opportunity to improve their life. That's what in Nigeria, Nigerians are very, very, how to say, you give them little tune, they're already happy. Let's start from this electricity stuff. Because when
I want to point to you something I feel that is very important that is missing here. We have to look at the way they structure Nigeria. Let me just go direct with an example. Because most of the advanced countries have stayed, the power that belongs to the local government remain very, very intact. And there is a way they connect it to whether the region, from the region to the central. Like in Nigeria, everything is now in the central. A Chinese man will come into Nigeria, then sign a contract in Abuja. You see them with Catapula in one community in your Ogun state where you say you are from.
Sorry, I beg to differ with you. Just 1 minute, I want to correct an impression. Delta State Governor Okowa, when I was saying in Shanghai, he came to Shanghai to sign a lot of contracts with some Chinese investors. They don't need to consult please. The reality, the problem we have in this country is that people don't know the truth sometimes. It's just from one person saying and one person saying. Not all of them go to the federal government. A lot of states, listen, Lagos State.
You didn't understand me. That's why I wanted to clarify you. When I'm talking about contract, look at the area I'm going now so that you just give me time to learn. I'm talking about indigenous people right to their land and the natural resources. Wait, this is not a contract issue. If a president should go to a Japanese company should come in and they are gold miners, they don't care about environment. They only sign the contract in Abuja and you see them operating your community. The welfare of the local people, the local government cannot rise up and say, look, this, we don't want it. I just give an example. I'm talking from Sweden. When my community said, we don't want this, the federal have no power again.
Okay.
And that's
so
all.
That has to do with the Constitution of Nigeria.
That is where the national conference have to come in. We have cried for the past 8 years. And if electricity is where we are going to start
how many conferences do you want to have? Did they implement it?
Again, it's no need of
There is no implementation. There is no implementation.
The first
look, my dear brother, the worst mistake we ever make is to push Tinubu to do a lot of development. Once he's out of office, those who want power don't care. Just have that one in your mind.
Okay, thank you.
They don't care.
I want to briefly interject to. I want to say something. Look, because I live in Asia for some long time before I moved to Europe, I discovered one thing: the kind of democracy we we copy or we are practicing in Nigeria, which is similarly a little bit close to the American system, does not fit that country.
It doesn't fit any country in the world.
The current expenditure alone can kill Nigeria. How many senators, how many reps do you have? And you are talking about the election that 400 billion people. In China, when they want to do something, I am not totally supporting their kind of communism system, but they get things done fast, quickly, accurate. And in China, you cannot, all those things insulting or inciting statements flying about because of we are in free world, free speech, it can't happen there. You can't talk any rubbish about their president. They will pick you up immediately. They don't give people chances to incite people there. If you start, even the what do you call it? They have their own like a WhatsApp. They call it WeChat, which they give them more opportunity to post video to do that. If you put anything there, I'm telling you, within 1 or 2 hours, they already pick you up. They are police, they are internet police, they already pick you up and you are gone. That is it. If it remains jail, they will jail you. So the first problem we have is that we copy a system that does not really totally fit that country.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. Let me just contribute to you.
What we are talking about that another conferences sometimes is just people. When you have a conference, that is additional recurrent another expenditure on your economy. You have to keep a lot of ego people or pride from different regions of Nigeria, keep them for 3 months, give them money, hotel and everything, and then still you still have your lawmakers. So what is the essence of having this?
And that is what I said. Look, I agree with you with what you said about America. The greatest problem Nigeria have is that they copy from America. But one thing you have to understand, there is no single American ally that practice American style of government. So don't expect to work for Nigeria. The reason is this: they design some of their things for America themselves and for the global purpose. So to run them, they need to hold the global system effectively. So if you want to copy it, it's left for you. So that is another thing. But what I'm trying to point to is this. Look, there is too much vacuum when it comes to power sharing. And that's why everywhere you hear agitation here and there. The same Southwest where Tinubu is from, we have Igboho. Igboho did not rise because he just want to destabilize something. But it was because of what was going on that prompt him.
I think sometimes you cannot compare Igboho with your. Sorry, I don't know where you're from. With Kano, they are totally different things.
No,
listen. Igboho is not necessarily fighting for Yoruba nation. He was just trying to protect the Yoruba people against the Fulani herders. That is what he is after. But when you talk about creating a region, it's not totally in that direction. And when you talk about resource control, every state in Nigeria have resources, but some are already developed, some are not developed. Now, let me give you a very good example because I've transversed I've been to every region in Nigeria. In the southeast, they have a problem of erosion, and most of their natural resources is about coal and everything. Even have oil, but some states they don't have a lot of natural resources. While some states have a huge chunk of resources, they take from them and they spread it all over the country. Like, for example, you talk about Bayelsa rivers and Delta, they have a huge chunk of oil deposit. Now, let's assume that, okay, they leave all this state, okay, everybody go your own way, go and find a way to mine whatever natural resources you have. You will discover at the end of the day, Nigerians will complain. Because when you look at it, when will Anambra start maybe about coal? When would they like bridge the gap between Anambra and rivers that have a chunk of oil or maybe Osun? Osun can only boast of maybe we have some gold and not our land is fertile for agriculture. It's going to be very difficult. So the people, our great forefathers think, okay, fine, let's spread this thing and let's develop at a pace. I know you are right. Maybe there is a lot of cheating one way or the other because of this particular set of people ruling. But when you talk about conferences, I don't think we should have another conference. It's a waste of resources, waste of time, and also diversion. When we already have a lawmakers, it's high time Nigeria also participate in policy from the local region.
Remy, can you count how many conferences we have had and it
I
was
think
not
it's already more
implemented.
than 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. You see, even you start counting from 1966, the Clifford, so many conferences. What are the results of that? Like, look at now, Buhari signed 16 bills into law recently. Let's look at it. Now a state can generate, can transmit and distribute electricity. Now is the time. That this time around, I'm so happy with that bill because it will show Nigerian which state governor is really,
That
really,
is a
really.
form of restructuring. That's a
Yes,
form of restructuring.
it will show whether now when it comes, then you will know that. Where, for example, I just give a little example. Let's say Anambra can produce electricity 24 hours. The people of Imo or people of Ebonyi will start asking their governor, look at Anambra now. What are we doing in our state? That is how development spread. Everybody stop thinking about this. Is not there is nowhere in the world that you say even distribution of wealth. Even in US, everybody in California, Florida, they are rich states. But when you go to the Midwest, in the central part of America, they are not so rich like compared to all the East Coast or West Coast states. So we should be able to tell the say the truth. So that bill is very important because I think the major problem we have in Nigeria is the governors. And when Buhari was talking about local government autonomy, most of the states, they shut it down. They don't want it. Because you are talking about
because they are hitting, because what they are hitting now.
See, here come area we have to agree. See, I want to analyze something for you. I said this here before, and I agree with you 100% about the state governance. But every power given to the state governance is from the Constitution. Now, first of all, they have right to destabilize the local government. You can't question it. If you bring the money from World Bank, share it among them, they can misuse it. It can never be questioned, except when they are out of office. And they have a strategy. They do or die to make sure when they are leaving, someone who ate with them in their tenure must replace them. So now, that is another thing. They also give them power. You are from a Yoruba. I'm from Edo. Now, when it comes to Obashi, traditionally, I know they have watered so many things down. It's like something that we have within us, bone and marrow. Now, do you know the Constitution says your state governor, when these people stand for their people, the state governor can say today you are no longer the Oba. It's there, it's purely written. So, my dear, if
the
you look
Oba
at
is under the state, the Oba is under the state. They are even paying them salary.
Yeah, they now try to reduce them, and that since 1999 they reduced them, they kill Nigeria. We have lost our culture, our tradition is dying. Children are just growing up. 18 years are smoking things I don't want to mention here. We are online. So okay, now they're boiled down to another issue. Do you even know there is possibility they can manipulate? You will not even have state assemblies to make law for the people. And those states have only 9 people representing them as we speak. We have no local government.
Midwest.
So you can see a very. This is why I said, my dear, there is a way for Tinubu is to invest and let people talk their mind. No matter what he's going to achieve for us, if he doesn't change anything, my bro, those things will be history within 1 year. I'm just telling you.
Midwest. Yeah. I want to ask this question. Can you hear me?
Yes, so.
Yes. What is the problem of the Edo House of Assembly? I never knew what is going on. Can you just tell us what is going on there?
What happened is that when they elected people, there was a tussle between him and Oshomole. So normally the governor supposed to swear in people elected. But those people made mistake. When they were calling them to swear them in, they were with Oshomole. Because the calling in, the people they swear in, do you know when they swear them in? Those 9 people, 12 o'clock in the midnight, to tell you Nigeria politics. That same day was the day they invited those same people, and that same day, what is it called? This person that is in charge of I forgot the word they used to describe that person that is in position to make a proclamation to them so that they will come here and the governor will swear them. You see the state of assembly there. It's like a secretary to them. I forgot the name they use. So they came.
Whip.
Huh?
Not chief whip. Chief whip. What do you normally call them?
Yeah, it's me. So they called people around 12, 1 o'clock. They came, they swear those people. The remaining guys that were not properly informed say, how can you swear people into 12 o'clock in the midnight? So we are not coming. He said they want to come the following day. So they stand on the other side.
So that
You
is
see
the
it now?
hypocrisy. That is the hypocrisy I talk about Nigeria. I remember
You see?
that time that Edo people said, Edo no be Lagos, so everybody voted
Yeah.
for Obaseki. They were voting for Obaseki. They were just like
I don't know the Lagos.
Obaseki played this kind of policies. Now they want Obaseki to be out. But look at what happened this election. He also won 14 seats. So there is no way they can also impeach him. So the problem is that this is impunity. You are right, the law, because sometimes how can you inaugurate people at 12 a.m. midnight?
Okay. 12 o'clock on the midnight.
Now, the point, what I'm trying to do is
Remy,
it's a parliament of witches and wizards. So that is it.
I want to understand very well. So in the house now, they have only 9 people in the house. Where are the
My
rest?
brother, now only 9 people will get out of 24. I be 10. I did the rest.
So where are the rest?
By constitutional law, look at where the problem lies. Once they made that ship whip, you call it, be something. Once he made that proclamation, there is a lap of days that counts or a period. So
that's what I'm trying to say.
Once it exceeds that period, it's a game over. These people were so, and there are a lot of lawyers with them. Oh, they did not say, okay, even though it's 12 night, I'm here not the following day, so come and swear me in. They made a mistake. They were dragging with him, going to court, doing everything, and that period passed by, and then he got the power. Up till now, my brother, now only now we have. Let's put that one aside. What of local government?
The problem of Edo people, because you do not see, you do not read between the lines, and you guys were just. Listen. It's all the same thing that happened now. You voted because of emotions and sentiment.
No way, not emotion, not emotion.
Not emotion. What happened. That is what happened. Because you
emotion.
Guys listen for
not emotion. Don't put it that way. I will not agree with you. Let me tell you something.
Okay, fine. Okay, whether you agree, I do not totally. Whether you agree or you disagree, it's just my own opinion. Okay, I thank you. So that time, Oshemole was saying this and that, and although Oshemole also overbearing, I understand, but the people there, they did not read between the lines. They want to support this guy. They thought he's their messiah of their time. Everybody saw Obaseki, and because he also uses pretense, people believe in him. Now you have 9 House of Assembly members. He can do whatever he wants because he's the one who put them there. So for this almost 3 years now, second time of Obaseki, you do not see any visible improvement. It's the people that will suffer for it. The people never come out to talk most time. The people are those times they won't talk. They will be talking. Okay, it's my guy. It's this. Okay, fine. So that's what I'm trying to say. I've learned one thing in this world. If you want something, go for it. Work hard for it. Work in that direction and go for it. Don't listen to the noise that is coming out from the market.
Yeah.
What you want, because you can never satisfy everybody. What is the most important thing is that if I can satisfy 60% or 65% of a populace, I think it's enough. And what can you do is simple. Go for all these basic things of life. And Nigerian they have not really experienced a lot of good basic things of life. If you give them 1 or 2 or 3 out of 6, they're already satisfied. They are happy. But if none of the reason why everybody continue to agitate or it's my turn or something like that, if things are really working, what concerns you that even in all this country, they don't even know the name of their president or even the name of their mayor or governor. I don't
know the name of my governor or my state.
What really matters is the basic
in my
things.
region. I don't know who is in charge.
The basic things of life are there, and my life can prosper. I can improve if I work hard. This is the reward. Unfortunately for that country, our societal value is totally bad. And the orientation, we have a lot of work to do. Because if you are born in this late 70s or 80s or 60s, you understand what I'm trying to say. But nowadays, because of social media and so many things, how can you tell me a 17-year-old boy, 18-year-old boy have 40 million in account, want to use his grandpa for rituals, want to make money very quick?
They destroy the society. Because that's what I'm talking about. How can you remove the traditional people who are custodian to people, you make them powerless? Then, we lost it all from there.
When you
We
look
lost
at
the
the,
trust in them.
I support free speech, but I also support there should be a kind of monitoring them and try to regulate them. I totally support. They should regulate them, and they should jail people if you incite people. They should arrest you, because when you incite people or you continue to feed people lies upon lies, this is not acceptable in a normal society. No country should sit down and let people just do whatever they want. I think it's high time the government clamp down on some people. Let me tell you something. When I came here, a friend of mine introduced me to Mayegun. I will not lie to you. I only listened for that for 10. I only listened to that guy for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. And I just blocked him. And when my friend called me back, I said, this is just a nonsense, just a blogger talking rubbish. And because of that reason, I and that my friend, we never talked till today because of that. So he has
Remy, Midwest, let me tell you one story that happened to somebody that is very close to me. A friend of mine, a female friend of mine in Nigeria, just called me, started crying. I said, what is going on? He said they kidnapped his younger sister's husband. The guy just came back from UAE. I said, we started praying, we started, sympathizing. Finally, they find the guy in Eleyele in Ibadan. Ask me, what did the guy do? When the guy was in Dubai, he has been with all these Yoruba nation people, calling them, talking about them like Mayegun Diary, all of them. So they've been tracking him from Dubai. So immediately he landed in Nigeria. They gave him like 1 month to enjoy. They pick him up, my brother. The guy is still there now, over 2 months now. What is the charges? They said they charged them for treason, that they want to hijack Nigerian government. They now told them before election that they should pray that Tinubu win the election. After Tinubu win the election, after they are swearing in, that is when they will know their fate. So they are just in Eleyele now. Till now, this is not somebody that is not about story. This is a friend of mine that we talk almost twice or thrice in a week. So Nigerian government are not laughing, no. They are not joking with all this secession, no. It's not only Nnamdi Kanu they capture. There are many people they capture. If you don't know any family member, that's why you won't think they are capturing them big time.
Yeah, I understand. The thing is, now we are going to change a government. My prayer, what I'm suggesting here is this. If Tinubu from day one is going to focus on developing Nigeria without looking at the fundamental cause of our problem, even if he achieve anything that look like gold, I'm not convinced it's going to last. I'm not convinced it's going to last. So please.
Luckily for Nigerians are also getting politically aware of the environment. They want good government. I think it's high time now that I'm just my personal opinion.
It's true. I agree. Even Tinubu, with what is going on, with the way the politics plays out, I know people around him is going to say, look, we can't run business the way we used to do it.
Yes.
We will not allow Nigeria. That's just the point.
Because from this, so when people now started talking this election was not true or fair, or it was, I don't totally agree. Because it propped out a lot of new leaders. Most of this government, they always go to Senate as their retirement home. Six of them lost out. A lot of people lost out without no problem. So I think instead the problem black men have is this. We don't normally support each other. Everybody always think I'm the best for this position. They should choose me. In this election, when you look at it very well, the reason why Obi and Atiku lost is very simple. It's a house divided against itself. 3 candidates came out from the same party. How do you expect to win a ruling party? If you want to defeat a ruling party, most time all these people always come together, galvanize very well as one, and present only one candidate.
But but
Let
okay,
me
let
just
me
finish.
put okay.
You divided your vote among themselves. It's over now. The election is gone. There is no court in Nigeria. Even go to America, everywhere they will not. It's over. All these things that is going over, inciting people, or maybe showing on TV station, trying to pretend or pretend that they're. In fact, I was totally disappointed in some of these candidate action. So I don't. It's gone. Look at Atiku that Tinubu also supported once or twice, and they know one another. You lost, just accept it. At 76 years old, what do you want again? They can't give it back to you. You don't have the spread. The same thing with Obi, no spread, nothing. Instead for them to come together and let's say, okay, fine, we lost.
The thing is, that is what we have to encourage. You know where I start from.
Yes.
I will never deviate from it. We can't look at. There are a lot of things that, for me, I feel people can be annoyed about, based on the approach of some people towards on certain things. But nevertheless, I think Obi has played a very vital role. It has enabled the environment that brought power to SAT. Because if I imagine,
it plays some vital role, but the consequence of the role it played, that is what you are seeing in the gubernatorial election. I will enunciate a little bit. Listen. I will initiate a little bit. You can see all the results in Nigeria. The result is evenly shared among APC, PDP in most of the regions. But when you go to Southeast, they let him be. He collected all the vote, 90-something percent.
99%.
So the problem now is this: a lot of people that voted for B in other regions, now they start thinking, oh wow, so they love their son more, and we don't love our son. We don't love our son. So that is what really plays out in the gubernatorial. That is why they are fighting. In fact, to now, I think the only state will be with Labour Party will win. Probably will be the only Abia state. So that's why a lot of them are fighting back. But people will not look beyond their nose. They will think election all over the world is a dirty game. They use one way or other ways, maybe refined, crude.
But we cannot we can't put the whole world though, because there are places where election is so transparent, and that's why I say we don't copy America.
When you say election is transparent, they will also have a way. Let me tell you something. When you
when you talk of Scandinavia, just forget about that one, because
I stay in Nordic, which also they can call them Scandinavia, but they normally call them Scandinavia. They call themselves Nordic.
Where? Which country?
I'm living in Finland.
Okay, I stay in Sweden as well.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that even in Finland, that they project that everybody should be equally, the difference between the rich and the poor is so close. Like now they are going for their parliamentary election. I can see their parliamentarian, the people are the candidate coming to you to talk, okay, can you vote for me or something like that. But
see how simple it is. I think it should be simple.
Listen. I see something. Some of them that have money, they will do advert on the city buses. Some, they don't have money at all. They will do advert and they'll go and post their poster on a tree along the streets. So you can see they already define it little by little, but you don't know. But if you can read between the lines, you can see that people that have the pocket can have the spread. At the end of the day, they will win against those ones that they don't have these resources. So here also, people also complain about their government. They will tell you it's skewed to people in the central part, in the southern part more than the northern part. The northern part people of the country also complain. So there is no way in every country you now have. What I'm just trying to say, in politics, I believe in politics, interest plays a lot. And what you do as a politician is that you either pay them back in kind or in cash. Because people will not just follow you for just by mouth. Oh,
I don't know. I don't know. Like I've not been to Finland. Like here in Sweden, is a different thing entirely. I think
what I'm trying to say is that I'm not saying
with the few things you have just mentioned, there's a lot of differences there, because Swedish law, this is why the Scandinavia is supposed to be one country. I think they discovered that the way each of them approach things differs to some extent. That's why they separate.
Do you know that Finland, the Finnish people, they don't like the Swedish? Do you know that? Because they colonized them before. The Russian colonized them. After that, the Swedish also colonized them. They prefer the Russian more than the Swedish. So don't let us just go there. What I'm just trying to tell you is that in politics, everybody played their game. And they use different tactics and different ways to woo the voters. Maybe in Nigeria, it's still crude. It's not so as refined as the developed country. But what I'm trying to tell you, the end game is always be the same thing. Use people to get to wherever you are going. You can use them in a way that you would think that they are not really using you, but they are using you indirectly, or they are buying you indirectly.
Let me not argue with you, but the aspect I want to talk about is very clear. I pray for Tinubu to see the foundational problem of our country, because the foundational problem for me is not infrastructure, and I will tell you my reason. Most countries that doesn't have infrastructure in the world, some of them are well organized, but the reason why they don't have enough is because they don't have the weight, the money, or whatever to achieve those infrastructure. But in the case of Nigeria, we don't have infrastructure simply because of corruption. So we have a pumping money.
We have the weight.
We have the weight. Yes. So now that makes the difference. So I am praying for Tinubu to look at this problem, not like I want to help my people. Every president come in, they have done their best. If Buhari is the type that talk, my brother, the kind of money is pumped to these governors alone, I think people will rise up against their governor. I don't think any governor will stay in their states. But we don't know. If not for Wike, there's a lot of Genshek money he gave to people. So that just mentioned it. So that is the most disappointing aspect of it. The corruption is too high among the governors. Not that the president itself is transparent. So now I pray, please, this country that we are calling one, a lot of people feel cheated. And you need to address those grassroots.
Midwest.
Power is not forever. And I pray, I want to quickly put this one. Like, I will tell you, Igbo, Kanu, all are the same. They were fighting for the same but in different approach. They don't just wake up overnight to start saying, I want this, I want that. But the approach of Igbo is quite different from the way Kanu was presenting his own. But nevertheless, I feel this problem is there. We should admit it. They don't just wake up overnight to start doing these things. So you need to address them. This is what I believe.
What I want to say is very simple. You live in Sweden, and you can get up early in the morning and say, I'm going to work. Let's assume you don't want to drive. You can know that if I take a subway to my place of work, or maybe I take a taxi or bus, it's going to take me 10 minutes to my place of work.
Yeah.
Thank you. But in Nigeria, probably let's say you live in Lagos and you want to go from mainland to VI, maybe to your workplace, and you are driving, you know that there's going to be traffic. So you cannot say, you take me 10 minutes. You don't even know whether it take you hours.
You don't even know when you are going to be there, whether you will even be there for that day, sir.
So thank you. So that is
let me shock you. When I went to Nigeria with my family, we drove from Aja to Ikeja Okpedi, 8 hours.
Thank you. Now, I told you before I've lived in Asia. What the Chinese did was very simple. They have a large population. They force their people to work because nobody really wants to work. They force them to work and they start to build their country. What they first did was that have enough food. They put them to what I want to say is that those places that they have big land, they let them cultivate. Then what they start to do is that they open up, they start building a lot of infrastructures. When I was in Shanghai, they only have 4 subway lines. And in space of 10 years, they have 22 subway lines. I'm talking 22 solid, from 4 to 22 subway lines. And when
because corruption is not involved.
No. They are what corruption? They are what corruption. But what I'm trying to say is that they are what corruption, but people still get things done. There is no way in this world there is corruption in everything. In Sweden, where you are, in America, where everybody find themselves, sometimes you see that they repair roads every year. That is also a kind of way of corruption. You repair the roads every year, you take out everything, you clean the road, you tie the road again. Don't you think there also is a kind of corruption, creating job for other people, for this company, just that they won't be able to lay off workers? So one way or the other, there is corruption everywhere in the world. The magnitude is what you have to say that, okay, in Africa, it's as high as anything, but maybe in Europe or America, it's very low. But everywhere in the world, there is corruption. The magnitude can be different. So what I'm trying to say is that if you really want your economy to grow, you have to invest in infrastructure a lot. Here, rail, road, every subway. The one thing I like Lagos State about is this. You can see this development. Were you not happy when they launched that blue line? Look, that is what called development. So instead of you driving to VI, when everything is
Remy,
Oga,
some people,
Oga.
let me say this. Remy, some people said, what took them so long to do it?
No.
So that is the problem with our people. At least it's getting done.
See the aspect. Thank you, Mr. Remy. Lagos is doing well. But I want to tell you one thing. As far as Nigeria is concerned, the government doesn't really have blueprint for development for infrastructure. It's selective. But what makes Lagos exceptional is this. It's a former capital city. He hosted the seaport. He hosted the airport. And the volume of our economic trade.
Can I ask you a question?
Is very high.
Do you know Ebonyi State? Do you know Ebonyi State?
I don't know.
Ebonyi State is in southeast of Nigeria. Ebonyi State. You must know. You know.
I know where it is, but I've not been there. That's what I mean. I was thinking you were asking me if I've been there. No.
Umaru ruled that state for 8 years. There was a day I was doing my own research. I went on YouTube and I started seeing all the development that took place in Ebonyi. That man did a fantastic job within 8 years. Today, they have a new APC governor. They reward that man. All the house, they have almost 20-something out of the 20-something House of Assembly. The guy did it. Don't let us be giving an excuse that this is the past capital city of Nigeria. Calabar has once been a capital city of Nigeria. You look at Ebonyi, look at Akwa Ibom. The so-called Delta state, they have a lot of money. I checked YouTube. I was taking state by state. There is no visible development in Delta. They were just sharing money. I met this governor by myself in Shanghai. What they were asking us to do, it was so terribly bad. They were not even interested in how they are going to develop their state. How can you tell a whole Delta state with a lot of money from oil, nothing to show for it? Whatever you have against Wiki, at least it's building road and bridges. This is good.
The funniest thing is inviting all the party to come and commission something. Every party, APC, PDP,
so at least, no matter what happened, they would never forget him in River State, even when he after so many years.
It was true development in won the heart of these people.
So, but when you go to Ebonyi, that man really did a fantastic job. You can go and check YouTube and check Ebonyi State development. You will see so many roads, new buildings, university, so many stuff.
But Remy, where did Wiki got this money to do this project?
Yeah, of course, there was a backlog of money that the federal government were holding off this producing state that Buhari released to them. And he's the only one that is using judicial for this money. The other people are just sharing the money.
Even they don't have it again in their account.
Every week. Almost every week.
Yeah.
They commission something almost every week.
See, that is why I said our problem is a foundational one. That the president, if he want to help Nigeria, that they have to pay attention to. All these awarding billions.
When we talk about separation of power, Buhari have done what he's supposed to do. It is your state governor that's supposed to use the money wisely.
No. Buhari.
This is
I quite not agree. I quite not agree. Because here come a problem. Listen, the real problem we have. when you look at the constitution itself that gave this governor, like that made them an emperor, the people never participated. So these are the foundational problem I'm talking about. It's just like somebody went somewhere, they start writing things the way it suits them, and they put it before the people and say, "We the people agree." Can I agree for somebody to give that kind of power to my governor? The answer is no.
Can I ask
But
you a
I'm
question?
not there.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Maybe 1 or 2 years ago, they are doing constitutional review amid the two National Assembly, and they call for paper from all over Nigeria. Did you try to write a paper and submit to the National Assembly?
And they went to all states.
Did you try to write something like blah blah blah?
No, I didn't write anything. I didn't write.
So
no,
it boils down to, like, when I talk to Nigerians, I always tell our leaderships are bad, but the followership are terrible.
Okay.
Because the followership themselves, they are really terrible. Everybody just thinking, oh, these people are making my money. When it comes to my turn, I'll make triple or more than that. The issue is that it's a constitution. The government of the center, this is their power. The government at the state, this is their power. Naturally, when Buhari came with a bill for autonomy for local government, I was thinking most of the state governors should support it, but they kill it. But the people are not talking. So when the reason why some states are working depends on their leaders. If a governor really wants to work, it will work very well. Ebonyi is not making the money that Edo State is making. Edo State can have more money than Ebonyi State. But with the
if it is well managed, there's a lot of money there.
What I'm trying to say is that Edo make more money. I think they also get some kind of money from oil derivation or whatever. I think they get.
We got everything.
Yes, thank you. And now go and check your Edo and check Ebonyi. Ebonyi is not getting anything from oil, and still they were able to do. It depends on the leader themselves. If a state governor really wants to work, it will work. Like in Kaduna, I have some Hausa friend. He's a good friend of mine. He told me Erifai did a lot of good things in Kaduna. But because he's a very strong leader, whatever he sets his mind is going to do, will set it. Sometimes some people don't like him. And if for you to be a good leader, to really turn around things, you have to be tough in Africa. Even in your state, everybody still talk about Ajimobi because he was tough on them, so he was able to achieve some level of development. But this guy that came now, Makinde, the reason why they voted for Makinde again is because he was just like, whatever you want, the way you want it, I will just do it for you. I will pay teacher salary.
Okay, now I want to quickly make this submission, if you permit me. Look, I said it before.
Midwest, hold on. Yeah. I have to shut down now. Please, I will give you 2 minutes, Remy 2 minutes, then we shut down. Please don't let it 2 minutes.
Okay.
I want to say around 10 hours here.
Yeah, the thing I want to say is this. Let us be a unifier, and at the same time, let us try our best as much as possible to make proper recommendation to Tinubu if they swear him in, because it would be very disgraceful that when the power change and that is when we'll be saying constitution is not good. That is my summation, and that's why I said must start from there. 8 years with Obasanjo constitution, almost 6 years with Jonathan. That was when Buhari was ruling. People were complaining, constitution. So please, we need to look into our foundational problem, and I think this will go a long way to benefit every one of us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Midwest. Yeah, Remy, in 1 minute, please. I have to shut down now.
My own final submission is that Tinubu is a thoroughbred politician. He knows what the people want. For me, provide infrastructures, create an environment for employment opportunity, and also try to change the Nigerian orientation, especially when you talk about our youth. We have to really work on our orientation, and I think all of that things will fall in. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Remy, Midwest, everyone that has showed up today. This is another section today. It has been interesting and educative. Thank you, everyone. May God bless you all. I will see you in the next section. I will leave you with this to jolly to go home. Let's play this, then we will shut down properly. Yeah, where's the video? Yeah.